This is Alan Petersen. Thank you for your interest in listening to the audiobook version of my novel, The Asset. I've uploaded this audiobook for free on my YouTube channel at either Alan Petersen or Thrilling Reads. If you found this audiobook on another YouTube channel that isn't either Alan Petersen or Thrilling Reads, please email me at copyright@thrillingreads.com. Thank you so much for helping me protect the copyright to this audiobook, which I'm uploading to my YouTube channel for thriller fans for free.
The Asset. Written by Alan Petersen. Narrated by Stephen Cooper. Prologue. Operation Boa. Somewhere in the Farallones de Cali Mountains, Colombia, 1998. The warm and wet jungle had enervated Pete Maddox, but he was taking advantage of the rare time alone to go over the plans one more time. He was out in the heart of Colombia's mountainous Andean region. The soggy heat felt like pins and needles pricking his skin. He had sweated out his battle dress uniform by mid-afternoon, but ditching the sweat-soaked and rank-smelling BDU for a new one didn't bring much relief. This must be what hell will feel like, Maddox thought to himself as he took a long swig of water from his canteen. In front of him was his current mission, rescuing 3 American citizens kidnapped by the Colombian terrorist group FARC. The FARC had been battling the Colombian government for more than 50 years. They didn't have much to show for it. They controlled a few pockets of the country here and there, remote little patches in the jungle, in the middle of fucking nowhere Colombia, as Maddox would describe it. FARC was the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, and its sugar daddy, the USSR, was no more. Times were tough being a Marxist-Leninist revolutionary. Not that it had ever been easy, but with the collapse of the Soviet Union 4 years ago, things had gotten tougher. As the old cliché went, shit rolled downhill, and nowhere was that more true than right here in the middle of nowhere. The new Russian Federation had its hands full to lend support to the former Soviet Union's pet projects like FARC. Those days were long gone, so what was a broke-ass Marxist-Leninist revolutionary to do for survival? Providing paramilitary support to Pablo Escobar's cocaine cartel helped, but it wasn't as lucrative as it was for Mr. Escobar, and it earned FARC the narco-terrorist branding from the Colombian and American governments, which was a license to be hunted down and exterminated. Kidnapping was another favorite money-making activity. Kidnappings had long been a staple of the Colombian war between the government and the terrorists. Starting in the 1970s, it had always been a way to make political demands, trade their jailed comrades for a batch of kidnap victims, raise some quick cash, or just make a political point and terrorize people. But now it had become more about money. Revolution wasn't free. Maddox once again looked at the pictures of the civilian American hostages. All 3 worked for Hunter Jenkins, the big defense contractor based out of Kansas. Jim Bourgeois and Jeff Kirkowitz were Vietnam veterans. Scott Almeida a newcomer. They were part of a team of a dozen or so pilots and technicians doing reconnaissance work for the U.S. Southern Command, the DEA, the Colombian Army, and Departamento Administrativo de Seguridad, DAS, the Colombian Intelligence Agency, risking their lives flying shitty little Cessna airplanes, planes designed for light transport flights, not for surveillance missions over the Andes. Maddox took another drink of water and looked down at the documents laid out in front of him. Of particular interest to Maddox were the complaints from contractors before the kidnapping, demanding better equipment. The request had been reviewed, rejected, and filed away by upper management. John Tanner, their senior manager in Bogota, had just got word from corporate in Kansas that their request for better-suited, faster planes had been denied. It appeared there was no room in the multi-million-dollar contract for better equipping the contractors. A few of the contractors had resigned over the spat, but not these guys. Poor bastards, Maddox thought to himself. They decided to stick with it. He could picture the other guys who told Hunter Jenkins to shove it, and were now back home in the United States with their families, while these three guys boarded a shitty little Cessna for another reconnaissance flight over the jungles. Their mission was to report on drug and rebel activity to the American DEA and the Colombian military. At least they were in good hands with pilot Jeff Kirkowitz. Kirk had over 30 years of flying experience. He flew choppers in Vietnam, then cargo planes for the Army until he got his 20 years in. He then took his Army pension and a new job flying cargo planes for FedEx, but that gig was short-lived. It was boring as hell for the former military man, so he quit after 2 years and began doing defense contract work. It was more exciting, the locations more exotic, and the pay was a lot better. He'd done several jobs for Hunter Jenkins over the years. He was described as a bit wild, but he was good at his job. Kirk was a seasoned expat, having lived 9 years near the beach in Pattaya, Thailand, drinking and whoring when not working. The soy cowboy life soon got old for Kirk. He decided he wanted to be a little closer to his only daughter, who lived in Miami. His ex-wife had long ago stopped talking to him, but he had a friendly enough relationship with his daughter Bonnie. For the past few years he would take defense contract jobs closer to home: Nicaragua, Panama, Colombia, Brazil. Then he relaxed in his small condo in Miami Beach until the money ran low, and it was time for a new contract and a cash infusion, which was what Kirk was doing that day in the skies over the middle of fucking nowhere. Jim Bourgeois and Scott Almeida were family men. Jim Bourgeois was from the small town of Covington, Louisiana. He joined the Army and did a tour of duty in Vietnam. He then went to Louisiana State University in Baton Rouge on the GI Bill, double majoring with a BA in geography and a BS in land surveying and mapping science. Jim had been laid off from his job of 21 years when Hunter Jenkins bought the small company he worked for. When they instead offered him work as an independent contractor, he jumped at it, even though the job was in Panama. Although he didn't have the security of regular employment, his hourly wage was much higher, plus he got to work in exciting places like Panama and the Philippines. His wife was worried the first time he went to Colombia. She had heard all the bad news about the drug cartels, Marxist guerrillas, Colombian neckties, and all the rest, but she was reassured when Jim told her it was a beautiful country, and it wasn't as bad as it was portrayed in the media. He didn't tell her he was becoming uneasy with his job, as Hunter Jenkins kept increasing the radius of their mission further and further from Bogota, over the mountain jungles and into the heart of FARC country. Jim hadn't been in the military for over 30 years, so as a civilian living a quiet life in Baton Rouge, it did cross his mind to wonder, what the hell am I doing here? But the money was good, and so was the adventure. And he loved his job, high in the sky, mapping out routes in the jungle so that the Colombian military and the DEA could flush out drug labs or FARC camps. The work was also fulfilling, making him feel like he was giving back to his country. Even though he was a contractor for a big conglomerate like Hunter Jenkins, he was nonetheless in the front line of the drug war, but at a safe distance up in the air. The dossier on Scott Almeida was a bit thin. This was only his third contract for Hunter Jenkins, and his first in Colombia. It was his second flight. Poor bastard, Maddox thought. Scott was the communications guy, and at 32 years old, the young pup of the group. He had married his college sweetheart and lived in Pueblo, Colorado, with his wife and 2 kids. No way in hell was his wife happy about this line of work, but Scott enjoyed the work and the adventure of it. He had actually applied to work for the DEA 10 years ago, but wasn't hired. So he took a job as a corrections officer. His uncle worked for Hunter Jenkins' Colorado office and recommended his nephew for the job. The pay was good, much, much better than that of a CO. It was dangerous, but so were guarding rapists, drug dealers, and murderers while armed with only a baton and pepper spray. Sitting in an airplane high above the action was nothing compared to patrolling the yard at the Colorado State Penitentiary in Canyon City. The day they went down, Kirk, Jim, and Scott boarded the Cessna 208 along with Manuel Martinez, a young lieutenant in the Colombian military whom everyone called Manny. Also on board was Freddie Quintana, a 10-year veteran of the DEA, and Diego Uribe, a Colombian intelligence agent. Maddox felt a connection with the crew. He had been on several similar missions during his 10-year career with the CIA. He also felt a close kinship with his fellow Army veterans, having served as an airborne ranger before joining the CIA. Maddox kept playing the scenario over in his head. The crew is in mid-flight. Suddenly, silence. The hum of the engines stopped. The inside of the aircraft went eerily silent. Jim had been doing this for a while, so he immediately looked up from his maps. It's ironic how silence in its own way can be a terrifying sound. "Uh-oh, this can't be good," Jim thought to himself as he looked around the cockpit. "Holy shit! Engine out, gents!" Kirk yelled as he furiously poked and prodded the instrument panel in front of him. Scott's mind goes apeshit as he screams to himself, "What do you mean, engine out, gents, you fucking asshole?" But he instead takes the deepest breath of his life as his training kicked in. It felt to Scott like he was having an out-of-body experience. He was looking down at himself, picking up the radio and going through his training. Jim calmly tells him, "Scott, make the Mayday call." "No shit," Scott thought to himself, but instead said, "On it," as he felt he was back in his body as he radioed for help. "Mayday, Mayday! Top Dog, this is Rascal 905. Do you read me?" Top Dog was Command Center, their lifeline in the air. Top Dog's voice cracked over the cockpit intercom immediately. "Roger that." "Mayday, Mayday, engine out!" In between deep breaths to calm his nerves, he began to give out their coordinates. Scott glanced around the plane, amazed at the controlled panic of the crew as they tried to remain calm while letting their training take over, even as their plane plunged down from the sky into the Farallones de Cali, a mountain in the West Andes which hovers over the city of Cali. Scott swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and from his instrument console as he continued giving out their coordinates. Then Kirk shouted, "Hold on tight! We're going to crash land!" The crew braced themselves during the terrifying freefall as the plane continued tottering down from the sky. The next thing the crew felt was the bone-jarring jolt of the impact as the plane made contact with the mountainside, and their buckled-in bodies jerked front, back, and sideways, each jolt more violent than the last. The crew was surprisingly quiet as they prepared for death, until the sound of tearing metal made them realize they were still alive as the plane skidded down the mountainside into the thick jungle. Their eyes darted around the crumbling cabin as the small airplane descended into the angry jungle. Rays of sunlight began to seep through the cracked fuselage until there was a burst of blinding sunlight and flying debris as the cracks gave way and entire chunks of the plane began to be tossed into the air and torn apart, leaving a trail of mangled debris littered down the mountainside. The vine thicket of the jungle clutched at the plane and its crew, slowing down the freefall. It was as if the jungle had swallowed them up and then spat them out. The slide continued to slow down from its frantic pace, and then suddenly it just stopped. Once again silence fell over the mangled airplane. What was left of the plane had come to a complete halt, with its battered crew inside. "Holy shit!" was all Scott could say as he began to realize he'd survived a plane crash. Then he heard Jim asking, "Everyone okay?" All eyes turned towards Kirk, the pilot who had somehow managed to find enough of a clearing to crash land and save their lives. The cockpit was covered with a glistening red mist. Kirk was strapped into the pilot's seat. He was moving but groaning as blood dripped from a deep gash in his forehead. It was Kirk's blood that had splattered the cockpit and its cracked windshield. Scott concluded that Kirk had bashed his head on the instrument panel or perhaps even the control yoke, but he was alive. Then he looked at the seat next to Kirk, and Freddie Quintana was buckled in. He was still and quiet, his head slumped forward way too much. Scott called out to him, "Freddie?" No answer. No moaning or grunting coming from Freddie. Scott unbuckled his seatbelt and maneuvered himself in pain over to Freddie to check on him, while Jim called out for Manny, who replied back, "I'm good. Get the weapons! Get the weapons!" Jim looked down at the weapons bag. He grabbed a pistol out of it, then a few other items, as he realized they needed to get out of the plane, fearing it could explode or continue to slide down the mountainside. "I have the weapons. You get Kirk and Freddie. We need to get out of here now," Jim said. Scott grabbed Freddie by the shoulder, and his head moved like there was no neck to hold it securely. "Oh, God, I think Freddie is dead," Scott yelled out. "I've never seen a dead man before," he thought to himself in a panic. He heard Jim and Manny continuing to shout that they needed to get out of the plane. Scott saw Jim jump out of the wreckage with the weapons bag, first aid kit, and a stash of important documents. Manny pulled a groaning and barely conscious Kirk out of the plane wreckage. Then Scott unbuckled Freddie and pulled him out. "Just in case he's alive." Manny lowered Kirk down from the wreckage and hoisted him over his shoulder in a fireman's carry to a safe distance from the plane. Scott saw Diego for the first time since the crash. "Diego, you're alive," Scott said, not believing it. Diego flashed a worried smile at Scott as he looked around the wreck site. They were now several feet below of the wreckage. The airplane's fuselage appeared to have been plucked from the skies and held in mid-air by overgrown vegetation. The men had stumbled down deeper into the forest. They were standing on open land, free of vegetation, courtesy of the rainforest's thick top layer of vegetation, which kept the sun out from the lowlands. They could feel the wet and humid embrace of the forest as they began to hike away from the wreckage. After a few feet, they stopped to regroup. Jim and Diego began to arm themselves since they knew they were in FARC territory. Kirk and Freddie were laid out on the ground as the other men gathered around them. Manny took a look at Freddie and confirmed Scott's worst fears. "He's dead." "I've called the coordinates in," was all Scott could say as he stared at Freddie's lifeless body. Kirk appeared to be in bad shape, but he was alive. As Scott began to look around the wreckage, he heard Diego, who had wandered down further, begin to yell something that sounded like "fuck" as he ran back towards the rest of the group. All of a sudden, the sound of gunshots began to ring out around them. Scott saw the bullets exploding near him, zinging by and kicking up dirt around him. Scott scooted down as he began to make his way towards Manny. "What the hell? Is Diego shooting at us?" a dazed Scott asked Manny. Then he realized Diego was not yelling "fuck," but "FARC." As Scott took cover, he heard voices he didn't recognize, new voices shouting at the top of their lungs in Spanish, "No se mueva!" "Do not move!" Scott couldn't believe it. They had just survived a plane crash, and now FARC rebels were shooting at them. They had crashed right into their eager hands. For the first few minutes it was absolute chaos. Gunfire, yelling, and a lot of scrambling trying to figure out what to do, where to run, before it quickly dawned on them that there was nowhere to run as the advancing FARC troops swarmed around them. Diego Arriba was out front, and he continued to return fire. He had killed 2 approaching FARC commandos before his body was ripped to shreds in a hail of AK-47 bullets. He fell to the ground while being trampled by the first wave of FARC rebels who quickly surrounded the rest of the survivors. Jim fired a couple shots from his handgun before it jammed. He tried to unjam it by smacking it with an open palm and looked up just in time to see the butt of an AK-47 smash into his forehead. He went down while several FARC rebels began to punch and kick him until he wasn't moving. At the same time, another group of rebels circled Scott and Manny, who were tending to the wounded Kirk. They were unarmed, but that didn't stop the FARC men from administering a beatdown with their weapons' butts, fists, and boots. In less than a minute, the rebels had the group under their control. There was a lot of yelling in Spanish as the group of FARC rebels manhandled the plane crash survivors, corralling them down to a large clearing. The tone and demeanor of the terrorists changed from assault mode to celebration, with high fives flying all over the place. The FARC troops dragged the survivors into a circle. Jim came to from his beating, and it was much to Scott's relief that he was still alive after that attack. The FARC terrorists gathered around, looking down at their bounty, when out of the jungle came a bearded man who was obviously in charge. You could always tell who was in charge when the other men parted to let him through, and then Scott saw the telltale sign. Everyone was giving the man the military salute with their right hand, palms down, almost touching their temple, Russian military style, an ode to the former Soviet Union. Scott heard several men call the bearded man Comandante. Scott's Spanish wasn't as good as Jim's, but he knew it meant commander. The Comandante looked over his new captives. He looked at Diego Uribe's bullet-ridden and lifeless body, and then heard someone say, "Está muerto." He's dead. Just to make sure, the Comandante kicked Diego hard in the face. He didn't move. The Comandante knelt next to Diego's dead body as he unsheathed a large knife. He got back up and put his dirty left boot on one side of the dead man's face and sliced off his ear. Scott yelled out, "Leave him alone!" to the laughter of the wolf pack gathered around. The Comandante looked at his souvenir and then at the survivors. One of his underlings pointed to Scott, Jim, and Kirk, and proudly proclaimed, "Gringos!" The Comandante flashed a smile and nodded his approval as he began to strut towards them like a proud rooster as he tucked Diego's severed ear into his rucksack. The commander then zeroed in on Kirk. The gash in his forehead was still bleeding profusely. Thick blood was now coming out of his mouth, and his breathing was labored, down to a horrible wheezing sound. Aside from a few grunts, he hadn't spoken nor moved since the crash. It was obvious to everyone that he was in dire straits. Jim pleaded with the Comandante in his perfect Spanish. "Please, he needs a doctor. He's going to die. He's Americano. He'll be worth a lot of money to you. Our company will pay. Please, help him." The Comandante crouched down and tilted his head to one side, taking in Kirk's condition. He then stood back up straight and thought it over as he rubbed his scruffy beard. He conferred with two of his cohorts, then said in Spanish, "Ese gringo está hecho mierda, y no va a sobrevivir la marcha." That gringo is fucked up, and he will not survive the march. His mind made up, the Comandante barked out an order to his second-in-command. "Dele plomo." Give him lead. Jim and Manny started to plead in Spanish. "No, no, por favor, we can carry him." But it was too late. The order had been given. The second-in-command nodded towards one of his men, who quickly moved forward, slinging his AK-47 on his back, and pulled out a pistol. He stood over Kirk's body, aimed, and fired 2 shots into his head. Scott, who was on his knees with his hands to his head as ordered, was right next to Kirk's laid-out body as he saw his head explode. Kirk's blood and brain matter splattered on Scott, making him lose it. Scott hurled forward on his hands and knees and vomited, to the amusement of the animals surrounding him, who began to laugh. The Comandante barked out a new order in Spanish. "Vámonos!" Scott, Jim, and Manny were dragged to their feet. Their wrists were tied with an old frayed rope that was tightened until their fingers became numb from the lack of circulation. Manny writhed in pain as he pleaded for them to loosen the rope. One of the men slapped him across the face and ordered him to move. FARC troops were to their rear and front as their captors began to shove them from behind with the butts of their weapons amidst screams of "Muévense!" Move it, as they began to shuffle their feet until they were off and running through the jungle. Scott remembered his training and knew what was going on. They were now hostages, and they were going to be moved as fast as possible, deeper into the jungle to avoid the coming rescuers. The FARC had been doing this for a long time, and they knew time was of the essence. They knew coordinates had been transmitted and superior firepower would soon be right where they were standing. As Scott looked on, he saw several FARC scumbags ransacking the wreckage, crawling all over it like a pack of hyenas picking over a carcass, looking for anything to take. As Scott and the rest of the hostages were moved out south, they saw 2 FARC troops with gas containers double-timing it towards the wreck. Scott stole a passing glimpse at the wreckage, but all he saw were the flames shooting up from the vine thicket, and he could hear the FARC troops yelping and having fun at the bonfire that was their plane. One of the FARC men shoved Scott hard enough that he almost tumbled to the ground. "Look forward, pendejo! Move, move, move!" the man yelled in broken English. "What the hell is going to happen to us?" Scott thought to himself as he was shoved and prodded deeper into the jungle. Maddox felt a tight knot in his neck as he studied the scattered papers in front of him and relived the crew's ordeal. He lifted his head, looking straight up at the tattered cloth that made up the ceiling of the makeshift tent that was serving as his command center. He continued tilting his head back until he heard his neck crack. He let out a sigh of relief as he moved his head around freely. Maddox hadn't rested much in the 24 hours since the plane crash. He would have been there sooner, but CIA bureaucracy could bring things to a crawl. The CIA station chief has to give permission for anything going on in his or her territory, sometimes killing an operation before it began. The chain of command, the operational buck in country, stopped with the CIA station chief. A bad mission could end careers, and some in the agency put their career above anything else. Luckily, the Columbia chief of station was an operational guy, ex-military versus Ivy League administrator. Station Chief Barry Curtis had given Maddox's rescue mission the green light right away. Maddox had been providing analysis for the CIA Crime and Narcotics Center for the last few months, after 3 years based in the Mexico station, conducting operations throughout Latin America, including Colombia. Maddox knew the country and FARC well. He'd also run several rescue and counterterrorism operations throughout the world during his time with the CIA. But it was his paramilitary and counter-kidnapping rescue experience that had Dick Phillips, the Western Hemisphere operations chief in Langley, calling on him to the Colombian jungle. Before torching the plane wreckage, the FARC had made contact with Command Center Top Dog via Scott's abandoned radio. "We have your gringos and the Colombian traitor. We'll be in contact." Then the radio transmission was cut. Hunter Jenkins reached out to their contacts in the CIA and the Defense Department. They wanted their people back. The White House and Colombian president issued the run-of-the-mill press releases demanding the release of the hostages and condemning terrorism, but that was as far as they would go for private contractors and a Colombian army lieutenant. It was going to be up to Pete Maddox's team to get them out. The CIA and their Colombian counterparts at DAS had a pretty good idea which FARC unit had taken the men. It was one of the better organized squads, part of FARC's 5th Division, which was led by Comandante Zoltan, number 10 on the DEA's most wanted list. Zoltan was a 22-year FARC veteran, responsible for thousands of deaths from his bombings, kidnappings, drug running, and battles against the Colombian government, and his acts of terrorism across Colombia. At one time, Zoltan was Alejandro Alvarez, a rich heir to his family's coffee plantations. As a young college student, he turned ardent Marxist-Leninist. He dropped out of college, disavowed his family fortune, and joined the peasant army in the jungles, embracing guerrilla warfare. He had climbed up the ranks of the FARC army and was now pushing 50, which was ancient in this line of work. In a failed attempt to emulate his revolutionary heroes, Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, he wore a scruffy black beard that refused to grow in fully. His hair was long and unkempt, and it was as black as his patchy beard, but with gray strands crisscrossing it. The realities of the post-Soviet world had turned Comandante Zoltan into a cartel enforcer and kidnapper for profit, while still spewing his Marxist-Leninist revolutionary dogma. It was his work with the drug cartels that earned him the narco-terrorist label from the Colombian government and the DEA, and a spot on the DEA's wanted list. His unit was known as the Rabid Dogs for their aggressive and relentless attacks. He already had 18 hostages hidden deep in the jungle, and now he had 3 more. The bulk of his kidnapped victims were Colombian citizens. A fact not widely known outside of Colombia was that the FARC snatched a lot more of their innocent countrymen than foreign nationals. Colombian businessmen, politicians, and soldiers all had been kidnapped and held for ransom. Some of their hostages had been held for years. Colombian citizens were easier to kidnap, but that hadn't stopped Comandante Zoltan from targeting the more lucrative foreign nationals. His current roster of foreigners included Richard Stevenson, a British citizen kidnapped right outside of Cali, Andy Young, an Australian businessman, and Corey Lehman, an American dentist who thought it would be fun to ride his motorcycle from San Diego to Chile. He made it as far as Cancion, about 75 miles south of Bogota. The other 15 hostages were Colombian nationals, and now Comandante Zoltan had received a gift right from the heavens. As a staunch Marxist-Leninist, El Comandante was an atheist. But on days like this one, when gringos fell from the sky, he believed in divine intervention. Adding Jim, Scott, and Manny to his roster was putting Comandante Zoltan into the big leagues of kidnappers, with 21 hostages under his control. By the time Maddox arrived at the U.S. Embassy in Bogota, the FARC terrorists had made contact. They wanted $1 million and the release of 17 of their FARC comrades, jailed at the infamous La Picota prison in Bogota in exchange for the Americans. Richard Dick Phillips, the Western Hemisphere chief for the CIA, was en route to brief the Director of Intelligence. He knew he had his team leader in Maddox. Maddox had participated in several kidnap rescues during the Yugoslav wars in Bosnia and Herzegovina during the early 90s, as well as 2 other kidnap rescues in Colombia. The mission was to plan a rescue attempt of the hostages behind the scenes, while publicly the government and the FARC rebels negotiated for a release. Maddox hit the ground running upon his arrival to Bogota. He had been up 24 hours straight reading top-secret files about the FARC, and especially Comandante Zoltan, whom had been marked for capture or termination. CIA and DAS agents also briefed him extensively before he headed out towards Cali and into the mountains. By day 2, he was at the plane crash site. Here was where he would set up his command center. A fitting tribute, he thought. And here was where Maddox formulated his plan of attack, while CIA and DAS agents tracked Comandante Zoltan's movements through the jungle. Finally, at 2300 hours, and after 2 days of little sleep, he decided it was time to get a few hours of shut-eye. Maddox woke up at 0400 hours. He'd slept for almost 4 hours, and he felt reinvigorated. Maddox went outside of his command center and hit the bushes designated as latrines, then grabbed a container filled with piping hot coffee from the impromptu mess hall and headed back to the command center, an old Colombian army tent, to go over his plans one more time. Maddox was still alone an hour later, looking at the pictures of the American hostages, when into the command center walked an old buddy, Tom Rose. Rose was with MI6, the British equivalent to the CIA. Before joining MI6, he was with the elite British Special Forces, the Special Air Service. The SAS was the model used by the Army when creating its own elite anti-terrorist unit, the ultra-secretive Delta Force. Maddox had worked with Tom on a successful hostage rescue mission in Bosnia. 6 UN peacekeepers had been taken hostage by Serbian forces. Among the hostages were 2 British citizens and an American. Tom Rose's career across the pond closely mirrored Maddox's. Tom started with the Royal Marines, and then joined the SAS and then MI6. They first met a few years ago in Bosnia. The mission was a complete success. 6 out of 6 hostages successfully rescued, unharmed, with 12 dead Serbs, but 0 casualties for Maddox and Tom's team. They made their bones with that mission as expert operators capable of penetrating deep into enemy territory and plucking out their citizen hostages safely. Since then, both of them had participated in or consulted in other successful hostage rescues, so it made sense they were reunited once again, as both U.S. and U.K. citizens were being held hostage in these jungles. "Hey, mate, how are you doing?" Tom beckoned to Maddox as he walked into the command center. "Well, goddamn, Tom. Nice to see you again." The 2 veteran paramilitary intelligence operatives shared a quick embrace and then exchanged pleasantries and updates from their personal lives. But within minutes, both were engrossed in the mission at hand. Maddox finally had heard the words he'd been waiting for. "We found them." A joint Colombian Special Forces Army task force and the CIA had tracked down Comandante Zoltan's camp. They were ready to go after them. Master Sergeant Nick Giordano, a veteran Special Forces soldier who was on his 3rd year in Delta Force, debriefed Maddox, Tom Rose, and the rest of their team. Not only had they picked up on the scent of Comandante Zoltan, but also the Colombian intelligence agency DAS had an informant on the inside. He had been a DAS asset for years. For $20,000 he was willing to get them to Comandante Zoltan's camp. Maddox was excited about the latest revelation, which added a whole new angle to the plan. With inside help, they would be able to get a lot closer to their target, a lot quicker. Hunter Jenkins was more than happy to pay $20,000 to the informant instead of the $1 million ransom demand. "We would be getting them home under budget," the general manager in Bogota quipped, much to Maddox's annoyance. The operation was codenamed Operation Boa because they were about to slither around their target and squeeze the life out of them. The plan was reminiscent of the Trojan horse in Homer's tale. Maddox's team, posing as FARC comrades, would make contact with Comandante Zoltan via their inside man. They were DAS agents, taking the role of FARC comrades, delivering a new hostage to join the 21 already under Comandante Zoltan's control. The new hostage was their Trojan horse, Tom Rose. The DAS agents had conned the Commandante. He agreed to meet his faux FARC comrades at an agreed pickup area in the jungle, which was 5 miles from their current camp. A military surveillance aircraft had been taking pictures of the entire camp, which Maddox and his team studied so intently they felt they had actually been there before. Tom Rose volunteered to be the hostage, a British diplomat. To look the part, Rose had to get into character. The first order of business was to take a hit from the butt of Maddox's weapon. It was method acting Robert De Niro would be proud of. If he was to play the role of hostage, he needed to look like one. Having just arrived from London didn't cut it. "Ready?" Maddox asked. "Do it!" a pumped-up Tom Rose ordered. Maddox didn't hesitate to deliver a hard smash right to Tom's forehead. The impact from the butt of Maddox's HK-MP5 submachine gun brought Rose to his knees as blood began to gush. "Bastard!" a dazed Tom yelled out as Maddox burst out laughing. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'll be fine," Tom said as he quickly got back to his feet and shook it off. "Looks like you might need a couple stitches," Maddox assessed as he looked at the wound with a grin on his face. "Brilliant," Tom said. "Let's get it on." The fake hostage was ready, as was the fake FARC detail, which consisted of 5 DAS agents and 2 American Hispanic Delta Force operatives posing as fellow FARC rebels. In typical FARC protocol, Tom had his hands tied with rope that was then tied around his waist and tethered back to one of the fake FARC rebels, who was holding the rope as if Tom were a dog on a leash. Tom was then blindfolded as they headed out to meet up with the Commandante. The team presumed they would be under surveillance as soon as they got within a few miles of Commandante Zoltan's camp, so Tom and his team assumed their roles from the start of their march through the hot and humid jungle to rendezvous with El Commandante. Two of the DAS agents were behind Tom, ensuring Tom kept up with the pace even though he was tied up. They kept shoving him along with their rifles. The rest of the team took the lead and set the pace as they double-timed through the thick jungle. The support team took its position surrounding the camp. Commandante Zoltan and 6 men had left to meet up with who they believed were their comrades, dropping off another tasty foreign hostage worth 6, maybe even 7 figures. The rest of Zoltan's men were pretty much just hanging out at the base camp. A few of them were kicking a soccer ball around. Others were cleaning their weapons, but most were just taking it easy, oblivious to the upcoming raid. The faux FARC team and their British hostage hiked through the jungle for 2 hours to arrive at the meeting spot. By now they were drenched in sweat. It felt like they were marching inside a steam room. Tom's sweat and blood from the wound Maddox had given him were dripping down his face and onto his shirt. They made it to the location, but there weren't any signs of Commandante Zoltan and his men, so they waited about 25 minutes, certain they were being watched by El Comandante to ensure they weren't followed. Unknown to them, the assault team was already in place near their campsite. Tom's forehead had stopped bleeding. "Might not need stitches after all," he thought to himself. After jogging through the jungle for 2 hours, tied up and blindfolded, he was caked in dried blood, sweat, and dirt, and now he looked like a hostage. The only difference was that most hostages didn't have a micro-Uzi pistol with a 20-round magazine strapped to their thigh. If Commandante Zoltan decided to pat him down, then Plan B, a full-out assault, would swing into effect, but odds were he wouldn't. He truly believed these were FARC comrades delivering a new hostage to add to their growing number of victims. As Tom rose and the infiltration team continued to wait in the thick of the jungle, they heard a noise, the snapping of twigs, a rustling of the vegetation, and Commandante Zoltan and a group of his men spilled out of the bush. The 2 units exchanged salutations in Spanish. Maddox was watching from afar through his Steiner military-grade binoculars, delighted to see that Commandante Zoltan had been bamboozled so easily. After a few minutes of rebel chit-chat, they all began heading up the mountain. There they would drop off the new hostage. The faux FARC unit would spend the night before heading back to their supposed base camp closer to Cali. At least that was what Commandante Zoltan thought. Commandante Zoltan was a bit standoffish at first as he looked over the men. Then he smiled. "Compa," he said to the presumed team leader, who was actually a DAS paramilitary agent.
"Comandante, ¿cómo estás?"
DAS operative Juan Zapata asked.
"Bien, bien,"
Commandante Zoltan said as he surveyed the surroundings and eyeballed the newcomers.
"Es un honor, Comandante,"
said the lead DAS agent in FARC clothing. El Comandante didn't reply but looked at Tom.
"Americano?"
"No, Inglés," replied Juan Zapata. English. Commandante Zoltan barked out an order.
"Vámonos!"
And with that they were again on the move, heading deeper into the jungle. This time Tom's team was following Commandante Zoltan, although one of his men was now bringing up the rear with his weather-worn AK-47 ready. Maddox and the team were in position as they waited for Tom Rose and the infiltration team to walk out of the jungle and into their base camp. Maddox and the assault team were in full foliage camouflage. The snipers had slowly and quietly snaked their way from the staging area to within feet of the camp. The team expertly blended into the local vegetation. A FARC rebel would have to trip over them to know that they were there. The assault team could see the FARC troops right in front of them, men, women, and children. It appeared FARC didn't age discriminate in its recruiting practices. Team B was a bit farther away, but they too surrounded the campsite, anxiously waiting to get the operation kicked into gear. The fact that the hostage team was marching into the campsite meant that Tom had indeed not been frisked, so he still had the Uzi strapped to his inner thigh. The objective was straightforward: rescue the hostages. The fate of Commandante Zoltan was a bit ambiguous. Official orders were to capture him and take his troops alive, but no one would really care if they ended up dead. Just depended on how much fight they had in them. Commandante Zoltan and his men arrived with the faux FARC team and hostage in tow. The soccer game stopped as everyone went to check out the new prized hostage. A lot of high fives and smiles all around as one of El Comandante's men dragged Rose away towards the back of the camp. He was led to a tiny windowless tin shed. Its door was chained and locked up tight with a rusty master lock. His FARC captors cut the rope-made leash and removed the blindfold, but left his hands tied as they shoved him into the shed, causing him to fall on his side onto the dirt floor. His captors chuckled as they slammed the door shut without saying a word. Tom used his elbows to push himself into a squat position as he surveyed the inside of the tin-built cell. He first noticed the stifling heat. He felt like he was inside a broiler, as if the tin walls had absorbed everything the hot sun had to offer and then some. The next thing Tom noticed was the stench of piss and sweat that mixed in with the warmth trapped inside the shed. Tom's eyes were still adjusting to not being blindfolded as he heard American and Colombian voices. "Hey, man, you all right?"
"I've been better, mate,"
Tom said. Immediately he heard the accent of his countryman, Rick Stevenson, the only British hostage. "Are you English?"
"Yes, mate."
Finally his eyes adjusted. He looked around and saw a group of 10 hostages.
"Where are the others?"
"What?" someone asked.
"The other hostages,"
Rose clarified. "There's another cell next to this one. How—" Before the hostage could finish asking his question, Tom pressed his mud-caked finger to his lips.
"Listen up,"
he whispered.
"You're being rescued today, so be very quiet and do as I say."
Tom was surprised over the silence that followed, but perhaps they thought this new hostage was a bit off his rocker.
"I'm part of a rescue team, which is ready to pounce in about 30 minutes, so listen to me and do not speak,"
Rose said as forcible as he could while whispering.
"You,"
he said to one of the hostages as he pointed towards him with his chin.
"Untie me."
Jim Bourgeois didn't hesitate as he crawled over to Tom Rose and began to untie him. But without a knife or any other tools, he needed more help. So Jim was soon joined by Scott Almeida and one of the Colombian hostages as they began to yank and pull at Rose's restraints, until finally, after a few minutes, they had freed Rose, an offense punishable by, at a minimum, a severe beating. His hands freed, Tom rubbed his wrists in a failed attempt to soothe the burning feeling left from the rope rubbing up and down his sweaty wrists during the long march. He then put his hands into his pants and dug towards his crotch, freeing the Uzi pistol from concealment. At the sight of the Uzi, the hostages began to believe the oft-dreamed rescue was really happening. Ignoring his earlier edict to be quiet, some of the hostages began to pepper him with questions. Tom again motioned with his free hand for the group to be quiet and ordered them to stay down by waving his hand down towards the ground. It took a few waves of the hand before all the hostages had laid down on the dirt floor, face down, with their hands covering the back of their heads as instructed. At the 25-minute mark, it was time. The faux FARC team was now relaxing with their new comrades. They had everyone enthralled with their made-up story about the capture of the supposed British diplomat. Not to be outdone by these new troops, El Comandante interrupted, speaking over the men to tell his story of how they were on a routine patrol when suddenly they saw an airplane fall from the sky. From a distance, the ragtag band of armed revolutionaries looked like a Boy Scout troop telling camp stories. All that was missing was the campfire and the s'mores. But the storytelling time came to an abrupt end, with a series of loud bangs, which caused the rebels to crouch down and cover their ringing ears from the deafening blast of the concussion grenades, which were then followed by smoking cylinder canisters spitting out thick clouds of tear gas that began to cover the camp, blanketing it with its suffocating fumes. The rebels scattered in utter chaos like cockroaches hiding from the light, as they all reached for their weapons, their ears ringing and bleeding from the concussion grenades. They blinked wildly as they tried to see through the thick clouds of smoke, but they were unable to focus as their eyes and throats burned from the tear gas. In the mayhem, the rebels didn't even notice their faux comrades turning their weapons on them as they opened fire, mowing them down in mid-scramble in a hail of bullets. Although the rescue team had been trained to withstand the tear gas, without protective masks it was too much. Snot and tears flowed from their faces, but they were able to take out their targets and take cover as the incoming assault team with their gas masks continued advancing past them into the rebel encampment.
"Stay down! Stay down!"
Tom yelled as he maneuvered himself into position. He had his Uzi pistol pointing at the door, waiting to kill any FARC rebels who dared walk through it. They could hear the fierce firefight outside, then the sound of helicopters. Maddox and the Delta team were the first to reach the campsite, providing much-needed support to the infiltration team. They opened fire on anyone touching a weapon, but the concussion grenades and the first attack from Tom Rose's team seemed to quell a serious counterattack. They quickly took out the Central Command, including Commandante Zoltan, leaving him mortally wounded on the ground. Tom Rose was still locked in the shed with the hostages when he heard the chain and lock clanking outside. He could hear men screaming,
"Apúrate! Abre la puerta!"
"Hurry up and open the door!" As soon as the rusty tin door flung open, it took Tom mere seconds to determine that two AK-47-yielding FARC rebels were trying to use the hostages to break free. Their eyes opened wide in disbelief as they stared down the barrel of Rose's Uzi. He opened fire, killing them both. Within minutes, 3 choppers had landed. Reinforcement Colombian Special Forces troops spilled out and began rushing the campsite like angry ants crawling out of a kicked-over anthill. The screaming and sounds of gunfire subsided, and things began to quiet down. It took less than 10 minutes to take down the rebel encampment. Maddox reached the command center where his prime target, Commandante Zoltan, was rolling on the ground like a turtle on its back, bleeding from several gunshot wounds. Maddox stood over him.
"Ayúdame!"
The old Commandante pleaded for help as he withered on the ground. Maddox didn't say a word, as he pulled out his 9mm Silver Sig Sauer pistol from his holster and fired a round into the Commandant's skull. Submission accomplished. A major drug runner and number 10 on the DEA's most wanted list had been taken care of. The hostages were still lying on the floor, their faces buried into the ground, while Tom stood guard by the shed's only entrance. Then Tom heard Maddox's voice outside the door.
"Clear, Tom."
Tom turned to the hostages with a big smile and said,
"You could get up now. You're going home."
The hostages began to get up, but their ears were ringing and they were shell-shocked. In the adjacent shed where the remaining hostages were being held, one of the Colombian army soldiers peered inside the shed and proclaimed in Spanish,
"Viva Colombia! Están libres! You're free!"
Scott Almeida, Jim Bourgeois, Manny Martinez, and the other hostages slowly emerged from the sheds, the reality of freedom finally sinking in as Colombian army helicopters waited to take them home. Only then did they begin to cheer and cry as they hugged each other. The rescued hostages were quickly let into the waiting helicopters that would take them to Bogotá. They were now being flown to freedom and into the barrage of media attention as press releases began to fly out proclaiming the successful rescue of 21 hostages, including several foreign nationals who would soon be in the hands of the Colombian government and their respective embassy officials before finally heading home to their relieved families. Maddox, Tom Rose, the Delta Force troops, the Colombian soldiers, and DAS agents broke out a bottle of Colombian aguardiente, firewater. They each downed a shot of the 60% proof drink in celebration of a successful mission. 12 FARC terrorists had been killed, 10 arrested, 1 high-value target, Commandante Zoltan, dead. None of the hostages were injured or killed, and although 3 Colombian soldiers were shot, their wounds were not life-threatening and they would fully recover.
"A good day at the office,"
Maddox said to the men gathered around as he slammed down the empty shot glass on the jungle floor. Chapter 1. The Next Assignment. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Winter, 1999. Maddox stared out of the frost-covered window, trying to see beyond the leafless trees of the National Park next to CIA Headquarters in Langley, Virginia. The Claude Moore Colonial Farm was down there somewhere. A long-time history buff, Maddox had always wanted to visit the park, which tried to recreate an 18th-century village of early America, but he'd never gotten around to visiting. It took boring meetings like these to cause his mind to wander outside. Amazing, Maddox thought to himself, as another CIA bureaucrat spewed out more drivel disguised as an important update. One day you're in the jungle putting a bullet into the head of a narco-terrorist pseudo-revolutionary leader. The next you're in a suit and tie, in a bland, fluorescent-lit conference room at Langley Headquarters. That's life in the game. It was a side of espionage that you didn't see in the movies. You didn't see James Bond filling out paperwork or sitting in a boring meeting. His office time was spent flirting with Moneypenny and playing with Q's latest gadgets. It was a doozy of a meeting, one of those 4-hour marathons of boredom that kept getting more boring with each passing minute. To an outsider, this could be any other meeting in corporate America. The only difference was that it was a conference room full of spooks. Some were operatives who had gotten their hands dirty. Some of them, like Maddox, had worked in paramilitary black ops. But most spies in this meeting were pencil-pushing bureaucrats. Career-wise, things were going good for Maddox. The success of the Columbia operation gave him another boost within the agency. After the meeting, Maddox headed back to his desk located among a sea of fading gray cubicles in the Western Hemisphere's Latin America section. He was analyzing data from the collectors out in the field, all the while waiting for his next international assignment. Life in D.C. was too dull for Maddox. Maddox had a nice condo across the Potomac in Arlington, Virginia. It was located in a modern skyrise. It had 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a coveted corner unit with fabulous views of the National Cathedral and the D.C. skyline. It was less than 10 miles from headquarters, an almost straight shot down the George Washington Memorial Parkway to McLean, Virginia. But condo living was a bit too tame for Maddox. I wonder if James Bond had a condo. Maddox would sometimes chuckle to himself. But it was nice to be back and relax, even though the field felt more like home to him than his condo. Maddox had an early morning meeting with his boss, Dick Phillips. Phillips was an old-school CIA legend and had become Maddox's mentor. Dick Phillips was closing in on his 30th year with the agency. Phillips' ever-present bow ties made him look more like a professor than a master spy. He had balding gray hair, an equally graying mustache, and black-rimmed Clark Kent-style glasses, and a brown tweed jacket. All that was missing were the elbow patches. Phillips was a scholarly, intelligent soldier with degrees from Yale and Georgetown. Dick Phillips embodied the old guard of the CIA, East-born from a wealthy family and Ivy League school educated. Although Phillips had earned his Ph.D. in comparative politics from Yale, he didn't use the doctor title and didn't allow anyone to address him as Dr. Phillips. Although most of the scholarly spooks, and there were many around, irritated Maddox, he was glad to have Dick Phillips as his mentor. Maddox could have just as easily been stuck reporting to one of the scholarly types that disliked black operations and wouldn't make a decision unless it was approved and signed in triplicate. It was from Dick Phillips that Maddox picked up a lot of traits that made him even spookier than the new breed of spooks coming up with him at the time. Maddox didn't like to have his picture taken, even during personal and social occasions. He preferred to remain in the background and avoid outside social events. You weren't likely to find these real-life spies at a casino playing blackjack and ordering a martini, shaken or stirred. To them it was all about the low profile. Maddox recalled the time a few years ago when Dick Phillips was CIA station chief in Mexico, and Maddox was one of his rising stars. Maddox had been invited to his house for a meeting. Dick's wife, son, and son's high school buddy arrived at the house while they were there. Dick and Pete were in the study when Dick's family entered the house. Maddox remembered Dick's wife and son looked at Dad and knew not to say a word. Dick's son's friend looked over, waiting to be introduced, but instead Dick turned his back on them and walked into the study, asking Maddox to come along and shut the door behind him. It was right out of The Godfather, as the kid watched the two men disappear behind the closed door, leaving the poor kid wondering why he had gotten the cold shoulder. Maddox never wanted to put a family through that, so he remained single, even though Dick often encouraged Maddox to get married and start a family. "Great cover," he used to tell him. Maddox was sure, or at least he wanted to believe, that Dick loved his family, but Maddox wasn't keen on starting a family so he could blend in better as a spy. He arrived at Dick Phillips' office and walked up to the desk of Phillips' longtime secretary, Lois Gold. "Good morning, Lois," said Maddox as he approached the feared gatekeeper. "Hi, Pete. He's ready for you. Go on in." The gatekeeper had spoken, and Maddox was allowed to walk into Dick's office. "Morning, Dick," Maddox greeted his boss as he walked into the spacious office. "Pete," Dick said fondly, rising from his chair and extending his hand across his desk to shake hands. "Please, son, sit down." Dick picked up a folder from his desk and said with a smile as he leaned back into his chair, "Your new assignment came through. I wanted to let you know we appreciate the great work you've done for the agency over the years." Maddox knew it was coming, but not the location. A few months before leading the special operation and hostage rescue in Colombia, he had gone through the advanced leadership training at the CIA headquarters in Langley. The success of the Colombia mission and graduating near the top of the leadership training class meant he would receive a promotion to run his own station. "Congratulations, Pete. You're the new station chief for Venezuela." Dick Phillips once again got up from his chair, but this time he walked around his huge wooden desk towards Maddox. "Thank you, Dick," Maddox said as he rose from his chair to meet Phillips, who once again shook his hand and gave him the warm embrace of a proud father. Maddox's mind was racing. Venezuela, he thought. Not bad. He had indicated to Dick that he preferred to remain in the Western Hemisphere division since he'd worked most of his career in Latin America. Maddox was born in Panama, but at 6'3", with his fair skin, brown hair, and piercing blue eyes, Maddox looked more like his Minnesota farm-born father than his Panamanian mother. Maddox's father was a military man who had been stationed in Panama when he married Maddox's mother, a local, after just a 4-month courtship. Maddox grew up an Army brat in Panama, Santo Domingo, the Philippines, and Germany. He was fluent in Spanish and understood the Latin American culture well, which helped him rise through the ranks of the agency's Western Hemisphere division. "You take over from Carl in January," Dick Phillips said. Carl Cooper had been CIA station chief there for the last 3 years. He was a good station chief, a Mormon family man. The White House was cutting budgets of any department that had to do with defense, and the CIA was a favorite target. Early retirement was offered to any takers, and Carl was one of them, taking his years of experience with him. It was a plum assignment for a first-time station chief. The usual career track is assignment to a smaller backwater-type post, where new station chiefs work their way to larger, higher-visibility posts. Landing Venezuela as his first station must have taken Phillips a lot of backroom dealing. Maddox hoped he wouldn't disappoint him. Venezuela had been abuzz with last year's election of the self-described Bolivarian socialist revolutionary Hugo Chavez as president. Chavez was a career military man who had formed a secret left-wing movement in the 1980s. He actively sought to overthrow the government while serving as a top-ranking military officer. Chavez, along with a few fellow soldiers, founded and led the very secretive ELVP, Ejército de Liberación del Pueblo de Venezuela, the Venezuelan People's Liberation Army. Chavez had made the CIA's radar in the early 1980s when he was an instructor at the Venezuelan Military Academy, where he began to teach his left-wing ideology to military cadets. Those were the seeds of what he would one day call the Revolutionary Bolivarian movement. His role as a military academy instructor was a perfect setup for Chavez to indoctrinate and recruit young future officers that would remain loyal to him as he rose in power. After a failed coup attempt and serving a few years in prison, Chavez was set free and went from being an unknown revolutionary wannabe to a favorite of the country's poorest citizens who supported his socialist anti-rich rhetoric. Hugo Chavez spent 4 years running for president, traveling the country like a big-tent preacher crusading against capitalism while pushing his socialist agenda. The Langley bureaucrats watched him closely as his anti-American rhetoric became part of his shtick, but they didn't feel he was a threat, so it was surprising that he seemed to come out of nowhere to win the Venezuelan presidency. In January 2000, Hugo Chavez was about to celebrate his first year in office, and Pete Maddox arrived from Washington, D.C. to Caracas, Venezuela. 5 days later, during a nondescript meeting in Conference Room 4 on the 5th floor of the United States Embassy, Carl Cooper unceremoniously transferred the station to him. Maddox wasn't sure what to expect, but after building up the moment for years, he was a bit disappointed about how blasé it was. "Oh, get real. What did you expect, a ticker parade?" Maddox chastised himself. Chapter 2. The Sonia Collins Dossier. Caracas, Venezuela, March 2000. The beautiful brunette that approached Maddox with a big, friendly smile and wide eyes stupefied Maddox. "Mr. Maddox?" she asked, making full-on eye contact with him. It took a few seconds for the befuddled Maddox to be able to get his bearings back. "Yes, hello. You must be Sonia Collins?" Maddox asked as he felt his face reddening. "Yes, Sonia Collins with Bolivar Realty. It's a pleasure meeting you." Her handshake was as firm as her eye contact, and it exuded a confidence that Maddox liked. Maddox was the first to break eye contact as he glanced behind her and focused on the parked Nissan Maxima, desperately hoping she didn't notice his flushed face. Maddox knew about the country's reputation of being home to some of the world's most beautiful women. 4 times, a Miss Venezuela had won the Miss Universe title between 1979 and 1996. Maddox didn't know if the beautiful real estate broker he was meeting was one of them, but he thought to himself, "God damn, Sonia could have been in a beauty pageant or two in her lifetime." She had an athletic build and was dressed to the nines in fashionable couture. A white silk blouse was tucked neatly into a black skirt that stopped at her knees. She wore thigh-high black leather boots that fit her endlessly long legs like a perfect glove. Maddox was reminded of the sexy line Melanie Griffith uttered in the movie Working Girl, something about having a head for business and a body for sin. Indeed, Maddox thought. Damn it, his face was flushing again. Maddox and Sonia had spoken several times over the phone, mostly because he had to cancel a couple appointments at the last minute, which she never let on a hint of annoyance. Cancellations and rescheduling of appointments were par for the course for a real estate agent. "Are you ready for the first showing?" Sonia asked with a smile. Her English was near native, with just a trace of an accent that made her voice sound even sexier. Sonia shared a similar background to Maddox. Her father was originally from the United States and had married a Latina. Like Maddox, she had grown up speaking both languages and straddling 2 cultures. "Yes, ready to go," Maddox replied. He wasn't too concerned about the actual house he was going to rent. He already had the location picked, the Baruta municipality of Caracas. Sonia had emailed him pictures and descriptions of available homes for rent in that area beforehand. All of them were centrally located in the quaint neighborhood known as Prados del Este. The Baruta municipality was the major hub of the Venezuelan social, political, and economic scene. It was also where most American expats lived. The U.S. Embassy wasn't too far, so it was the perfect location for Maddox. Although traffic in Caracas made New York City traffic seem like a walk in the park, it wasn't a problem for Maddox to make his way around the city easily on his red and silver Ducati Super Sport motorcycle. The embassy security team was not a fan of embassy personnel riding around on a motorcycle, but Maddox preferred it to the Ford Explorer the embassy had provided him. Sonia Collins was excited to have another American embassy employee as a client, especially a single one. And not just because she was single. Embassy wives could be a pain in the ass, especially when their husbands were giggling like teenagers around her. The bachelors were great clients. They just wanted a nice place that was geographically convenient. Not much fuss. Maddox was her 5th embassy client. 2 of them were bachelors. She showed one of them 3 houses before he picked one, and the other single guy went with house number 2. By contrast, she had a married couple from the U.S. Embassy with 6 children, whom she had to show 41 houses. And in the end she had picked the first one she saw, Sonia remembered. But Sonia didn't complain. Embassy clients were money in the bank. Real estate in Venezuela was not like in the United States. The Real Estate Association was just for show, with little bite to rein in brokers. There were no real estate classes or tests to take, and agents weren't licensed, so it was a bit of a Wild West out in the market. It seemed every expat or taxi driver was a real estate agent. There was no such thing as an exclusive listing. Houses usually had multiple brokers carrying the listing. It wasn't unusual to see 3 different broker signs on a house. Then there was the cutthroat side of the business. She had a few commissions stolen from her, so to land an embassy client was a godsend. No bullshit, and she knew she'd get her commission. And since the State Department paid for everything, clients didn't usually care about the price as long as it was in their allotted range. "I wish all clients were from the embassy," she thought to herself. All she knew about her new client, aside from his name, was that he was single and he was a Foreign Service officer in the political section of the U.S. Embassy, whatever that meant. Sonia had lined up 4 houses to show Maddox, and he picked the first one he saw. "No need to see the others," he explained. "Yes, I love bachelor embassy clients," she said to herself as she tried to avoid doing a happy jig right there over the quick sale. Sonia was very good at her job, and in just a few days after the Diplomatic Security Service people signed off on the property, Maddox was settling into his new home, a 2-story house with white stucco and a red slate roof. It was a typical middle to upper middle-class Venezuelan home. It had a high wall offering privacy and security, which Maddox liked. The sharp glass embedded in the top of the wall, which was put in to prevent break-ins, was a bonus. Neither this security measure nor the white bars on the windows were CIA installed. It was just a common security measure Venezuelans used to protect their property in crime-ridden Caracas. It had been a few months since Maddox took over as station chief. At 37 years old, he was much younger than most station chiefs, and most station chiefs did not have his paramilitary black ops background. Although he had run several covert operations and black op missions and had served as deputy station chief for Dick Phillips in Mexico, this would be the first time he would be in charge of all CIA operations in a country. Maddox was still besotted by the beautiful Sonia Collins, but wasn't going to act on it. Still, he did have his analysts do a full background workup on her. He justified it since it was something he did with just about anyone he met on the job, crush or no crush. And just like that, the Sonia Collins file was created. Sonia was born and raised in Caracas. Her father, Fred Collins, was an American originally from Chicago. Sonia enjoyed dual citizenship from the United States and Venezuela. Her father was a successful executive for the Bergensen Corporation, a pharmaceutical conglomerate that also sold medical supplies from latex gloves to pacemakers. Sonia's father worked in the international division of Bergensen and had lived in 7 countries. He had married Luz Colon, a former beauty queen from the Venezuelan state of Aragua. In her youth she had been a model and had acted in several Venezuelan telenovelas soap operas in the 1950s and early 60s. Maddox had seen an old picture of Luz Colon and knew where Sonia had gotten her fall-out-of-a-Vogue magazine looks. Sonia had caught the tail end of the Collins family country hopping. Her family was living in Brazil when her mother became pregnant. It was important for her to have her children born in Venezuela, so in her 8th month of pregnancy, Luz moved in with her parents in Caracas, where Sonia was born. Sonia then lived in Brazil until age 9, becoming fluent in Portuguese. At that time, her father became the vice president of Latin America for Bergensen Worldwide. He chose to run the Latin American business from Caracas rather than Chicago, so at age 9, Sonia moved back to the country of her birth. Aside from living in the United States while going to the University of Florida in Gainesville and 1 year working as a pharmaceutical sales representative trainee for Bergensen in Miami, she had lived her entire life in Venezuela. Sonia's father had pulled strings to get her the job with Bergensen's coveted pharmaceutical sales training program, but nepotism aside, the company was glad to have her. A beautiful, extroverted, smart, and confident female sales representative who was fluent in English, Spanish, and Portuguese was a great score for their pharmaceutical sales division. Graduating from UF with a BA in Business Administration and a 3.2 GPA didn't hurt either. But Sonia always had an entrepreneurial spirit, and she didn't like her dad's business. After a painful breakup with her American fiancé in Miami, she decided to walk away from a lucrative job and move back home to Venezuela. Her mom was already working part-time as a real estate agent in Caracas, so Sonia tried her hand at real estate and she loved it. Instead of selling hard-on drugs to doctors, she preferred selling homes. And she was damn good at it. 5 years after moving back to Caracas, Sonia's real estate business was doing well. She worked hard to build her brand and was great at marketing herself. But her success worried her mother, who was very traditional. Luz wanted her 28-year-old daughter married, preferably to a doctor or lawyer, and she had expected to have at least 1 grandchild by now. This was a source of friction between mother and daughter. Luz was constantly warning her. "Jamás vas a conseguir un marido, trabajando tanto. You're never going to find a husband working so much. Times have changed," she would tell her mother with a dismissive roll of her eyes. Of interest to Maddox and Sonia's dossier was one juicy nugget. She had had a 15-month relationship with one of her clients, a foreign service officer in the consular section of the U.S. Embassy. Her ex was basically a clerk, reviewing visa requests and listening to U.S. citizens bitch about this or that while in Venezuela. The relationship ended when he took a new post at the U.S. Embassy in Rome. Maddox didn't know who ended it. A lot of Venezuelan girls, hell, a lot of girls from anywhere would love to marry a U.S. diplomat, especially one with a cushy post like Rome, Italy. Maddox wondered if he had asked her to move to Rome. From his few conversations with Sonia, he had her pegged as a fiercely independent woman, not likely to follow her man to another continent when she had a thriving and growing business in Caracas. "Fuck it," whispered Maddox as he closed the file and threw the dossier into his private safe. He would stop digging into her personal file unless a need was to arise, but he wouldn't stop daydreaming about her. James Bond would bet every hot chick he met. Maddox was really starting to hate that damn character. Ian Fleming, who worked in naval intelligence, probably wrote all about James Bond's sexual conquest because he was stuck being a real spy. Maddox recalled the U.S. Marine Embassy guard in Moscow who fell in love, only to become compromised by his girlfriend, who was a KGB officer. Once entrapped, the lovelorn Marine slipped documents over to the KGB. He was arrested, convicted, and dishonorably discharged, and served 9 years in prison. And, from all accounts, before that, he had been a good Marine. He just became a lovesick fool, ripe for the picking by the sexy KGB spy. Not that Sonia Collins was some sort of Rosa Klebb. No emotional attachments, Maddox would convince himself. Besides, he felt at home out in the field. Beats the hell out of his condo and Langley bullshit back in the United States. The U.S. Embassy was sprawled on a 27-acre mountainside site, overlooking the Las Mercedes district of Caracas. It was prime real estate with stunning views of the valley. The structure was a 5-story, modern-looking building with a red granite exterior, totaling 95,000 square feet. All U.S. agencies were housed within the embassy's building. The CIA occupied the entire 5th floor. It could be a funny thing, the spook business. Although they were secretive and there wasn't a CIA 5th floor listing on the lobby directory, most everyone in the embassy knew the 5th floor was the floor of the spooks. The CIA officially kept its presence secret, but it was an easy giveaway if you worked inside the embassy. The Marine Security Guard Battalion heavily guarded the embassy. This was true for every U.S. embassy in the world, so it wasn't like you could just waltz into the embassy, but access to the 5th floor was heavily restricted, unlike the other floors, even for other embassy employees. It was the only entrance inside the embassy that was behind a crypto-code military keypad system with a heavy-duty brute lock. No one was coming in without the access code. There was also a camera protruding from the ceiling hovering over the door. Anyone loitering by the entrance for more than a few seconds would hear a monotone voice from the intercom suddenly ask, "May I help you?" which, on more than one occasion, had scared the shit out of employees who might have gotten lost or were curious about the mysterious 5th floor. Each CIA staff member had his or her own access key, which changed every month. Each agent had to key in their unique code in order to enter the 5th floor offices. No piggybacking allowed. The eye in the sky was watching. The 5th floor seemed louder than the other floors in the embassy building. Perhaps it was the radios that were always on in the background. Loud noises were a great way to interfere with listening devices. There were more than 100 employees at the embassy, and just about half were CIA operatives, much to the chagrin of the real diplomats. To keep the diplomatic mission pure in the eyes of the State Department, they insisted that CIA operatives were not placed as covers within the Foreign Service Officer Corps. The CIA agreed on principle and didn't usually place CIA operatives with the FSO branch, but sometimes an operative needed to be buried deep, and the FSO was a great place to hide in plain sight. For now, Maddox was honoring this long-standing request, and the Caracas FSO branch was spook-free. More often, CIA operatives went by the official job title of Foreign Service Staff, FSS. All the political officers were CIA agents. About a dozen other CIA operatives were planted as military personnel, with titles like political attaché or military advisor. For such a secret agency, the spooks were easy for other embassy employees to spot, because CIA personnel stuck together. When they went to lunch, met for happy hour, or went on routine embassy business, they usually went with each other and didn't really mingle with non-CIA embassy personnel. Therefore, once you had pegged one from the 5th floor, you could quickly figure out the rest of the spooks. This was an ongoing game for the other embassy staff, playing pick out the spook. The situation in Venezuela was causing concerns with Langley. At first, the new Venezuelan president was just a nuisance. As a military commander, his left-wing rhetoric had been more of an annoyance than a threat. Plus, he was jailed after his failed coup d'etat, but the Venezuelan government had released him from prison in an appeasement attempt, since his Robin Hood image made him a popular figure with the poor. Once free, Chavez began to amp up the rhetoric, this time not as a revolutionary soldier, but as a revolutionary politician. The CIA provided financial resources to the opposition candidate, but Hugo Chavez had the poor population firmly on his side, and with almost 40% of the population below the poverty line, his candidacy received a huge boost. To the United States, his socialist agenda and cheerleading was annoying, but it didn't rise to the level of action. Still, his anti-Western and especially anti-American rhetoric was making enough people in D.C. worried that the boys at Langley were keeping a closer eye on what was going on politically in Venezuela. The fact that Venezuela sat on a lot of oil and there were many American companies doing business in Venezuela made the U.S. government even more nervous when its president is talking about nationalization and socialism. Chavez's burgeoning friendship with the Beard in Cuba and the Colonel in Libya didn't ease the increasing concerns growing in D.C. about Venezuela. 40 years ago, the CIA would have probably taken Chavez out. As Dick Phillips would often say, If history has taught us anything, it's that we need to take care of problems before they become big problems. As long as it was just talk, 2 presidential administrations were fine with looking the other way. The old master's spy, Dick Phillips, sensed things were going to probably get worse and not better with Chavez, which is why he wanted someone from the Black Ops Corps as station chief. In the midst of all the political drama, Maddox continued finding that he was becoming closer to Sonia. He was steering a lot of embassy business her way. He was sending all embassy newcomers to Sonia for their real estate needs. She was ecstatic. More and more of her clientele were embassy personnel. Word spread fast in the diplomatic circles, so soon she began to field calls from other embassies. The embassies of the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy, and Spain were soon sending business her way as well. This in turn got the attention of the local elite, who also wanted the real estate agent for the embassies to handle their real estate needs. Sonia Collins ran her business out of an old family home that had been crudely turned into an office. It used to be the home of her grandfather on her mother's side. Her grandfather, Hector Bazan Colon, was an early oil baron in Venezuela. He built a beautiful, posh home in the most exclusive neighborhood of Caracas at the time. By the 1970s, Caracas had begun to grow faster, swallowing up former nice neighborhoods with it. The former residential neighborhood for the well-to-do was now a commercial hodgepodge of offices and retail stores. Her uncle, who took over the family business after her grandfather's death, began to run it into the ground. The spread of Venezuelan nationalism in the 1970s led to the state takeover of private oil companies, wiping out what was left of the Colon family fortune. The once ritzy neighborhood was sketchy at best, chasing out the residents and converting the old, large mansions into commercial properties. Sonia's mother's family home met this fate, and it was now serving as headquarters for her ever-growing real estate company. Business was good, but she couldn't afford a better location, plus she didn't have to pay rent, so she couldn't beat that setup. Sonia's family financial woes hit even closer to home when the Venezuelan nationalism fever also forced her father's company, Bergensen, to all but pull out of the country. Bergensen's Latin American division was relocated to its world headquarters in Chicago. Sonia's father refused to go back to Chicago, so he resigned and started his own consulting company. Fred Collins set up shop in the old Colon family home as well. The bedrooms became offices, and the living room a conference room. Fred's company became the middleman to the supplier of industrial goods to the now government-owned oil refinery. But when the government refused to pay for his services and they cut out the middleman, his struggling company quickly went under. Her family was feeling the financial pinch when they turned to real estate. By the time she returned to Venezuela, her parents' real estate company, Bolivar Realty, was fledgling, but it was paying the bills. Her parents were in their late 60s, and they thought of themselves as semi-retired. When money was tight, they would work their asses off selling real estate, and then they would take it easy. One of the first things Sonia did when taking over was to spend a few $1,000s trying to fix up the old family home, now a real estate office. She did well, at least making it look more like an office than an old dilapidated home. But it still looked like a converted home turned office, especially for a rising real estate broker to the embassies, but she didn't want to take on the overhead of a more posh location. Soon after remodeling, Fred Collins died at the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida, from cancer. His death devastated the family, and Sonia, whom he still called his little girl, was hit hard. But she dove into her booming real estate business even harder. Chapter 3 El Helicoide. DISIP Headquarters, Caracas, Venezuela. It's always a bit of a dance when spooks meet in person, especially when they're with different flags. The spy business is just that, a business, and as with any business relationship, sometimes they can be cordial, sometimes friendly, sometimes acrimonious, and sometimes even deadly. Maddox had struck up a friendship with Lieutenant Henry Calderon of the DISIP, which stood for Dirección Nacional de los Servicios de Inteligencia y Prevención. National Directorate of Intelligence and Prevention Services. It was the Venezuelan equivalent to the CIA, and Henry Calderón was the agent who served as the attaché to the CIA. Henry Calderón, age 32, was younger than Maddox. Calderón started his career as a soldier in the Venezuelan army, and then joined the Caracas Municipal Police before joining DISIP 4 years ago. He was college-educated at the University of Venezuela, and had received extensive training from the U.S. military and even attended a training course run by the DEA at the FBI's training facility in Quantico, Virginia. Henry Calderón had wavy black hair and brown eyes. At 6'3", Maddox had always been considered tall, but in Venezuela he was a giant. Henry was average height for a Venezuelan male at around 5'7", so Maddox towered over Calderón. But what Calderón lacked in height he made up in spades with a Herculean physique and six-pack abs that made men jealous and women swoon. Maddox's dossier on Calderón was thorough on the personal side as usual. Henry Calderón loved pop culture, American pop culture in particular, American movies, TV shows, and music. The two men hit it off right away with their love of hard rock bands like Iron Maiden, Scorpions, and AC/DC. Henry was one of those guys that was always cracking jokes and putting everyone around him at ease. He was married with 2 young children and at least 2 serious mistresses, 1 illegitimate son whom he supported, many one-night flings, and a predilection for prostitutes. "Fewer complications that way," he would say. All in all, Henry Calderón loved women, sex, and partying, all dangerous hobbies for a spy. Maddox thought there was probably a sex addiction at play with Calderón, but he enjoyed living vicariously through Henry's wild stories, and addictions come in handy when managing assets. But it wasn't just the good-time stories that Maddox enjoyed. Calderón had become a top asset. Maddox first met Henry when he paid him a visit at the U.S. Embassy. He won Maddox over with his impression of Tony Montana from Scarface.
"Say hello to me little friend."
In between the jokes, stories, and backslapping, Maddox was sizing Henry up, as he knew Henry was doing the same to him. Eventually, a true friendship developed between the two men. They had even hung out together drinking cerveza Zulia and having a good time. Each time they met, Henry tried to get Maddox laid by a Venezuelan beauty queen. Maddox believed it was a genuine gesture of friendship, but Maddox would never allow himself to be compromised in that way, and, to Calderón's dismay, Maddox not only turned down Calderón's hookups, but he also turned down the women who would throw themselves at him. Although Calderón and Maddox were getting along splendidly, the relationship between the CIA and DISIP ran hot and cold, depending who was president. Since Maddox's arrival in Caracas, the relationship had deteriorated drastically. Hugo Chavez was becoming more and more eccentric, and his anti-American rhetoric was getting worse. The president also began putting into power his most loyal people, known as Chavistas. To Maddox, it gave Chavez a Jim Jones vibe, but at least Calderón had refused to drink the Kool-Aid. The new head of DISIP was one of the most loyal Chavistas, General de División Antonio dos Santos, a 2-star general who went way back with Chavez when both men were young army officers. Dos Santos had attended the Venezuelan military academy with Chavez and rose through the ranks at the same time. Dos Santos was political and careful, so he had Joan Bruhl do the heavy lifting when it came to laying down the party line and punishing those who didn't toe it. Joan Bruhl was Calderón's boss. He was the chief of the secret police of the DISIP, in charge of internal security and one of the most feared men in Venezuela. Bruhl made his bones in the border skirmishes with their Colombian neighbors. He was also known for his strong-arm tactics and his brutality, earning him the nickname El Sadista del Helicoide, the sadist of Helicoide, a nickname that he loved. Bruhl's brutality earned him a feared reputation among not only his enemies but his own troops, and the generals viewed him as someone they could count on to get the dirty work done. He was quickly promoted through the ranks until he became a counterintelligence commander for the army, where his specialty was ensuring the military remained loyal to the president. He had proven himself a loyal, skull-cracking Chavista. Joan Bruhl had been literally raised dirt poor on the streets in the rural Merida state of Venezuela. He was Guajiro indigenous and African ancestry. It was during his impoverished childhood that he had developed a hatred for the elite upper class of Venezuela. Had winning a coveted scholarship to the military academy not saved him, he would have probably become a street mobster. But even though he was a highly decorated military officer, he was just as ruthless and corrupt as a mobster. He was just now part of the government mob. Because of his pockmarked dark skin and Guajiro ethnic features, he had encountered a lot of prejudice and torment growing up, especially at the hands of the Venezuelan elite class, who were fair-skinned and mostly descended from Spain. Bruhl's early nickname was Indio, Indian, and he hated it. As his power grew and his penchant for brutality became known, no one dared to call him El Indio. Bruhl had grown to hate what he perceived as the elite white oppressors of the indigenous people, so it wasn't a surprise that he took an immediate disliking to the white, fair-skinned gringo Maddox, even though Maddox was born in Panama and raised throughout Latin America and spoke Spanish fluently. Maddox drove through the San Agustin municipality of Caracas in an embassy-issued white SUV. As usual, the Caracas freeway was jammed with cars, trucks, and buses, as well as with motorcycles buzzing around like mosquitoes, zigzagging between traffic and splitting lanes in order to maneuver around the gridlock. Maddox wished he were riding his motorcycle. It would have avoided the frustration of traveling by car in Caracas. The traffic seemed to get worse as he made way through the concrete landscape of contradictions, part bustling office buildings full of lawyers, bankers, and other business types, and part decrepit building structures that appeared abandoned except for dregs seen mulling around. Finally, traffic loosened up as Maddox exited the freeway and began spiraling onto Calle Ilicoide, making his way up the steep road towards the triangular cone-like building that housed the DISIP headquarters. It was a huge compound built on top of a rock overlooking the city below. The large and eerie building sat perched on the hilltop like an ominous gargoyle casting its shadow of fear over the city. The building was known as El Ilicoide. It was built in the late 1950s, and it showed. It was weathered, and with its gray concrete slab exterior facade, it looked like something out of Orwell's 1984. The citizens down below knew that this was a building where people were tortured and made to disappear, so there was always an uneasy feeling entering the building, even for someone like Maddox. Henry seemed ashamed as he escorted Maddox down the long, winding corridors of the Ilicoide to meet with Bruhl. They snaked around the building as they made their way down deep into the building. It took over 20 minutes as they went deeper and deeper inside. Maddox finally arrived at a windowless, dark, and dreary section of the building. Steel doors on both sides lined the corridor like a prison. Henry knocked on the thick door in front of them. After a couple of minutes, another DISIP agent opened it, and Maddox could see a young man tied by his wrists to a steel bar fastened to the ceiling. The man's feet dangled about 5 feet from the floor. He was covered in sweat and blood. A small medical table littered with devices used for torture was visible off to the side. Maddox was only allowed to glance inside the torture chamber long enough to see the rust-covered tools and the car battery used to send a surge of electricity through the detainee's body.
"Ah, Mr. Castro,"
Bruhl said, addressing Maddox by his pseudonym, Rick Castro. Bruhl walked out to greet Maddox as he wiped his hand on a dirty rag.
"Déjelo quedando."
"Leave him hanging," he ordered to the other goon inside as he exited the room, tossing the rag on the concrete floor. The other DISIP agent closed the door behind him. Bruhl wiped the sweat from his brow on his green olive uniform sleeve, and then he proceeded to tug at his uniform as he attempted in vain to look more presentable. He had a cheesy, thin mustache, and his jet-black hair was combed back and held in place by some god-awful smelling gel. Joe and Brule stood at only 5'5", but carried himself like he was 10 feet tall. Finally satisfied with his appearance, he extended his hand and offered a dead fish handshake to Maddox as he gave a quick, indifferent glance at him.
"Walk with me,"
he condescendingly ordered Maddox as he began to lead him and Calderon back up to the main part of the building. Aside from a couple glances during the walk out of the tombs, Brule acted as if Maddox's visit was an inconvenience, even though it was Brule that asked for the meeting. What Maddox had witnessed was no accident. Brule wanted to give him a glimpse of their interrogation methods. It was Brule's way of showing his true colors without saying a word. Maddox was a pragmatist, so he thought to himself, who knows, perhaps the dude hanging from the rafter had it coming. Maybe he was a terrorist or a drug kingpin, but that was unlikely, since the government and the drug cartels had a cozy working relationship, and anyone who opposed the government was labeled a terrorist. But the fact that Brule had made this little pathetic display of power and arrogance with the thinly veiled threat made Maddox dislike Brule even more than before. Maddox was sitting in Brule's scantily decorated office with Calderon. Brule sat behind his large steel desk. He was still acting like Maddox was inconveniencing him. "Hey, this is your meeting, asshole," Maddox thought to himself as he stared back without saying anything. "Let's see who blinks by talking first," Maddox said to himself, still staring down Brule in silence.
"Mr. Castro,"
Brule finally broke the silence, bringing a grin to Maddox's face.
"what can you tell me about our 2 soldiers killed near the Colombian border last week?"
Brule continued as he lit a cigarillo. Once lit, he looked back at Maddox, who was sitting in a chair on the other side of his desk. The cigarillo was leaving a trail of cigar-like plume of smoke from which quickly filled the small windowless office. "Absolutely nothing," Maddox replied in his best offended voice. "You guys have been at it for years. Don't try to pin this on us." Maddox returned to the stare-down game with Brule. Maddox was egging Brule on, but he wasn't bullshitting. Colombia and Venezuela shared more than the same liberator from Spanish colonialism, Simón Bolívar. They have a long antagonistic history in the same vein as India and Pakistan. When the 2 countries gained their independence from Spain, they became one nation, Gran Colombia. That union quickly dissolved among infighting, which led to the formation of the 2 separate countries of Venezuela and Colombia. Since the 19th century, there had been times when they cooperated as friendly neighbors, only to see border conflicts and bilateral struggles pop up off and on over the years. Diplomatic relations had been strong, severed, back on, strong, severed, and back on. This had gone on for over 100 years, so to take a potshot at the United States for this latest brouhaha annoyed Maddox.
"What about the DEA?"
Brule said in his broken English. "I don't know, Colonel Brule. Ask them. We're not involved here, and I have no information for you," Maddox replied curtly. Brule's infamous temper flared as he became furious.
"I know the CIA and the DEA is the same, and you're all spying!"
he shouted as he banged his fist on his steel desk. "I can assure you that that is not the case," Maddox said calmly. Brule stewed and threatened to kick out the CIA and the DEA from Venezuela for spying. Maddox just let Brule blow off steam over his 2 dead soldiers. Maddox wasn't being coy. This was not a CIA operation, and the DEA did not spy for the CIA. The 2 agencies worked together fighting drug trafficking into the U.S., as a lot of the drug money went to the terrorist groups like FARC in Colombia. But it wasn't the case here. Venezuela had long been a path to the United States for illegal drugs originating in Colombia, which they passed through Venezuela while working through Central America and Mexico into the U.S. The Venezuelan military was corrupt, and they worked with the Colombian drug cartels with impunity. More than likely what they were looking at was a drug deal gone bad, and Brule wanted to know what happened to his drugs. The meeting abruptly came to an end as Brill continued threatening to expel Maddox from the country in between drags from his cigarillo. As Henry escorted Maddox out to his vehicle, he apologized for Brill. "Your boss is a real asshole," Maddox said as they made it outside to the visitor parking lot. Henry took a quick glance around to make sure he wouldn't end up hanging from the rafters. "Yeah, man. Sorry about that. We're good?" he asked as he put out his arms toward Maddox.
"Yeah, man. Whichever cambur,"
Maddox said, using the Venezuelan slang expression for excellent. Henry flashed a big smile at Maddox's use of the Venezuelan colloquialism and waved as Maddox got into his SUV and drove off. Things were chévere indeed, Maddox thought to himself. Since Maddox had recruited Henry a few months ago as a paid asset, a relationship he didn't want to be disrupted by Brill. Henry Calderón was passing valuable information as to what was going on inside El Helicoide, and as U.S.-Venezuelan diplomatic relations continued to worsen, Henry Calderón was proving to be a very valuable asset. Little did Maddox know what Calderón was working on. Calderón remained outside, smoking a cigarette as he watched Maddox drive off the Helicoide and drove down the street back down the hill. Calderón felt he could trust Maddox, and he knew that the time was just about right to bring him on the inside. Calderón was just waiting for the okay to do so. Maddox had also grown to trust Calderón. It was Henry who confirmed that Chavez had made Gaddafi's Green Book required reading for all his military officers and school-age kids in rural Venezuelan public schools. Chavez had long been one of Colonel Gaddafi's biggest supporters, and while in the army, he studied the Green Book, a short book setting out the political philosophy of Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi. It rejected democracy, free press, and capitalism. That alone was enough to get Langley's attention. Finally, traffic loosened up as Maddox exited the freeway and began spiraling onto Calle Helicoide, making his way up the steep road towards the triangular, cone-like building that housed the DISIP headquarters. Chapter 4. Recruitment. Caracas. Maddox was excited to see Sonia again. It had been a while since he'd last seen her. He had resisted the temptation to get involved with her romantically, even though he was pretty sure she was interested. They had met for lunch a few times and had even met for drinks, where he had to fight hard the urge to try kissing her. He was picking up Sonia's signals, her smiles when they met, her light touch of his arm, the long eye contact, playing with her long brown hair, and always leaning towards him in conversation. The customary Latin American greeting of kissing on the cheek had become a bit awkward when she accidentally overshot his cheek, so her mouth briefly brushed the corner of his lips. After the second mishap with the greeting kiss, Maddox felt it was no longer an accident. Maddox felt foolish playing monk, and it was hard to fight the feelings he was developing for her. But with the Hugo Chavez problem, he sensed she could be an asset for the agency, so any sort of romantic involvement could become problematic. It wasn't any easier for Sonia Collins, a confident, beautiful woman, who was now very confused. She knew she was considered attractive and that she possessed a lot of the qualities desired by the superficial man. But she wasn't just a pretty face with a good body. She was a smart and successful businesswoman, and men were always asking her out. But here she was practically throwing herself on Maddox, yet he wouldn't ask her out. When Maddox finally called inviting her to dinner so they could talk, she was excited. Maybe he would finally make the move she was eager for him to make. Maddox knew that Sonia didn't particularly care much for Chavez. Venezuela had become a more dangerous country. Murder, kidnapping, and violent crime rates all had gotten worse under the Chavez regime. The U.S. State Department now advised Americans not to travel to Venezuela, decimating the lucrative tourist business. And the nationalization of many of the principal business sectors forced expats out of the country in droves, directly impacting Sonia's real estate business. Maddox blushed when he saw Sonia arrive at the restaurant. He had purposely asked her to meet him at the restaurant instead of picking her up at her place so as to not send the wrong message. But it appeared the message hadn't gotten through. She looked absolutely stunning. She wore a one-piece dress that stopped at her bronze shoulders. Her dress screamed fashionista, with a perfect blend of black, tan, and brown colors that pushed all of Maddox's buttons. Her makeup was impeccable as usual, with dark mascara that would make Cleopatra proud. Her long brown hair was worn straight and it smelled delightfully sexy. She was 15 minutes late, which was the norm for her and the one thing that irritated Maddox. But when he saw her coming towards him with that beautiful smile and her green eyes twinkling, he could care less about the time. She was always late. No big deal. Look at her. Maddox thought to himself as he tried not to look like he was not looking. They hugged and she gave him that friendly kiss on the cheek. No awkward near-lip miss this time. "Wow, you look beautiful," Maddox said before he could stop himself. "Oh man, this is going to be tough," he thought. But he was here to recruit an asset, not go out on a date, so he had to get into it right away. Drinks were ordered. A Zulia beer for Maddox and a Smirnoff vodka lemon drop martini for Sonia. Maddox felt like an asshole, but he had to get right into it. "Sonia, I have a business opportunity that I want to discuss with you tonight." The disappointment in her eyes was palpable, and Maddox was taken aback by her reaction. Before, he had dismissed any thoughts that Sonia had feelings for him, but with that look, Maddox knew. You didn't become a top CIA operative if you weren't able to compartmentalize feelings. But after a year, he didn't think he could hold back his personal feelings for her any more. But now wasn't the time, he told himself. Right then he needed her as an asset, not a lover. "The embassy would like to retain your services as our exclusive real estate broker," he said. "We'll offer you a monthly salary and an operational budget for a new office so you can bring on new agents to handle non-essential embassy business. Your real estate commissions would stay the same, so these other benefits would be on top of your sale commissions." "You're offering me a job?" an annoyed Sonia Collins asked. "You would be an independent contractor for the U.S. government, but basically, yes, I'm offering you a job." Maddox confirmed by flashing his pearly whites. Thankfully for Maddox, the waiter arrived with their drinks just in time to break Sonia's steely glare. "To new opportunities." Maddox nervously proposed a cheer as he raised his glass of beer in the air towards Sonia. Sonia Collins' real estate business was already doing well, but the job offer from Maddox, though a disappointment on a personal level, seemed like a great business offer. A steady monthly paycheck on top of her commissions was an appealing idea. Who wouldn't want some more financial security when you were living off commissions and your income could vary widely month to month? And a new office and staff paid by the U.S. government. It just sounded too good to be true. Maddox was evasive when she pressed him for details as to what she had to do exactly. She was even more confused when he asked her not to mention this offer to anyone for now. Not even her mom. He then asked her to stop by the embassy the next day so they could discuss the details. After their discussion, dinner was awkward at first, but soon they were back to talking, flirting, and just enjoying each other's company. The next afternoon, Sonia's head was spinning after her 11 a.m. meeting with Maddox. She ended up spending 4 hours at the U.S. Embassy. Maddox was more surprised that Sonia already suspected he was a CIA agent. Sonia was a smart woman, and she had dated a U.S. diplomat in the past. She could sense that Maddox's job was bigger than that. Maddox was quick to change the subject when she asked about what he did for the embassy. Everything was coming together now. He just seemed to be a man of secrets. It was just a vibe she had felt. Maddox had indeed dropped a bombshell on Sonia. In 24 hours, she went from being excited about going on what she thought was a date with a man she liked to finding out he was a spy and that she was being offered a job with the Central Intelligence Agency. It was already a lot to process when Maddox dropped another nugget of information on her. She needed to take a polygraph exam.
"Isn't that a lie detector?"
she asked Maddox, a bit miffed. "Yes. Please don't make too much about this. It's just standard. It's required," Maddox explained, a little sheepishly. "I have to take one every few months." He was already embarrassed about the previous night. He should never have asked her to meet him in a restaurant for dinner. That sent the wrong message, but he couldn't help himself. He had feelings for her and enjoyed her company. He didn't see the harm in mixing a little fun with business. He was being strong in not crossing over the romantic line with a possible asset, so why not have a nice dinner at a nice restaurant? But when he had seen the disappointment in her face at the restaurant as she realized it was really a business dinner, he realized how selfish he was being. His job was deceit and using people, but it was getting hard to do that to Sonia. Now here he was, telling her how much he, representing the U.S. government, needed her. But first she had to be strapped to a lie detector machine. Sonia was excited over the business proposition, $3,000 per month cash. That was her salary to be at his beck and call to find and manage CIA safe houses. The CIA would also lease an office that they would control. It would be legit, but it would also be used as a front for the CIA. They offered her another $5,000 per month to cover the office space and for an operating budget. The CIA would also stock her office with the latest computers and any tools needed to run her business. As they discussed the details, Sonia was doing the math in her head. She could afford swanky new office digs and state-of-the-art tools of the trade for her real estate company for $3,000 per month. The other $2,000 she could pocket, and she would be making $5,000 per month in U.S. dollars on top of her commissions. She was easily looking at a six-figure income per year, a small fortune for a single girl in Caracas. The sting of the rejection the previous night was easing as Sonia thought about the financial windfall heading her way. For that kind of money, Sonia was ready for a polygraph.
"Strap me in,"
she said with a sexy purr, then flashed Maddox a smile and a wink.
"Why stop flirting now?"
she thought to herself, excited that this deal meant that she would be seeing a lot more of her new boss. The sheer excitement of it all was also a factor in her newfound enthusiasm. She had gone from a boring real estate broker, just like all the other brokers out there, to working secretly for the CIA. Sonia quickly showed how good she was at her new role. Soon after joining the CIA payroll, she saw the potential of a house for sale in Prados del Este. The house needed some work, which was why it was still available, but the true value she was seeing wasn't in the house, but its location. It was located across from the Russian embassy. The Cold War was over, but the two superpowers still liked to keep a close eye on each other. She also enjoyed that, in her new role, she was almost in daily contact with Maddox, a little fact that she would never admit. She liked Maddox when she thought he was just a boring diplomat, but now that she knew he was a spy, her attraction for Maddox went off the charts. The woman and the bad boy syndrome, she thought to herself. Chapter 5 Bolivar Realty, Caracas Business Center. Maddox was amazed at the incredible job Sonia had done, transforming Bolivar Realty from a small one-room office real estate company in her grandfather's old house to a vibrant and modern-looking office in one of the swanky buildings in Caracas's business center. Sure, it helped to be bankrolled by the CIA, but what she had done in just 2 months was incredible. Sonia had 3 real estate agents working full-time. One was Eduardo Eddie Rocamora, a young Venezuelan who spoke fluent English and French. Eddie graduated with top honors from the University of Venezuela as an engineer, but hated the profession. He was a people person and had already been helping Sonia on a part-time basis. So he was happy to quit his job and join the new and improved Bolivar Realty full-time. Then there was Graciela Cole, a beautiful Venezuelan blonde. Her parents were Germans who had moved to Venezuela before she was born. Graciela's father was a retired executive with BMW and the exclusive dealer for BMW in Venezuela. She had grown up with Sonia and was one of her best friends. Graciela excelled in sales and marketing and was fluent in English and German as well as her native Spanish. Finally, there was Jerry Lowe, an American expat who had served 25 years in the U.S. Army. Jerry Lowe had retired from the Army 10 years ago, but he still looked like the sergeant major he was, tall, fit, and sporting a military high-and-tight haircut. Since retiring, Jerry had lived in Thailand, Belize, and for the last 4 years in Caracas. Jerry Lowe was a true military man, always neat and a meticulous planner with great attention to detail and an obsession with punctuality that was amusingly out of place in Venezuela. He was good at real estate, though his strong personality sometimes was an issue with clients. He didn't like to suffer fools, which was a job requirement in real estate. Since Jerry Lowe excelled at organization, Sonia had him taking on more responsibilities as an office manager than a real estate agent. Sonia's staff did all the non-CIA work, while she was the exclusive real estate agent for the agency. Her cover was that she catered to the real estate and property management needs for their biggest client, the U.S. Embassy, which wasn't a lie. No one was the wiser that Sonia was a high-paid CIA asset and that their entire office, down to the paper clips, was paid for by the CIA. Maddox was also very pleased at what a valuable asset she had become. Locating and buying the property across from the Libyan embassy was a huge score. A special CIA tech team flew in from Langley and within 48 hours wired it into a state-of-the-art surveillance house snapping photographs and audio day and night. Sonia also proved to be an invaluable and trustworthy asset on the field. She had handled the transactions on several properties along the Colombian border, which served as safe houses for Colombian cartel informants and undercover agents. Sonia would make sure the residents were taken care of and the homes were stocked with supplies. But more importantly, she kept her finger on the pulse of the neighbors. On more than one occasion, wounded men were treated in these safe houses. Sonia's company had so many listings and properties under management that she could easily switch safe houses so as not to raise suspicion from the neighbors, or even worse, the diship. As Sonia's role as an asset grew, so did the danger. Maddox was trained for it, and if exposed would be expelled from the country, but not Sonia. For all intents and purposes, she was a traitor to the Chavez government. Assets like Sonia, who were on the CIA payroll but weren't official employees, did not have diplomatic protection, so they were subject to arrest, torture, and death. Spies like Henry Calderon knew the risks, but civilians like Sonia Collins were more naive about what they were getting into, and Maddox was feeling the old Catholic guilt for putting her into this situation. He had to make sure the connection between Bolivar Realty and the CIA wouldn't be exposed. Maddox handpicked the best CIA attorney and accountant to set up the business entities in order to ensure there weren't any financial trails leading from Bolivar Realty to Langley. Then he had one of the top CIA forensics accountants in D.C. try to sniff out the connection. The internal audit had been successful in that it failed to connect the dots, easing some of the concerns Maddox was having about the dangers Sonia might be facing. He had to protect this asset like he had never done before, because he had never fallen in love with an asset before. Maddox found himself right in the situation he had tried to avoid the past 2 years when it came to Sonia Collins. And now he had her wrapped up in the company business. As the Hugo Chavez problem became bigger, Maddox's need for safe houses increased. There were many phantom renters and homeowners around Venezuela who only existed on paper. Maddox was relying on Sonia to manage the safe houses more and more. He needed someone who knew the country well, who knew the real estate market, and someone he could trust. Sonia was becoming that person on the ground. For assets like Henry Calderon, who were professional intelligence officers, death was a certainty if caught. But he knew this and risked it willingly. They usually did it for the money. For Henry Calderon, it wasn't just the money, though that was a huge factor. It was expensive having a wife and 3 kids, plus 2 mistresses and another illegitimate child on the way on a dissip salary. Corruption in the government was the norm, but although Calderon had his fingers in many pies, he wasn't as corrupt as his colleagues, avoiding drug cartel payouts, so the extra income stream from the CIA was welcomed. Adding to Calderon's desire to help Maddox was his becoming more and more disillusioned with Hugo Chavez. For all his talk of helping the poor and changing the dire economic situation of Venezuela, nothing was coming to fruition in his years in office. Venezuela was an oil-rich country. Calderon believed it should be the Kuwait of Latin America. Instead, more than 50% of Venezuelans lived below the poverty line, and the percentage had gotten worse, not better, since Chavez became president. Crime and violence were becoming national epidemics, and Calderon was also embarrassed over Chavez's buffoonery. Chavez was largely seen as a joke by other countries, but Calderon knew very well how brutal this buffoon really was, and how he led with an iron fist, stifling dissent and opposition. Henry Calderon was preparing to put a stop to Chavez, and he was going to need Maddox to do it. Chapter 6. Raid. San Cristobal, Venezuela. What the hell am I doing bringing her along? Maddox thought to himself as he flew a U.S.-built Cessna 526 Citation jet from Caracas to San Cristobal, the capital city of the Venezuelan state of Táchira. The city was located in a mountainous region of western Venezuela. It sat high up in the mountains, 2,600 feet above sea level. This was a beautiful region in the northern Andes overlooking the Torbes River. It was only 30 miles from the Colombian border, so it was a hot spot for drug activity and Colombian revolutionary groups like FARC. The mountain winds whipped the small airplane around effortlessly. The corporate jet bounced up and down in its nauseating and nerve-wracking dance with the turbulent skies, giving everyone the uneasy feeling that they were about to tumble from the sky. On the flight was Ron Bateman, a 12-year CIA agent and Maddox's second-in-command in Venezuela. Troy Senite, Maddox's go-to tech guy with the CIA, Ruben Guzman, an intelligence officer with Colombia's DAS, and Sonia Collins. Guzman had reached out to Maddox for help. A small group of Colombian ELN guerrillas had hijacked a bus in the Colombian-Venezuelan border town of Raganvalilla. The ELN were a splitter group of the better-known FARC, but they were even more bold and prone to violence. This was the same group of ELN rebels who had kidnapped an American, Brian Hart, who remembered Colombia fondly from his days in the Peace Corps. After 15 years, he decided to move to Colombia, where he worked as a math teacher for one of the English-language schools in Bogotá that catered to American expats. Hart was exploring the countryside when he drove into an ELN checkpoint near Raganvalilla, Colombia. He was snatched and a ransom demand of $1 million was made. It was money his family did not have. It had been over a year since Hart was kidnapped, and he was presumed dead. But this was an opportunity for Maddox to interrogate a member of the actual cell believed to have been involved in Hart's kidnapping. This ragtag ELN group had attempted to take some hostages, but the operation had spiraled out of control, resulting in the massacre of civilians. The rebels stopped a public bus heading from Raganvalilla to Medellin. The bus carried 32 Colombian passengers. They had already killed the bus driver and were unloading the passengers when a Colombian army platoon stumbled upon the scene. The ELN opened fire on the bus passengers, killing 11 innocent riders. Then the ELN and the Colombian platoon became involved in a short but fierce firefight, as the guerrillas retreated back into the mountains using the remaining hostages as human shields. The Colombian military killed 6 of the ELN terrorists before the rest of the group was able to escape into the jungle. The Colombian army lost 1 man in the fight, and several of the men were wounded. Although facing intense pressure from the Colombian government and the press, the Venezuelan government dragged its feet, refusing to investigate and make arrests in order to extradite the men back to Colombia. Das feared the Venezuelan officials would tip off the ELN terrorists hiding in Venezuela that they were onto them, so action was needed. As the negotiations continued between the Colombian and Venezuelan government, Ruben Guzman had reached out to his old friend Pete Maddox. Venezuela would never allow the Colombian military to cross the border to get the men responsible for the massacre, so they needed to get in and out fast, which was Maddox's specialty. Sonia had located a house for rent near the ELN safe house, so they were en route to set up a command center. Within hours of landing in San Cristobal, Sonia had the keys to the property. 6 months' rent paid in advance worked like a charm. Sonia had told the owner she had a client who was a zoologist studying the incredible wildlife in the nearby jungle. He would be arriving in 10 days, so she was going to prep the house in the next few days for him. That way the activity in the now vacant house would easily be explained. Maddox and his team arrived at the house where Sonia was waiting to let them inside. Within a few hours, Guzman and a team of 6 Colombian Special Forces soldiers arrived as well. By that time, Troy Senite had already set up his eavesdropping and surveillance gadgets in the house. The plan was to keep an eye on the ELN rebels, who were hiding in a safe house a few houses down in a small, low-income neighborhood. Although Sonia had secured many such properties for Maddox and the CIA, this was the first time she was seeing this type of action. The Colombian Rapid Deployment Force and the DAS intelligence agents were armed with their Heckler & Koch MP5 machine guns, the same weapons used by the American Special Forces. Maddox, as usual, carried his Sig Sauer pistol and a Walther PPK 380 compact pistol, which was strapped to an ankle holster. Maddox had those weapons on him at all times when out in the field, but for this type of mission, he also brought along some stronger firepower in the form of an FN P90 submachine gun with a 50-round double-stock magazine. Senite also carried a P226 Sig Sauer, having made the switch from the Glock after seeing Maddox's pistol. Bateman was armed with a 9mm Glock. This display of firepower was Sonia's first glimpse of the dangerous work Pete Maddox did. The cutesy flirting with the good-looking CIA man seemed silly to her now that she was seeing this side of Maddox. Maddox caught her staring at the scene evolving in front of her, so he flashed a reassuring smile. It was his way of letting her know that, hey, it's still just me. Sonia wasn't used to this world. It scared her. But damn if it didn't turn her on. "Damn it, girl, what's wrong with you?" she thought to herself as she found herself even more attracted to Maddox. Shouldn't she run away in fear from this man? She continued debating that with herself. Maddox was enjoying the handmade ham and cheese arepa from the small luncheon down the block. The arepa is a popular dish in Venezuela. It's made from corn dough that can be stuffed with just about any type of filling, pork, chicken, or beans. Maddox took the last bite as he glanced over towards Senite, who was sitting behind the monitors and gadgets that he had finished setting up. Troy Senite looked the stereotypical part for the tech geek. He was overweight but not obese. He had longish, dirty blonde hair that didn't appear to have been combed in a few days. From the scruff on his face, it didn't look like he had shaved in a few days either. He wore an oversized black t-shirt, khaki cargo shorts, and black Vans sneakers. He was like a cross between the actors John Belushi and Jack Black, yet he was a highly skilled CIA operative, computer expert, and master hacker. Senite's hacking skills were how he came to the attention of the FBI. The CIA got wind of this genius hacker who was cracking sites for fun from his dumpy studio apartment in Cleveland, Ohio. His luck eventually ran out, and he found himself in FBI custody before the CIA gave him a second chance, hacking for the federal government. The old adage, "join the army or go to jail," was alive and well. As he corrected Sonia when they first met, he wasn't a spy like Maddox. He was the tech guy. "Think of me as IT support," he told her with a sly grin. Ron Bateman was all business. Sonia got the feeling that he didn't care much for her. She didn't know why, nor did she ask him, but she just got the vibe from him. Bateman looked like an actuary, not a CIA agent. He had thinning black hair that was always neatly combed to the side. He wasn't totally bald yet, but was dangerously close to sporting a comb-over. He was 35 years old. He wore thin black glasses and always dressed in a long-sleeved dress shirt, usually blue in color, and black or khaki dress slacks. Bateman was from Stamford, Connecticut. He was Ivy League all the way, having attended Cornell, graduating summa cum laude from the prestigious college with a degree in international relations. He had aced the Foreign Service Officer exam and his oral assessment exam. He was waiting for the final review panel so he could begin his career as a U.S. diplomat when a CIA recruiter came calling. He hadn't really considered the CIA for a career, but had been flattered about being recruited hard by the elite and mysterious agency. At age 23, he joined the agency as an analyst, which was where Bateman probably belonged rather than doing field work. Maddox got the sense that Bateman regretted joining the CIA instead of the FSO. He had always been an academic overachiever who loved getting the public acclamation that he had been receiving since high school, but with the CIA he was just another spook in the shadows. Maddox thought Bateman did a good job, but he was too by the book, a good administrator type with a great aptitude for the political side of the trade. Since Sonia got the feeling that Bateman did not like her, she didn't much care for him either. Perhaps Bateman wasn't thrilled with having a female real estate broker who dressed in the latest fashion and always had perfect makeup coming along on CIA business. They never said anything bad to each other, they simply kept their interactions limited. "A trained operator should be managing our safe houses, not a civilian," Bateman had reminded Maddox on more than one occasion. "She manages the procurement of the safe houses, not what goes on inside," an annoyed Maddox would remind Bateman. The joint Colombian-American operation on Venezuelan soil was in motion. The Colombian team would illegally enter Venezuela and rendezvous with Maddox at the San Cristobal safe house. They would hit the Colombian ELN rebels, holed up in their own safe house, who were also in the country illegally, albeit with a wink and a nudge from the Venezuelan military. Maddox had the long-standing safe house in San Cristobal that Sonia had secured months before, and the new one she just rented where the CIA command center was located for this operation. They would hit the rebel safe house and take them out. Then they would lay low in Maddox's other San Cristobal safe house until it was safe enough for them to cross the border back into Colombia, 30 miles away from the safe house. Maddox had set up Sonia in a hotel room where she would wait for his return. As nerve-wracking as all this was to her, it was also exhilarating. To be in the middle of an operation with the CIA, DAS, and ELN was something she never imagined. As twisted as it seemed to her, she also enjoyed spending time with Maddox, even though he was only here to hunt down ELN terrorists. For now she was going crazy waiting in her hotel room. "I got visual," Senite said enthusiastically from their surveillance house. Maddox, Bateman, and Reuben Guzman gathered around Senite to look over his shoulder. His heat-sensing infrared camera picked up 9 bodies. "Do you have audio?" Maddox asked. "Give me a minute," Senite said as he put on headphones and tapped away furiously on the keyboard of a sophisticated listening device. The temperature was perfect, a clear night with a gentle crosswind. After about a minute, Senite yelled out, "Got audio, dude!" and switched a lever on the console of his radio equipment. As if by magic, they were all listening in on the conversation of the ELN men hiding in their no longer safe house. DAS Commander Reuben Guzman smiled as he patted Senite on the back. "Muy bien, Troy. You did it." Senite, who smiled ear to ear, replied proudly, "Like taking candy from a baby. Are you recording this?" Bateman asked him. "Of course." Senite replied with a tone of annoyance that he would even ask such a question. After watching the ELN safe house for 2 nights, the team was ecstatic to determine without doubt that this was the ELN cell responsible for the bus massacre. There were 7 ELN rebels and 4 Venezuelan nationals who lived in the safe house. It could turn into a hairy political mess if the Venezuelan citizens were to be killed. Therefore, the decision was made to hit the house at 3 a.m. when everyone would be asleep. The Venezuelan citizens slept in the upstairs bedrooms of the house. The ELN rebels were holed up in a room off the side of the house near the laundry room and patio. The room was more than likely built as a maid's quarters. It was a perfect setup. The team would hit the area where the rebels were staying while a second team would rush to the 3 bedrooms upstairs to keep the Venezuelan nationals put. Maddox, Bateman, and Guzman were going over the plan one more time when Sunite interrupted. "Pete, they're moving out mañana," he warned. It didn't surprise Maddox. They had been watching the rebels for 2 days, and the rebels had been tracked to that safe house 3 days before that. 5 days in one spot was sloppy. "Perfect," Maddox said. "What do you mean?" a confused Reuben Guzman asked. "We hit them when they're on the move, away from the safe house, away from the locals." "An ambush?" Guzman asked. "Yes, we nail the bastards when they're en route. No one will know what hit them." Guzman gathered his men for the evening ambush. Thanks to Sunite's work, they knew the exact time they were moving out, and that they were heading south to another safe house, closer to the Colombian border. "They're preparing to jump over the border back into Colombia soon," Maddox warned. The ELN rebels planned to move out at 9:30 p.m., which thrilled Maddox since they would have the cover of darkness to carry out their assault. Guzman and his men got into position once sunset hit, around 6 o'clock p.m. By 7 p.m. it would be dark out. Maddox had his weapons suppressed with silencers. The entire team wore patchless and unidentifiable black uniforms with matching black ski masks. Bateman was back in the command center with Sunite, as they prepared everything they would need to interrogate one of the rebels for information on the American hostage Brian Hart. At least they hoped they would get the chance. A Colombian soldier was killed during the firefight, so Guzman and his men wanted revenge more than anything. That was one of the reasons Maddox wanted to be there, to ensure he could at least snag one of the rebels alive. At 9:45 p.m., a beat-up late 1970s Datsun pickup with a camper on the back pulled up to the ELN safe house. The rebels, having unofficial support from the Chavez government, seemed clueless that they were sitting ducks as they loaded up the pickup with their gear en route to the new safe house. One by one, they climbed into the pickup bed through the open tailgate until the 6 targets were crammed inside. Once the pickup gate slammed shut, the green Datsun pulled out of the driveway and, as expected by Maddox and the Colombian team, began heading south, leaving the local Venezuelans behind in their home. The trap was set 2 miles down the road. As the Datsun pickup truck made its way down the quiet street, it pulled up behind an old gold-colored Toyota Camry and right into the ambush. In mere seconds, the 1982 Camry, which was traveling in front of the Datsun, stopped short. The driver of the rebel Datsun pickup truck didn't have time to react. He saw the Camry's reverse taillights light up, and the gold-colored car backed right up onto their front bumper at the exact same time a second car came out of nowhere with its lights off. "Ojo! Ojo! Ojo! Algo está pasando!" The Datsun driver nervously shouted through the pickup's small rear window, accessing the bed of the pickup truck. The second vehicle in the assault team began to speed toward the Datsun full of ELN rebels. It switched its headlights on. The ELN rebels scrambled for their weapons as the red Toyota Land Cruiser came at them fast. Suddenly it slowed just a bit before plowing from behind into the old Datsun. The rebels were tossed about inside the Datsun like rag dolls as their pickup truck's back bumper was smashed into by the big Land Cruiser SUV, sandwiching the Datsun between the 2 vehicles. A third vehicle, a white van, pulled up beside the crunched-up vehicles, and before it had a chance to come to a complete stop, the van's side door slid open as Colombian Special Forces commandos jumped out with their suppressed MP5 weapons drawn. One of the Colombian soldiers, who had been a passenger in the lead vehicle, had already jumped out of the back seat of the Camry. He fired a short burst of his MP5, suppressed to minimize noise, instantly killing the driver and the front seat passenger, who was already bloody and dazed from the collision. The second team in the van shoved their suppressed MP5s into the small windows of the pickup cab, while 3 other soldiers from the rear vehicle jumped out and shoved their weapons into the back of the pickup truck, using the headlights of their cars to view inside.
No se muevan!
Do not move! The assault team screamed as the ELN troops scrambled like trapped sardines in the pickup truck bed. Inside the pickup truck, utter confusion and panic ruled. The men were dazed from the rear and front-end collisions. Then they saw the machine guns with silencers being pointed in their direction. They began to pull out their weapons, old AK-47s courtesy of Cuba, but they didn't stand a chance. As they raised their weapons, they were quickly shot dead, prompting the 3 still living rebels at the rear of the pickup truck to scream that they were surrendering. They held up their arms in defeat, yelling, "No me maten!" "Do not kill me," over and over. Guzman's men dragged the 3 surviving ELN rebels from the pickup truck and into their van where DAS agents and Maddox were waiting. The DAS agents duct-taped their new prisoners' mouths, hands, and feet. White cloth bags were pulled over their heads and secured with duct tape around their necks to ensure their new prisoners were kept in darkness. A slit was made in each sack so they wouldn't suffocate. Even before the first duct tape was wrapped around their head and over their mouths, the van had already peeled off into the night. The lead vehicle peeled off south, and the rear vehicle made a sharp U-turn and sped off north. In mere seconds they were gone, leaving the Datsun pickup truck idling on the street like it was frozen in time, as if it were waiting on a light to turn green. A faint cloud of smoke from the recent gunfire lingered near the bullet-riddled Datsun. 4 dead ELN rebels littered the inside of the bloody vehicle. The entire assault had taken only a few minutes. Maddox wondered how the Venezuelan government would handle the potentially embarrassing situation in which ELN rebels were killed inside Venezuela. His money was on them spinning this as another violent drug cartel street battle. The van holding the 3 ELN prisoners pulled into the secured safe house. Senite had locked it down to make it surveillance-proof, with an array of jammers that would block out anyone attempting to eavesdrop on cell phones and any other listening devices out there. He was also blocking infrared detectors that might possibly be used to scan for people via body heat. This was why Senite was Maddox's go-to tech guy. He knew his stuff and actually loved the job, especially the thrill of it all. He looked forward to the challenge of locking a safe house down tight, hacking into a secure website, and bugging the hell out of a target. Senite was also a team player. CIA techs could sometimes get a bit squeamish when it came down to some of the methods of collecting intelligence data, but not Senite. In the past, he'd wolfed down a sandwich while a target was being interrogated. He was also a good shot, scoring 47 out of 50 targets when qualifying with his pistol. Outstanding for any CIA agent, but for a tech guy, it was downright impressive. Maddox had Senite there for his tech skills, but it was nice to know that he could back him up with his weapon if needed. Bateman stayed behind in the control center set up in the other safe house, while Senite secured the safe house that was going to be used for interrogation. For helping them capture their targets, Ruben Guzman allowed Maddox an hour to interrogate the ELN prisoners before they were to be sneaked back across the border from Venezuela into Colombia. Maddox walked into the safe house that was being used to interrogate the prisoners. When Maddox had arrived at the safe house moments earlier, he noticed the DAS agents had slapped the prisoner around a little, but Maddox was getting first crack at actually interrogating them. He only had an hour, so not enough time to prep them for an interrogation. Part of that process included sleep deprivation, but no time for that tonight. Maddox had already devised his angle. He would use fear. Not fear of anything Maddox was going to do to the prisoner, but fear of what the DAS was going to do to them. It wasn't beyond Maddox to torture a prisoner for information, but his methods paled in comparison to what the DAS did to its prisoners. Maddox had no idea what was in store for these guys, But more than likely they wouldn't be tortured or killed, since the Colombian government wanted them alive and on trial in Colombia for killing all those civilians on the bus. Ruben Guzman made it very clear to Maddox. "Do not leave any marks. We're going to parade these malparidos in front of the media." "No worries, Colonel," Maddox said, smiling. The PR juice outweighed just putting a bullet in their heads or yanking out their fingernails. But this guy with an old rice sack over his head sitting on a black folding chair didn't know that. Maddox walked in and in perfect Spanish introduced himself. "I'm with the CIA, and I need to talk to you." In Spanish, CIA was pronounced CIA, and Maddox was sure to put emphasis on it. Maddox removed the rice sack from the man's head. He was in his mid-20s with brown hair and eyes, and a patchy beard, announcing to everyone he was unable to grow a full beard. He was drenched in sweat. It took a while for the young prisoner's eyes to adjust to the light. The safe house was just a family house. It wasn't built to interrogate or torture people. But it was amazing what you could do when you stripped a room empty so that all that was left are 2 chairs. The overhead light from the ceiling was off. Instead, they used 2 Coleman 500-watt work lamps, like the kind you could pick up easily at Home Depot. The 2 lights were shining into the prisoner's eyes. The heat generated from the high-powered bulbs seared through the prisoner's pupils and caused the skin on his face to feel like it was broiling. The lights were set up so the prisoner couldn't see Maddox's face. Maddox gave him a minute to get adjusted to the lights, and then he tore off the duct tape from the man's mouth. Spit and blood drooled out of his mouth as the man began to breathe harder. Maddox spoke again in Spanish. "Keep quiet, or I will shoot you in the head, okay?" Maddox put the tip of his SIG silencer into the man's forehead. The prisoner nodded in agreement. "Okay, muy bien," Maddox said in a more pleasant tone as he finished tearing off the duct tape from his face. The young terrorist squirmed in pain as the duct tape tore off more chunks of hair from his patchy beard. After a few seconds, still breathing heavily, the prisoner squinted as the work lights burned into his eyes. He looked at the shadow in front of him. "See ya?" the rebel asked the shadow. The interrogation continued in Spanish. "Yes. What's your name?" Maddox asked. "Jose," the man answered softly, head slung low. Maddox figured it was a fake name, but it was a good sign. Better than the "go fuck yourself, gringo" Maddox thought would be coming. "Jose, you have 2 choices here. 1, you tell me the condition and the location of your American hostage, the guy you snatched near Ragonvilla last year. You help me with that, and you'll stay in my custody. Das has already agreed to this if you cooperate." That was pure bullshit. As soon as Maddox had the information he needed, he would turn the youngster over to the DAS. Maddox let it sink in for a few seconds, and then continued. "Or you can be a pendejo and not help me. I'll just turn you over to DAS. I don't have to play games. I know they'll get you or one of your comrades to talk about the location of your camp. You dumbasses killed a busload of civilians and a Colombian soldier. They won't stop until you're all rounded up. And you know what that means, right?" Maddox asked. Jose stayed quiet as he processed the information and calculated his options. Maddox continued. "You know the drill. A bucket of cold water is poured over you. Your balls or tongue hooked up to a car battery. Nice little jolt to make you shit, puke, and talk. And that's just for starters. You know the drill. If that doesn't loosen your tongue, they'll pull out your fingernails one by one. Or maybe they'll first shove pins in your fingernails before pulling them off. They're so pissed off that perhaps they'll break out the blanket." Maddox stopped to let that sink in. The cobija, Spanish for the blanket, was a brutal way of getting the person being interrogated to talk. The interrogator stripped the prisoner naked and forced him to lie down on the floor or on a table. They then placed a cotton blanket that had been doused in gasoline on the victim's back. The blanket was set on fire, and they let it burn for a few seconds. Then, quickly, like a magician ready for the big reveal, the flaming blanket was removed along with the skin off the victim's back. Maddox continued. "Jose, are you going to help me or not?"
Yes,
Jose said, his voice trembling. For the next 45 minutes, Jose told Maddox what he wanted to know. The American hostage was alive in a camp in the mountains of Colombia about 50 miles from the Venezuelan border. But accessing the controlled area would be a suicide mission, the prisoner warned Maddox. Maddox smiled. Delta Force loves a challenge, he thought. Then Jose dropped a bombshell. He wanted to make sure he wasn't going to be turned over to DAS. He wanted to be transferred to CIA custody and released. "If you provide me with valuable information, I can arrange that," Maddox said. "I can tell you about the camp," the prisoner said. 10 minutes later, Maddox burst out of the interrogation room looking pale and pissed off. He looked at Guzman, who had been listening to the interrogation. "Have you heard about these training camps?" An incredulous Maddox asked. "Yes," Guzman answered. "We've passed these up to the chain of command in your government already. These camps are on Venezuelan soil," he explained before leaning into Maddox so they were almost nose to nose. "Deep inside Venezuela. We can't touch it," he warned. Maddox was shocked by the revelation. He didn't believe it. According to Jose, Chavez had allowed the creation of Libyan terrorist training camps. Now recruits from the Colombian FARC, the ELN, Peru's Shining Path, and the Middle East were arriving to train in Venezuela under the auspices and support of Libya. Maddox was furious that this was the first time he was hearing about it. Angry that Chavez was as bold as to allow the Libyans to set up camp, and angry that Guzman was relatively blasé about it. In fact, he already knew about it. "What do you mean you can't touch it? You guys are the ones who have been going at it with Venezuela in that little 100-year-old border conflict. If there is a terrorist training camp in Venezuela, your country would be first on the hit list, my friend." Guzman smiled. "I know this. Believe me, we wanted to take action, but my hands are tied. That's why we passed it on to your people. After the attacks of 9/11, we figured your government would take care of it, but nothing has been done." Maddox and Guzman thanked each other for their cooperation, working together to snag the ELN terrorists right from the streets of San Cristobal, Venezuela. Colombia and the United States had just violated Venezuela's sovereignty, and both Maddox and Guzman relished it. Jose, the ELN terrorist, was left in the hands of Guzman and his men, much to his outrage and his screams of being betrayed. Maddox could care less about lying and using the ELN rebel. Still, on the drive back to the primary safe house in the Colombia neighborhood of San Cristobal, Maddox seethed. "Why didn't I know about this?" he kept thinking. Did Carl know? He wondered. It was just a rumor. But if Das knew, for Christ's sake, I should know, Maddox kept thinking as he drove into town. He didn't even have to lay a hand on Jose to get him to talk, and now Jose was going to be used as PR for the Colombian government. Better to let them deal with Jose, instead of going through all the trouble of stashing him in one of the CIA secret prisons in Guyana or overseas in Europe. Besides, Maddox had a lot on his mind right now anyway. Not only did he have to look into this terrorist training camp the Libyans were supposedly building with the blessing and support of the Chavez government, but he also hadn't checked on Sonia for more than 24 hours. He knew she was fine. This was her neck of the woods, but he just wanted to see her. This was the exact problem he wanted to avoid by not falling in love with an asset, but it was too late to bemoan it. It had happened. Now Maddox just needed to deal with the situation at hand. Love and Libyan terrorists. Maddox managed to crack a smile over that thought, a welcome chuckle after the tense evening. Back in the safe house that Sunite had set up as their command center for this mission, Maddox used the secure line his techie had set up with an Inmarsat satellite phone. Maddox punched in the number to his direct line to Dick Phillips. It was a dedicated line only known and used by Maddox. "Identification, please," was how the monotone voice on the other end of the satellite phone answered the call. "Polar, access code 94Zebra85, Maddox responded. "Is this line secure?" the operator asked. "Yes. One moment, Polar." It took a few seconds as the line clicked several times as Maddox was patched through directly to Dick Phillips. "Polar, this is Duke," Dick Phillips said on the other end of the satellite connection. After a quick briefing about the whereabouts of the hostage, Brian Hart, Maddox moved on to more pressing matters. He relayed to Dick Phillips the intelligence he had gathered from the ELN captive about the Libyan terrorist training camp in Venezuela. "Is it true that a flare had been sent up by our friends?" Maddox asked about Colonel Guzman's assertions that they had sent notice to the Colombia CIA station chief. "This is new to me, Polar. Pass on the coordinates to Langley so we can extract our package from that camp. I need you to stand by on the other matter while I verify this information." Maddox was to pass the intelligence on the American hostage held by the ELN cell to the military attaché at the embassy. Delta Force would handle it from there. This would be a hostage rescue that Maddox would have to sit out, with more pressing matters at hand. Maddox still couldn't believe it. Can Chavez be so brazen as to let the Libyans build a terrorist training camp in Venezuela? Back in Langley, Dick Phillips was seething. He picked up his secure line. "Operator, get Rodan on the line immediately. Red priority." Rodan was the code name for Dennis Cameron, the new station chief in Colombia. Cameron wasn't one of Phillips' hand-picked men, so he couldn't really trust him like he could Maddox. Cameron had made a name for himself working in the narco wars of Colombia and Bolivia. He had a good relationship with the DEA, which was why he had been appointed station chief in Bolivia for the past year. Perhaps having someone with a strict background in law enforcement instead of espionage might have affected his judgment, Phillips thought. But he was about to find out what possible reason there could be for not red-flagging it. Within a minute, Rodan was on the other end of the secure line from Bogota. Phillips' worst-case scenario had come true. Maddox's information was correct. Dennis Cameron had confirmed that his DAS contact had passed on the information that the Libyans were in Venezuela building a training camp, with the full support of the Chavez government. But there was no visual or hard evidence, so Cameron had perceived it as just hearsay, not much more than a rumor. He filed the requisite report, which he uploaded to the CIA's threat assessment database to Langley. But he didn't mark it as a red alert priority, so the information had been buried deep in the database with a designation that basically meant an analyst would get to it when he or she had time. After 9/11, analysts had been too preoccupied with the Middle East to peruse the database looking for threats in Latin America that field agents hadn't marked as a top priority. Even more infuriating to Dick Phillips was that Cameron didn't bother to follow up, nor did he copy Phillips, so the report just sat there, taking up bytes in the database. At the very least, as head of the Western Hemisphere for the CIA, he should have known about the report, but Cameron did not do that. Phillips ordered Cameron to Langley for an in-person dressing down. Maddox was reading the secure email communication from Dick Phillips, which included Cameron's report filed months ago. It corroborated what the ELN prisoner had stated. Libyan intelligence agents and commandos were setting up an Afghanistan-style training camp right in America's own backyard. Maddox was furious at Cameron's incompetence at not following up on this. Sure, there was no hard proof, and right now it was just rumor, but it had to be looked into, not just filed and forgotten. Around 7:30 p.m., Maddox pulled up to the Buena Vista Hotel on Avenida Central in San Cristobal. Sonia had been on her own in the hotel room for almost 48 hours. Maddox had Bateman check up on her and let her know everything was okay, so Maddox didn't feel too bad for dropping her off at the hotel and disappearing for almost 2 days. But he wondered if she would agree. Maddox's adrenaline was still pumping from the mission and the supposed camp, but as he approached Sonia's door, a different type of adrenaline took over. He felt like a goddamn teenager going to the house of the girl he liked. Maddox, trained killer and CIA station chief, was giddy about seeing Sonia Collins. The plan was to fly back to Caracas in the morning. Why not dinner with Sonia tonight, he thought to himself. The Libyans and the Chavistas will be there tomorrow anyway. Sonia's face lit up when she saw Maddox. Seeing that turned him on more than the tight-fitting white shirt she wore tucked into her purposely faded blue jeans, with knee-high black leather boots and her brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. She also wore 2 silver big hoop earrings. Maddox couldn't get over how beautiful she looked, and she smelled amazing. He doubted she was lounging around like this at almost 8 p.m., so Maddox smiled at the thought that she had thrown a casual yet sexy outfit on for him. At least that's what Maddox was going with. Maddox had warned her on her cell phone that he was coming over, giving her time to get ready and quickly change from her well-worn, 2 sizes too big but comfy as hell t-shirt and Adidas sweatpants. Sonia gave Maddox a big hug. At 5'6" she was tall compared to the average Venezuelan woman, but she looked tiny compared to Maddox's 6'3" frame, and her head snuggled right into his chest, driving him crazy. After a few seconds, she broke up the hug and looked up to Maddox, eye to eye. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "Yes, everything is fine. Thank you for everything. We're headed back to Caracas at 7 a.m. tomorrow, so please be ready to leave the hotel by 6:30 a.m. A look of disappointment washed across Sonia's face. It hit him like a kick in the balls. Her look said it all. "Is that the only reason you wanted to see me tonight?" And that was actually the thought creeping into Sonia's mind. Then anger started to percolate there. "You could have just told me that over the phone," she said. Maddox was used to making split-second decisions when it came to his job, and now was one of those moments in his personal life. He was certain Sonia liked him. He sure as hell had fallen for her. For almost 2 years they'd been flirting with each other, and Maddox had refused to cross the line. Why now? Split-second decision time, Maddox thought. "We have a few hours, and I'm starving. Do you want to get something to eat?" Maddox asked. The smile was back. The look of frustration, confusion, and anger was immediately gone, and the loving look was back on her face. "I'd love to," she said. Maddox and Sonia drove a rented Toyota Corolla south on the Pan-American Highway to San Pedro del Rio, a beautiful and charming colonial town nearby that was a popular tourist attraction. At 8:30 p.m. on a Tuesday, they wouldn't have any problems getting a table at the popular restaurant El Becon. Although they had gone to eat out together before, this time had the feel of a date. Maddox quickly brushed away the guilt of being on a date with this beautiful woman with all the work that was laid out for him the next day. But that made the evening feel even more right. They both deserved it. He had fought off his feelings long enough. Maddox finished his arroz de mariscos, and Sonia ate her heart of palm and salmon salad. They also shared a bottle of red wine from Chile. Back at the hotel, Maddox walked Sonia to her front door. As she opened it, without saying a word, she turned her head to face Maddox. She flashed a smile and walked in, leaving the door open, as she glanced at him over her shoulder. Maddox followed and closed the door. Once inside the room, she turned towards him again, and they were face to face. Neither of them said a word as their lips touched gently at first, but then 2 years of pent-up passion took over. It was about 3 hours before Maddox and the rest of the team would head to the San Cristobal airport to fly back to Caracas. Maddox had one of the most challenging missions of his career waiting for him, to confirm whether the Libyans were setting up terrorist training camps on Venezuelan soil. And there he was, lying in bed naked next to an asset he had recruited. But the guilt he should feel about getting involved intimately with her was not there. Lying in bed next to her felt right. Maddox knew that he had feelings for her from the time he first met her, but he had kept his emotions in check, making him feel miserable. And worse, Maddox could see it made Sonia feel miserable. Sonia opened her eyes as Maddox sat on the side of the bed getting dressed. He looked back at her and kissed her gently on the forehead. They exchanged smiles as he got out of bed. If they were going to continue to see each other romantically, Sonia agreed that it was best to keep it secret. Easy for CIA man Maddox, Sonia thought. It would be a bit harder for her. Bateman, Senite, Sonia, and Maddox rendezvoused at the small municipal airport in San Cristobal to head back to Caracas. Maddox would be piloting the Cessna airplane again. Bateman was business as usual, going over intelligence reports. He didn't seem to pick up on anything different between Maddox and Sonia. Senite, however, could tell there was something different in the way they were now looking and talking to each other. Too many smiles, Senite thought as he smiled widely at the new lovers as they got settled for their flight. "Everyone get a good night's sleep?" Senite asked in the best smart-ass voice he could muster as he grinned at Sonia. Sonia smiled right back at Senite. Without saying a word, she was able to tell someone how happy she was. Maddox just rolled his eyes and told Senite to get his ass in gear for the flight back to Caracas. "Yes, sir," Senite said, still smiling. Chapter 7. Barrio Rendezvous. Caracas, Venezuela. When Maddox needed to meet with his asset inside DISIP, Henry Calderon, he left a simple mark in one of their predetermined spots around the city. It was an old-school tactic, as old as the CIA's World War II predecessor, the OSS, but it was still effective. Maddox or one of Maddox's agents, Jack Duffy or Mary Dent, checked the different spots daily. This prevented Henry Calderon from developing routines that could be easily detected. Mary Dent was on her daily morning jog through Parque Morichal in the Prados del Este neighborhood of Caracas. It was early and damp. The cool air of the morning was keeping the coming heat at bay for another few hours. As Dent approached the spot she checked daily for messages, she almost tripped over herself when she saw a message there for the first time. She quickly regained her bearing and continued her run, slowing down to stretch right next to the tree with the white mark. Mary Dent was a 5'5" redhead from Boston with a Southie accent to prove it. She looked like the actress Julianne Moore, but she spoke with a JFK-like accent that drove Maddox nuts. "Like nails on a chalkboard," he would tease her. "Boston forever," she would reply with a shit-eating grin. Mary Dent was a triathlete, and her body showed it. She had just turned 42 a few weeks before and had joined the CIA 10 years ago, after spending 8 years with the Boston Police Department and 4 years in the Marines. She was tough and good-looking, so Calderon would hit on her relentlessly, but he was always shot down. Mary Dent was doing her stretching in order to confirm that Calderon had left a mark, and there it was, at the bottom of the tree trunk, letting her know that he needed to meet with Maddox that night. The single mark had been made using agricultural chalk, which was resistant to whatever the weather could dish out, and could easily be used to mark trees. But this wasn't the type of agricultural chalk used by arborists or farmers. It was custom-made, CIA. Dent removed a small packet from her iPod armband case. It was packaged to look like salt packets hardcore runners use for their long runs, and the content looked like salt, but it wasn't. She removed the lid from her water bottle, and then she ripped open the packet and poured its contents into it. She screwed the lid back onto the water bottle. She looked around as she shook the water bottle for a few seconds, and then squirted the chalk mark with the water bottle. It took just seconds for the mark to dissolve. She had no idea what was in the packet. A special chemical cooked up at the CIA labs that caused a reaction with the water to do what a hard rain couldn't do, get rid of the mark. Dent got back on her feet and continued on her run. Maddox knew what the specific mark on that specific tree meant. They were to meet in one of the safe houses in the José Felix Ribas barrio, perched high up on the eastern hillsides of Caracas. It was one of the most infamous and dangerous barrios in Caracas. The barrio was one of the many sprawling shanty-town slums that littered the mountain hilltops surrounding Caracas, in a stunning contrast to the bustling modern neighborhoods with their many malls, restaurants, and office buildings down below. The slum barrios of Caracas weren't found in any Lonely Planet travel guide, and you would have been hard-pressed to find a taxi driver willing to drive there. But Calderon had a loyal informant who controlled one of the blocks of the barrio. Calderon gave his informant immunity to run his illegal business in exchange for information and the use of one of his homes. a simple stone house known as El Rancho that actually was on the higher end of the poverty scale in the barrio hierarchy. This was not a safe house Sonia Collins would procure. Maddox would never want her going up into the barrios, nor would Sonia. But Henry Calderon had several of these safe houses stashed within the barrios. With the blessings of the Bloc Jefe, it was a safe, secure spot to meet. The people living in the barrios are Chavez's most ardent supporters, so it wouldn't be compromised or bugged by Bruhl's men. Plus, neither the Venezuelan army nor the police would dare go in the barrios without a battalion backing them up. In the barrios, the Jefe ruled, and the Jefe for this block was a 30-year-old gangster by the name of Elvis Presley Jimenez. Elvis Presley? Are you shitting me? Maddox remembered asking Calderon the first time he heard about Rancho Elvis Presley at the top of the barrio's hillside. Maddox couldn't believe that this was really the barrio jefe's name. Venezuelans, especially the working class, were known for the wild names they gave their children, names that would even make Hollywood stars do a double-take. The real name of the world-infamous terrorist Carlos the Jackal, who was originally from Venezuela, was Ilich Ramirez. His Marxist-Leninist father named him after Soviet leader Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Elvis Presley Jimenez's father was a fan of the king of rock and roll, and now Elvis Presley Jimenez was the king of his block. Elvis actually controlled several blocks in one of the most dangerous barrios in Caracas. Maddox brought Jack Duffy to do the driving and stay with the vehicle. Jack Duffy was 6'1", with blond hair and brown eyes. He had been the second-string quarterback with the Army football team at West Point. His dreams of playing for the NFL never came to fruition. Jack Duffy then served 6 years in the Army before the up-and-coming captain resigned his commission and joined the CIA. Venezuela was his first foreign assignment, so Maddox, and especially Mary Dent, had taken him under their wing. Maddox and Duffy pulled up into the barrio, parking next to the steep stairs that led to the otherwise inaccessible parts of the barrio. The stairs, as with most of the homes in the barrio, were handmade by the residents. The stairs were uneven, and the weather and years without maintenance had left them in precarious condition. Maddox looked up at the crumbling concrete stairwell. Elvis's rancho was at the very top of the steps, where it sat like an old medieval overlooking the affluent neighborhoods down below. Elvis and his men would keep watch for their enemies and the rare police raid that was more for show than anything else. Elvis always had a lookout on the roof that could see anyone coming their way from down below. Elvis was the king of the hill, but just like the kids' games, there were plenty of takers trying to knock him off to take his place. "Wait for me here," Maddox told Jack Duffy as he prepared to climb the stairs. "No problem, sir," Duffy replied. Maddox had long stopped reminding Duffy that he was no longer in the Army and didn't have to address him as sir. He even tried giving him the old drill sergeant favorite line, "Don't call me sir, I work for a living." But it hadn't stuck with the young CIA agent. Maddox smiled and began huffing up the stairs alone, armed with his stainless steel cig and his backup piece, a Walther PPK strapped to his right ankle. Elvis might control the block, but Maddox wasn't about to take any chances. Elvis didn't look like a feared barrio jefe. He was short and scrawny, with black hair and eyes. Maddox doubted he weighed more than 130 pounds. He was dark-skinned and he dressed like a pimp. He wore a big gold Rolex watch and several gold necklaces, including a prominently displayed diamond-crusted crucifix hanging around his neck, front and center. His fingers each sported a gold and silver ring to boot. The bling didn't just show he had the money, it showed he could walk around the barrios with it. He had power. Everybody knew Elvis, and he treated the residents of his barrio like they were his children, paying for medicine, helping with school supplies, giving the kids baseball gear like balls, gloves, and bats. He kept the block residents happy and on his side. But they weren't loyal just because Elvis gave them things once in a while. They knew that although short and skinny, Elvis was tough and ruthless. He was also a bit of a celebrity from his boxing glory days. A former welterweight pro boxer, he could fight and pummel men that hovered over him and weighed twice as much as him.
"Hola, Penna!"
Elvis greeted Maddox with his ever-present cigarette dangling from his mouth.
Come in. I was just leaving."
Maddox looked over Elvis's shoulder and saw Henry Calderon smiling inside.
"Hey, Elvis. ¿Cómo está, brother?"
Maddox asked in his Venezuelan Spanish slang. He shook hands and gave Elvis a friendly embrace as the Hefe walked outside. Maddox watched Elvis disappear down the street. Henry Calderon and Maddox were alone in the two-bedroom house. The power was off, as was a common occurrence in the barrios, where electricity and running water were spotty at best. Although Elvis had his generator to power his lights, Calderon had shut it off. No need to draw attention at 2 a.m., even though Elvis assured them that no one would dare gawk at the house, much less complain. Calderon slid a folder across the table in the middle of the room where they sat. Maddox looked at it, and his worst fear materialized before his eyes. The quality was excellent. Maddox was looking at 10 photographs of bulldozers and other construction equipment. It looked like they were building a landing strip. The other pictures featured heavily armed Venezuelan secret police and intelligence paramilitary soldiers milling about the camp. Calderon had saved the best picture for last. There, in the black and white photograph, stood Abdullah Zlitini, the Libyan intelligence chief for special operations in the West, a known supporter and trainer of terrorists who, for years, ran the training camps in Libya and abroad.
"Where did you get this?"
Maddox asked.
"Brule,"
Calderon replied. He then slid another piece of paper over to Maddox.
"You can see for yourself."
Calderon continued as Maddox looked at the paper, which had the coordinates of the camp for the CIA satellites. Maddox knew that Calderon hated his sadistic boss, Brule, and that for years he had been disillusioned with Hugo Chavez and his empty promises for a better Venezuela. Calderon had been an invaluable asset, but this was information he was passing on because there was more. And Maddox was right.
"Let's say there was a group of powerful men in branches of this government."
Henry Calderon spoke seriously, something he almost never did.
"Military, intelligence, and Congress, who all feel it's time for a change."
"Chavez?" Maddox asked.
"Yes, we believe he might be mentally unstable, as are his policies. He keeps taking us more and more to the left, beyond the beard in Cuba. He admires Pol Pot, for Christ's sake. He believes he can make it work in Venezuela where Pol Pot failed."
Calderon took a deep breath.
"And now this."
Calderon pointed at the pictures on the table.
"Venezuela will not be the next Afghanistan, providing safe passage to terrorists,"
Calderon said with a steely resolve that Maddox hadn't seen before on him. "What's in it for Chavez? It's not like he's an Islamic fundamentalist."
"No, but his hatred for the United States and capitalism is deep-rooted. He believes the U.S. to be on its way out, and by teaming with the Libyans, he believes he can help with that final push so that Libya's style of socialist government can flourish. You've read the Green Book, yes?"
"Yes," Maddox said as he continued to stare at the pictures. Calderon whipped out his pocket-sized government-issued Spanish version of Gaddafi's Green Book.
"This is what he wants, and he won't stop. He will destroy our great country if we don't stop him."
He said it with such seriousness that Maddox found it surprising coming from the usually joke-cracking, sex-obsessed Calderon.
"We?"
Maddox asked.
"There is a special council. It has been meeting for over a year. I'm a member. We are moving forward, with or without the United States, but we would like your help," Calderon said as he looked at Maddox before adding, "Material help, Pete. We're not asking for, nor do we want, boots on the ground from your country."
"Understood," Maddox said without looking up from the photographs. "I need to do my own fact-checking, then we can talk about the future," Maddox finally said, breaking free from the trance of the photographs.
"I know that,"
Calderon said as the sly grin returned to his face.
"That's why I gave you the coordinates of the camp, so you can see it for yourself."
"I appreciate that, Henry. You've been a good friend. Let's meet in 3 days."
Good. We'll meet in 3 days. I also want you to meet the council.
By 3:15 a.m., Duffy and Maddox were driving the SUV out of the shantytown and down the hillside east of Caracas and onto the freeway. "How did it go?" Duffy finally asked as he drove. He knew all about Need to Know, but it didn't hurt to ask. Maddox was looking out the window as the city lights blurred on by. "It's big. I'll fill you in with the rest of the team during our morning briefing," Maddox said. "Sounds good," Duffy replied as he continued driving down the freeway. Maddox looked around his new vehicle. As a driver, it's nice to sit back and see it in action when someone else is driving. Maddox had ditched the Embassy Standard Ford Explorer he was issued when he first arrived. His Jeep was the perfect low-profile vehicle, special-ordered and equipped by the CIA's Science and Technology Department, with several hidden compartments where he stashed his 2 FN P90 submachine guns, each with a 50-round double-stock magazine, as well as surveillance and tracking equipment. The silver Jeep looked just like any other Jeep of the same make and model, except that Maddox's Jeep had a special add-on package that did not come standard. Bulletproof protection against small arms fire and high-power armor-piercing assault rifles. It was engineered so the entire passenger compartment was protected from top to bottom, with upgraded tires, fuel tank protection, and protection for the major engine components, making it difficult to take out with small arms fire. They drove to Duffy's house in Prados del Este. Duffy exited the Jeep as Maddox slid over to the driver's side. "See you in a few hours, Jack," Maddox said to Duffy as he got out of the driver's side. "Sure thing, Pete," Duffy replied as he was buzzed in by the condo complex security guard. "Hey, the kid is learning. None of that sir shit this time," Maddox thought to himself as he floored the SUV down Calle Morical, toward Avenida El Paseo to his house for some much-needed sleep. That early in the morning and without any traffic, he would be home and in bed in about 20 minutes. Maddox and his top team, Ron Bateman, Mary Dent, Jack Duffy, and Troy Senite, were in the Secure Communications conference room inside the CIA offices in the U.S. Embassy in Caracas. The conference room was called the Sit Room, short for Situation Room. Compared to those at Langley, the Pentagon, and the White House, it wasn't anything near as sexy, but it was secure against bugs, satellites, and any type of off-site listening devices. Senite had also set up multiple anti-eavesdropping devices for added security. Even if someone were able to breach what was known as the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, they wouldn't be able to listen in. The walls surrounding the U.S. Embassy formed the de facto international border between the United States and the foreign country. But the intelligence communities, Maddox included, didn't often respect the DMZ. So additional precautions were taken to ensure that anyone trying to listen in through the DMZ would be rebuffed. If they were good enough to breach the DMZ, then they still had to get through the vault-like parameter Senite had set up inside. Inside the room there was a large conference table that sat 12 people comfortably. Several telephones were on the dark wood-colored table. The entire back wall was a whiteboard for notes and strategizing. There was an overhead 46-inch projector for presentations and to web conference via a secure line directly with Langley. From Langley, they could instantly be patched through to the White House, State Department, or the Pentagon. Maddox, Bateman, Dent, and Duffy sat around the table with their laptops. Senite sat in what he called the cockpit. It didn't seem much, just a computer with 4 21-inch monitors all networked together. From the cockpit, Senite could control the secure connection with Langley, instantly send and receive files regardless of megabytes, and monitor inside and outside the DMZ. Dick Phillips and his deputy Dave Lucas were on the large TV-like monitor. "The SAT team has zeroed in on the coordinates you provided," Dick Phillips said, staring into the webcam. "Visual has been confirmed, Senite. We're patching you through the SAT team signal." A Langley CIA tech spoke off video range. "I see it. I'll have it up in a few seconds," Senite confirmed. The SAT team was the nickname for the CIA's elite satellite team. From hundreds of miles in the air, they could zero in close enough to see the tiny hairs on a person's small mole. "Got it!" Senite yelled excitedly. It was difficult for Senite to keep the geek inside of him in check when he was in action behind the cockpit. As tense as this meeting was, Maddox couldn't help crack a smile about Senite's geeky passion for his job. A few seconds after Senite's declaration, the Zulia team, named by Maddox after his favorite Venezuelan beer, were watching the satellite images downloading onto their monitor. Calderon's coordinates were right on the money. The grainy black and white pictures Calderon had given him earlier in the morning at Elvis Presley's rancho were now pixelating into clear, full-color images of the now complete landing strip and training camp. They were built deep in the jungles of Venezuela, but only 50 miles from Puerto Ayacucho, the capital and largest city of the Amazonas state in Venezuela. Puerto Ayacucho was located across the Orinoco River from the Colombian village of Casuarito. Maddox now understood why Colombia was just as worried about the rumors of a terrorist training camp so near their own border. Venezuela and Colombia had a long history of border disputes. Maddox couldn't help but wonder if that was one of the reasons why Chavez wanted this camp so near the Colombian border. Also based in Puerto Ayacucho were the Venezuelan Army and Navy, adding credence that the government was involved. Their presence was explained as conducting low-level campaigns against incursions from the military and drug runners from nearby Colombia. The climate was equatorial, and the surrounding rainforests where the camp was built were some of the world's most untouched areas. The camp was in a strategically cleared area of the nearby forested Tepuis Mountains. The clearing for the camp would be hard to detect from satellite surveillance, and this was an area where the CIA satellites weren't that interested anyway. So it wasn't surprising the camp had gone undetected even by the DEA, who normally had their eyes peeled for drug routes. But thanks to Henry Calderon's coordinates, Langley and Team Zulia were looking at live images of the terrorist training camp, a first in the region. The purpose of these types of training camps was to teach extremists their methods of terrorism, including how to launch attacks, ranging from suicide bombings to field combat. But they were often located in areas known for extremism, like Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Somalia. Now they were looking at the first confirmed terrorist training camp in the Americas, about 1,300 miles from Miami. Maddox met Henry Calderon back in Elvis Presley's rancho less than 24 hours after seeing the camp for himself during the Langley briefing. Maddox agreed to meet the council that evening at the home of Johnny Chacon, one of the members and brother of the president of the council, Francisco Frank Chacon. Maddox went alone, driving the bulletproof Jeep Cherokee to Johnny Chacon's home in the posh Altamira neighborhood. It was 10 p.m. and the traffic was light. The Altamira was a neighborhood located in the Chacao municipality of Caracas, and it was known for the great restaurants and shopping centers, as well as for the homes of many of Caracas's upper class. It was quite the contrast to Elvis's ranch in Shantytown. Maddox drove up to the gated community where Johnny Chacon lived. A security guard greeted him with an Israeli Uzi submachine gun slung over his chest. "¿Qué se le ofrece, señor?" he asked. Maddox replied in Spanish. "I'm Rick Castro, visiting Quinta Jazmine." The guard looked at his list and then waved Maddox through as he nodded to the second security guard in the booth. The gate opened and Maddox drove in, arriving at Chacon's home, where he was greeted by another large metal gate sealing off Johnny Chacon's large home. Even inside the gated community protected by Uzi-carrying private security guards, the houses had large fences and high walls. First had come the walls and gates, and when that wasn't enough to protect their homes, they built the walls and gates around the entire neighborhood. When that wasn't enough to keep the criminals out, the armed guards came. Such was life in Caracas now. The gates to the house automatically opened for Maddox as he pulled up to the sprawling home. The guard must have notified them he was on his way. Maddox drove up the long driveway to an imposing Mediterranean-style home on a large piece of land. Although the home exuded wealth, it did appear to have seen better days. Hugo Chavez's nationalism didn't extend only to business and industry. The Chavez government had nationalized prime urban real estate, including homes of wealthy Venezuelan families who wouldn't kowtow to Chavez. For that reason, many refused to spend money keeping up their large homes, since there was a real risk that the government would take it from them. Their homes remained frozen in better times, long gone. Francisco Frank Chacon and Henry Calderon were waiting for Maddox as he parked in the long roundabout that served as the front driveway for the home and got out of the Cherokee.
"Rick, how are you?"
Henry Calderon greeted Maddox using his pseudonym.
"Hola, Henry. Pleasure to see you again,"
Maddox said as he shook Calderon's hand.
"This is Francisco Chacon, the council president,"
Calderon said, introducing Chacon to Maddox. Then he turned towards Chacon.
"This is Rick Castro, political attaché to the U.S. Embassy."
The two men shook hands.
"Please, call me Frank,"
Chacon said in perfect English. Francisco Chacon was about 5'9", light-skinned with brown, wavy hair. He wore a gray, shiny Hugo Boss power suit. The Chacon family had made its fortune in the Venezuelan oil industry, an industry that had long ago been nationalized by the Chavez government. The Chacon family had lost billions of dollars since Chavez came to power, which had caused Frank Chacon's father to commit suicide in 2000. It didn't surprise Maddox that the Chacon brothers were involved in the council. Calderon and Chacon led Maddox inside, where there were about a dozen bon vivants dressed to the nines gathered inside the large family room, which had undoubtedly been used for countless cocktail parties for as long as the house had stood. The men and women all stood facing Maddox as he entered the room. Most of the guests were in civilian clothes, although Maddox could see there was an army colonel and major in uniform, along with a police captain. Most of them had drinks in their hands, scotch, rum and coke, or it could just be coke, Maddox thought, and wine. It felt like he was the guest of honor at a party no one wanted to be at. Francisco Chacon introduced Maddox to his wife, Aurora, who offered him a drink, which Maddox politely declined.
"Please, come in. We'll get started,"
Francisco Chacon said, as he sipped his scotch and led Maddox to the dining room, offering him a seat at the large table that could easily sit 15. Maddox sat, and everyone took his or her seat. 5 of the guests sat across from Maddox. The other 6 or so guests, including Henry Calderon, sat in chairs along the wall. Obviously, Maddox was sitting across from the leaders of the council.
"Mr. Castro,"
Chacon said, addressing Maddox by his pseudonym. It was obvious to Maddox that Chacon was leading this meeting.
"Please, allow me to introduce you to everyone. This is Colonel Maximo Coronado, representing the Army, Captain Rogelio Niento, representing the Navy, Commander Ramiro Navarro, representing the Metropolitan Police, Deputy Minister of Defense Julio Wilson, and I'm representing the local business community."
Maddox stood and shook each man's hand when introduced.
"We also have the support of DICIP with Mr. Calderon, whom you already know, as well as other important community leaders."
Chacon continued before turning to a man Maddox had already recognized, Carlos Rafael Espinoza, a member of Venezuela's National Assembly, the equivalent of the U.S. Congress. Assemblyman Espinoza was a member of the Unidad Democrática, the Democratic Union, which was a coalition of several political parties united in their opposition to Chavez and his powerful United Socialist Party of Venezuela, which controlled the assembly. Unbeknownst to Chacon, the assemblyman, along with Colonel Carmona and Captain Navarro, was already on the CIA payroll. Their involvement was minimal, limited to passing along intelligence of low to medium value, but it was good to see them now in this position. That was why it paid to keep even low-grade assets around, Maddox thought, as you never knew when it might really pay off. For the next 2 hours, Maddox met with the council, whose goal was to overthrow Chavez in a military coup led by Colonel Carmona and Major Nieto. Once in power, the council would suspend the Chavez Constitution and establish martial law until the entire country would be under their command. Chacon's role was to assure the people that their intent wasn't to establish a military dictatorship, like the ones Venezuela had previously been subjected to, nor to be ruled by a junta. As president of the council, Chacon would take temporary control. Once the situation stabilized, they would appoint Assemblyman Espinosa as interim president of Venezuela, until a special democratic election would be held within 6 months of the coup. What they wanted from Maddox and the United States was material support for the coup, which meant money and weapons. Although the coup had been in planning for months, Maddox had an intelligence collection relationship with half of the council leaders and with Henry Calderón. Maddox's presence there, backed by Dick Phillips, was upping the ante. The council was asking for the CIA to provide tear gas, weapons, and ammunition for the coup, as well as money to run the country to quickly stabilize it and move it to democratic elections. The debt would easily be paid with Venezuela's deep oil coffers. The plan was to kidnap General Andrés Zurita, commander of the powerful and Chavez-loyal National Guard, then battle the Venezuelan Army and National Guard units. They did not want to assassinate Chavez, since it would make him a martyr with a large poor population of the country. The poor supported the populist president, who bought their loyalty with government-subsidized grocery stores and health care provided by Cuban doctors in an Oil for Doctors program Fidel Castro and Chavez had cooked up. It was now obvious why Calderón had provided the information about the Libyan terrorist training camp. The council knew that after 9/11, the White House would support the coup against Chavez. The council also offered the training camp to be disposed of by the CIA as they saw fit. They wouldn't interfere. Johnny Chacon's house in Altamira was close to the U.S. Embassy. Maddox took the Avenida San Juan Bosco onto the Autopista Francisco Fajardo, one of the main freeways in Caracas, and sped down the Fajardo freeway heading back to the embassy for a 1:30 a.m. emergency meeting with his Zulia team. Maddox exited the Fajardo freeway onto Avenida Casanova to Avenida del Country Club, making his way down to Calle F, where the embassy was located. The U.S. Marine Embassy guard waved Maddox into the underground parking lot. Maddox took the elevator onto the embassy, where he was waved in by another embassy guard. In 5 minutes, Maddox was double-timing it down the hallway towards the sit-room. Jack Duffy had been the first to arrive and was brewing coffee for everyone. Mary Dent was already on her second cup. Troy Senite was walking around with a pole and headsets. It looked like he had a metal detector, but he was doing a bug sweep of the sit-room, as he always did before meetings like this one. Since this was an emergency meeting, Ron Bateman, Maddox's deputy station chief, would also be attending. Maddox was an anomaly among station chiefs, who tended to be administrators. Maddox was hands-on, and had delegated the administrative and political dealings to Bateman, which suited both men fine. Bateman was an administrator, and their arrangement would ensure he would soon lead his own station. Maddox walked into the sit-room. "Good, everyone is here," he said, pouring himself a cup of coffee, and splashing some fat-free milk into his cup for his café con leche. The briefing left Team Zulia stunned. The implications ran the gamut. They were on the cusp of a history-making event. Maddox knew Mary Dent and Troy Senite would be ready to rock and roll. They were both seasoned field agents who had gotten their hands dirty during their career. Jack Duffy was the rookie, on his first foreign assignment. Ron Bateman was by the book, but he understood the threat to America's national security with those Libyan terrorist training camps. Maddox knew he could only count on Bateman if they had the backing of the White House. The meeting remained high-level since the details of their roles were still undetermined, so they wrapped it up and Team Zulia headed home. Maddox hit the sack at 4:20 a.m. He was headed up to Langley in the afternoon, so this was his chance to catch a few hours of sleep. At 7 a.m., Maddox went for a 3-mile run down Calle Los Azulejos, towards Parque Morichal and back to his rental house. He was back in his office at the U.S. Embassy by 9 a.m., preparing his debriefing for Dick Phillips with Mary Dent and Ron Bateman, before heading out to take care of some company business. He was going to Bolivar Realty, on Francisco de Miranda Avenue in the Chacal municipality of Caracas. Maddox hadn't seen Sonia in 3 days, and he didn't want to leave for D.C. without saying goodbye. Sonia was thrilled to see Maddox. She understood that their relationship was complicated, but 3 days without seeing or hearing from him was a bit much. But all those concerns melted away when Maddox walked into her office. The CIA paid the rent, and after 2 years of being the CIA's real estate broker, it wasn't unusual for U.S. Embassy Special Assistant Chief of Mission for Personnel Peter Maddox to drop by the office, since he was in charge of relocation of embassy personnel in Venezuela. At least that's what he told them, and the employees of Bolivar Realty had no reason to doubt Maddox's cover. Maddox walked in for the first time since they had finally hooked up in San Cristobal to find Sonia's friend and real estate agent Graciela Cole in Sonia's office. Maddox was disappointed. He was hoping to be able to hold and kiss Sonia, but now he had to pretend this was an official visit.
"Hi, Peter. I was just leaving,"
Graciela said as she greeted Maddox in the customary way with a kiss on the cheek. Graciela's smile made him believe that perhaps Sonia had shared that the two had slept together in San Cristobal. Maddox didn't care, as long as she continued to believe he was personnel director of the embassy. Sonia let Maddox into her office, where, as soon as the door closed, they were on each other, kissing and embracing like the two new lovers they were, who hadn't seen each other in 3 days.
"I was starting to feel cheap,"
Sonia teased Maddox as she kissed him and stroked his hair and neck with her hands. Maddox sat in first class on American Airlines Flight 1227 en route to Washington, D.C., with a connection flight through Miami. He would be arriving late in the evening into Dulles International Airport. It was a good time to prepare for the biggest briefing of his CIA career, but his mind was still in Caracas, when Sonia and Maddox had left Bolivar Realty and nosy Graciela for an empty condo near her office that she was selling. It was vacant, allowing them to go crazy on each other's bodies before his trip. Sonia was back at the condo, washing the sheets and restaging the master bedroom to be once again show-ready. Sonia gasped. If the owners only knew! She thought to herself, then began to smile thinking about their morning tryst. Chapter 8. Return to Langley. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Monday, January 7th, 2002. Maddox was up early at 6 a.m. since he wanted to get a run in before his 9 a.m. meeting with Dick Phillips. Maddox could feel the 50-degree temperature drop between Caracas and D.C. in his bones. He ran for an hour, peeled off his daily 100 push-ups and sit-ups, then hit the shower, got dressed, and was on the road in his rented Ford Taurus. It was only 15 degrees, so Maddox had to leave his BMW motorcycle in storage. Another reason Maddox added to his checklist of reasons why he hated coming to D.C. during the apex of winter. Maddox pulled into CIA headquarters in Langley and successfully maneuvered through the security checkpoints into the CIA compound. The CIA Office of Security manned these, heavily armed men and women CIA officers wearing black and gray jumpsuits. Their only job was to provide security at the Langley campus. It took Maddox 15 minutes from the time he drove into the CIA headquarters parking lot until he finally walked into the Western Hemisphere section. It was a sea of cubicles in where analysts worked through the reams of intelligence data collected by field agents. Maddox stopped at a two-person cubicle where Mary Dent, who had just arrived from Venezuela, and Pat Mendoza, Maddox's staff operations officer, were meeting. Mendoza was based out of CIA headquarters, and he was the link between the Venezuela station and Washington, D.C. Mary Dent had flown in to assist Maddox with the scheduled briefings he had to give. After a brief chat with Dent and Mendoza, Maddox headed towards the outer perimeter of the cubicles, where the offices of the assistant directors and section chiefs were located. Maddox headed to the corner office, which resembled a dentist's office, with a small waiting room manned by Lois Gold. "Hi, Lois," Maddox said as he greeted her with a smile. "Pete, welcome back. You can go right in," Lois said, flashing him a rare smile as she tilted her head towards the closed door of her boss's office. Phillips had a large office with a large double-pane window overlooking the CIA's wooded campus below. Maddox could make out the Berlin Wall monument off in the distance. The monument included a graffiti-clad piece of the former wall taken from Checkpoint Charlie, the former border crossing point that divided Germany into the Communist East and the Democratic West during the Cold War. Dick walked around his desk with a warm handshake and a fatherly pat on the back.
"Pete, so nice to see you again,"
the grizzled CIA warrior said warmly.
"Hi, Dick. Glad to be back,"
Maddox said as he shook Dick's hand.
"Bullshit,"
Dick said with a sly grin. Dick knew that Maddox was a field man who hated Langley and the politics that were needed to survive there. The election of Hugo Chavez had already put Venezuela into the "oh shit" category at Langley and the White House years ago. As far as Dick Phillips was concerned, Chavez was a nut, but a very popular nut with the poor behind him. A finicky problem since they made up the majority of the Venezuelan populace. Chavez had been playing a dangerous game, and the writing was on the wall. Cozying up to Fidel Castro was one thing. Sure, it was embarrassing for the United States and their 40-year embargo, but it was pretty harmless in comparison to cozying up with Muammar Gaddafi, a long-term sponsor of terrorism, and had much more serious repercussions, especially in the post-9/11 world. Dick Phillips had served as station chief in Chile, where he was the point man in the overthrow of the communist president Salvador Allende. He knew in his gut that Hugo Chavez was going to be a problem, posing a threat that Salvador Allende didn't even come close to matching in the early 1970s. Back then, the Cold War was in full swing. It was already a slap in the face to have a communist government like Cuba a mere 90 miles away from Miami. Latin America was considered the United States' backyard. To now have a communist-sympathetic regime in Chile as well was too much, and on mere principle Allende had to be overthrown. The mistake in Chile was letting Pinochet and the military stay in power, and that was something Dick Phillips feared about this council Maddox was talking about. The political climate had changed dramatically since the government overthrowing carefree days of the agency. The Soviet Union had collapsed and no longer threatened to spread communism throughout the Western Hemisphere. Latin America was all but ignored by White House administrations from both parties. Hunting jihadists had now become the mission du jour. Phillips and Maddox went over their notes during their pre-meeting. Later in the morning, Phillips and Maddox briefed the CIA deputy director and his senior staff on the growing threat brewing in Venezuela. The deputy director of the CIA was retired General Ben Roget. General Roget spent 32 years in the U.S. Army, including 4 years as commander of the elite Delta Force and 6 years commanding the U.S. Army Military Intelligence Division, before serving the last 2 years as the Joint Chief of Staff's point man on intelligence and special forces operations. Although he was 62 years old, Roget didn't look it. He was Army fit. And not only did he look like Chuck Norris sans the mustache, he could fight like Norris too, having just won his age group karate championship. Rounding out the senior leadership of the CIA was Max Hoban, who was executive director. Hoban was the number 3 man in charge of the CIA, and a career CIA man who was appointed executive director by Van Loon's predecessor, a man widely disliked by the CIA agents. The former DCI, like Van Loon, was a politician, but unlike Van Loon, he was a man who disliked the role of the CIA and shared the former president's vision of minimizing its role. During the last 8 years, the CIA had been gutted and morale was at its worst. The new administration was a shot in the arm for the CIA community, and with Van Loon and Roget appointed to lead the agency, morale was boosted. Still, there was disappointment that they left a holdover from the previous leadership in the number 3 role at the CIA, especially a weasel like Max Hoban. Hoban had been with the CIA for 28 years. He had mostly served as an administrator, and he was known for kissing up and kicking down, and for not making any decisions that might harm his career. He had little field experience, preferring to run operations from the safety of a control center in Langley. A Yale man, he was short with thick graying hair and even thicker glasses. He was a chain smoker who always reeked like a stale ashtray, and his nicotine-stained yellow fingernails and fingertips gave him a jaundiced look. He exuded a paranoid aura to those he met. As to why he was left as executive director, the train of thought had been that bringing in 2 new leaders from outside the agency would be too much change. Max Hoban could be sold to the Democrats to get their support for confirming Van Loon and Roget quickly. Plus, at 58 years old, they figured Max would only stick around for a couple more years anyway. The popular version around the water cooler as to why Max Hoban remained as executive director was that he might have some incriminating pictures of congressmen in his office safe, which helped him extend his CIA career. Hoban's paranoia and nasty disposition was infamous around the CIA campus. Serving as chief of the counterintelligence and later as the internal affairs chief could bring that out in someone. Just about all his peers already disliked Max Hoban, but running the Office of Professional Conduct for 10 years sealed his fate, a hard-ass fate he embraced. Just as cops didn't like internal affairs cops digging around in their business, second-guessing their actions, the same could be said of the OPC. While Hoban was busy trying to rein in so-called rogue agents, he somehow let double agents like Aldrich Ames slip undetected for years. Yet he was able to survive all these setbacks to become the executive director. He must have some interesting pictures safely tucked away in that private safe of his, Maddox thought. Hoban and Phillips were like mixing oil and water. There wasn't any love lost between the 2 old CIA codgers. Dick Phillips and Max Hoban hated each other because they saw the CIA's role in the world stage very differently. Hoban believed that the CIA's only role should be that of analysts, without direct action or involvement in the field. After the agency's spotty track record with direct action operations, Hoban, with the backing of the previous White House administration, was able to move the agency in that direction. The CIA budget was slashed, the paramilitary division was shut down, and the clandestine branch was gutted. Hoban's vision of a CIA whose role was to observe and report had come to fruition as the agency was becoming as powerless as a security guard at a mall. In Max Hoban's CIA, if actual trouble brewed, they would pass the buck onto the White House, and, if action was needed, then that was what the military was there for. He viewed old spy masters like Dick Phillips as relics from the past, and Dick viewed pencil pushers like Hoban as gutless. Hoban had seen and heard about the work of the legendary CIA operative throughout his career and harbored a deep resentment that had been festering for years. Field operatives like Dick Phillips got the respect and the glory within the CIA at the White House, while his work labeled him as a bureaucrat and a rat. His heading the CIA Internal Affairs Office didn't exactly win him any favors within the agency rank and file, but it did with the politicians who liked having an inside person who shared their distrust of the CIA. The administration of President Carlson believed in the need for direct action by the CIA, and to Hoban's dismay, it began rolling back Hoban's vision for the CIA. Director Van Loon had long been lobbying for the creation of a paramilitary wing of the CIA. In the last few years, the CIA's Special Operations Group, or SOG, had grown in size and influence. Maddox was cut from the same fabric as his mentor, so Hoban despised Dick Phillips' protege. "Pete, I appreciate the work you've been doing down there in Venezuela," Dick Phillips said to Maddox as he put his arm around his shoulder like a proud father. "Thanks, Dick." Maddox knew Dick Phillips meant it, but he knew he was also prepping him, a little pick-me-up before he was put through the ringer. Maddox, Mary Dent, and Dick Phillips met with Doug Van Loon, Ben Roget, Max Hoban, and their staffs in the DI's secure conference room. Phillips led the meeting.
Thank you for attending this briefing on the escalating situation in Venezuela. Our station chief, Peter Maddox, will be showing us some of the evidence he's collected from the field. Mary Dent is one of Maddox's operation officers on the ground in Venezuela.
Dick Phillips spent another 15 minutes on general information and background about the rise of Hugo Chavez and why the threat level had now increased to warrant action before turning the meeting over to Maddox. Maddox laid out the current threat brewing in Venezuela without pulling any punches, being blunt to the point of making Phillips squirm a little in his chair. Mary Dent sat next to him, passing him documents and photographs during his presentation.
It's common knowledge that Chavez has long been a follower and admirer of Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, Maddox started. Gaddafi's Green Book has been required reading for all members of the military and his intelligence officers. Dent slid a copy of the infamous Green Book over to Maddox, which he grabbed and held up over his head so everyone could see it. This copy is a personal copy of a high-ranking DISIP agent who is an asset, Maddox said and handed the book to the DI. Sir, as you can see, it's well-worn and heavily highlighted. It's been the Bible for the entire DISIP intelligence community, the military, and the Chavistas. It's now being used to indoctrinate Venezuelan children, just like it's been forced on Libyan children for over 25 years. Maddox directed the group's attention to the large television monitor showing a picture of a small classroom in rural Venezuela, where a group of children in their public school uniforms were sitting in class with their own Spanish version of the Green Book. The next image was of a clearing that appeared to be a makeshift airplane landing strip. Maddox continued, "This is a hidden landing strip in the Amazonas state in Venezuela. It's being used to set up a terrorist training camp." "How do you know this?" interrupted an incredulous Max Hoban before Maddox could show the satellite photographs of the camp. The room went silent as they stared at the photographs Calderon had provided, and then the images of the camp taken by the CIA satellites from the coordinates Calderon provided. Maddox tapped a key on his laptop to cue up the next slide in the PowerPoint presentation that Dent had put together beautifully. Before anyone could speak, they were looking at a photograph of the fallen towers and the rubble of what used to be the World Trade Center. This was conceived and planned from Afghanistan with the blessing of the Taliban government. Before al-Qaeda, there was Gaddafi, and now no one is watching over his ass. Maddox explained as Dick Phillips cringed over Maddox's direct manner and the use of the fallen towers only 4 months after the attacks. "We've gathered intelligence that Libyan intelligence officers are in Venezuela, including Abdullah Zlitini, a senior intelligence officer with Libya's Mukhabarat el-Jamahiriya." Maddox let that sink in for a few seconds before moving on to the next slide and explaining it to the silenced group. "We believe these are crates of weapons that have arrived via this airstrip," Maddox said, pointing to the slide of the airstrip and the crates littered on the side with forklifts working in the background. "This is a remote area of Venezuela. I can see no other reason for this activity, except conducting some sort of training here. All our efforts are now in Afghanistan, Iraq, and the Middle East, and some of the African countries like Somalia. So even though Venezuela is right in our backyard, they're so under the radar that it's easy to set up a training camp there." "Chavez wouldn't be that stupid," Hoban growled. "No, sir, but he could easily be manipulated and duped by Gaddafi, who could seize this opportunity to plan an attack while we're busy in Afghanistan and Iraq," Maddox replied. "Abdullah Zlitini set up and commanded terrorist training camps in Afghanistan and Pakistan back when Osama bin Laden was just another bored rich Saudi," Phillips said. "And now Zlitini is doing the same in Venezuela." Phillips leaned forward and continued. "In our own hemisphere," he said, tapping his index finger on the table with each word for added emphasis on the urgency of the situation. "I also have a high-value asset inside the DISIP who tells me they're ramping up their crackdown on political dissension by illegally detaining and torturing members of the opposition," Maddox warned. Doug Van Loon had sat back in silence during this whole time, taking it all in, deep in thought, his hand rubbing his chin. He leaned forward and spoke. "Dick, do you agree with this assessment?" "I do, sir," replied Phillips. Inside, Maddox smiled. He knew Dick Phillips would have his back, but not just out of blind faith. Phillips had been devouring all the intelligence Maddox had been sending to Langley, and he was alarmed. Then came the bombshell. "Pete, tell us about Operation Puma," Phillips said. Maddox laid out the operational plan. It would consist of 2 teams. Team Alpha would include Maddox and Delta Task Force 77, the elite direct action and anti-terrorism unit known as the Hunter Killers. They would use the planned coup as cover. While all hell was breaking loose during the coup in Caracas, Team Alpha would take out the terrorist training camp, landing strip, and Abdullah's Latini. Team Bravo would be led by Bill Anderson's CIA Special Operations Group, commonly referred to as SOG. It was the more PC name for the Black Ops team that had made a re-emergence after 9/11. Bill Anderson would provide the Council with the material support it needed, but their role during the actual coup would be to serve more in an observational role, giving Team Alpha the opportunity to strike the camp. The base of operations for Team Alpha would be near Cosmorito, Colombia, which was separated by the Orinoco River from Puerto Ayacucho, the capital and largest city of Venezuela's Amazonas state. The coup in Caracas would be the perfect cover, as Maddox and the Delta Force Squadron would take care of the camp some 330 miles from the fracas that would consume Caracas. "Are you nuts?" Max Hoban grunted under his breath. "No, sir. Doing nothing would be nuts," Maddox responded sarcastically. "Care to elaborate, Max?" Van Loon asked. "Is this the 1970s? Hoban asked as he glanced around the room looking for support. None came, so he chided the room. "We can't overthrow a democratically elected government." "This operation is to deal with the terrorist training camp, using the already planned coup against Chavez as cover. This coup will happen with or without us. Our main objective is annihilating that camp. If the coup is successful and Chavez is overthrown, well, that's just gravy, sir." Maddox smiled. "Bullshit! If the camp is the target, we can use drones to take care of that," Hoban countered. "You want Chavez out." "Using drones is like leaving our business card," Maddox said. "This isn't Afghanistan. We want to get in and out while everyone is preoccupied in Caracas. They won't know what hit them until we're gone. We have no room for error. We can't have an errant drone hit Puerto Ayacucho, up close and personal. That's how we can nip this thing in the bud quickly." "And the Colombian government is on board with this?" D.I. Van Loon asked. "Yes, sir. They'll let us launch from their soil into Venezuela and return back there once the camp is destroyed. They're every bit as unnerved about having this camp across their border as we are," Maddox replied. "Okay, then. Thank you, Mr. Maddox," Van Loon said before Hoban could retort. That was Maddox's cue to leave. He gathered his things while motioning to Mary Dent that it was time to go. They thanked the gathered group for their attention and left the sit-room. "That Hoban is an asshole," Mary Dent whispered to Maddox once they were in the elevator. "What now?" she asked. "We wait. It's politics time," Maddox answered with the disdain for that part of the business in his voice. Maddox, Mary Dent, and Pat Mendoza were going over some new intelligence data in the Western Hemisphere bullpen. To an outsider, it would look like a bunch of stock traders analyzing data, staring at computer monitors and scrolling ticker bars. But these weren't stockbrokers gambling away their clients' 401k. These were analysts who were sorting through raw intelligence data collected by field agents. Maddox and Dent hadn't seen any new information to affect the operation when Maddox received the call he was waiting for from Dick Phillips. Dick Phillips and Bill Anderson were waiting for Maddox inside Dick's office. "What a prick that Hoban was, huh?" was how Dick Phillips greeted Maddox. Bill Anderson sat quietly with a grin on his face. "Typical bureaucratic pond scum," Maddox replied. "Pete, D.I. Van Loon is behind us, but we need to move quickly. The director doesn't think he can rein in Hoban. More than likely he's going to leak this to Congress, and Operation Puma will be dead in the water." "The sooner the better, Dick," The council is ready to move on this in April. I have a good working relationship and complete trust in Major David Lucas and his men of B Squadron. Maddox had worked with Major David Lucas's team on 2 separate occasions. He was impressed with their skill, and they got along great, a rarity for CIA and Delta Force personnel. Good. I'll call the Joint Special Operations Commander and they'll be on the ground post-haste. But Pete, Van Loon wants plausible deniability for the president, so SOG is riding shotgun on this one. This won't get tied to the White House, so you know what that means. Loud and clear, Maddox responded without hesitation. Chapter 9. The Fight for Operation Puma. Langley Headquarters, Western Hemisphere Command Center. Hoban will fight tooth and nail, but I think we'll get the green light for Operation Puma, Phillips announced as he walked into his command center. Will he go to Congress or the White House with this? Maddox asked. Max Hoban is more of a political animal than anything else. He will not risk his hide right now, but if things go bad, he'll sell us all up the river in a New York minute. So he'll be watching from the sidelines to see how this plays out politically for him before he does anything one way or another, Phillips explained. Playing politics with America's security was something Maddox detested more than anything, and was one of the reasons he hated working in D.C. Too many politicians polluting the air, he would say to himself over and over during his trips to D.C. The Hugo Chavez training camp problem wasn't going away, and they had just been handed the solution to this problem on a silver platter. Maddox wondered what there was to think about. He wanted the green light to proceed with Operation Puma. Maddox was heading back to Venezuela in 3 days, but he had to wait for the bureaucrats to do their thing. I know how much you hate this part, Pete, Dick Phillips said consolingly. Trust me, I do as well. I've just been doing this a lot longer than you, he grinned. Maddox knew that was the truth, especially for an old spy warrior like Dick Phillips, who operated in years gone by when the CIA was much more active in taking care of problem regimes. The new breed of timid CIA operatives that rose from the cutback happy 90s was one of the reasons the Special Risk Assessment Commission was established. SRAC was a secretive organization within the already secretive Central Intelligence Agency. Its creation had been deemed crucial in an era when Congress openly questioned whether the CIA's existence was even necessary. The Special Risk Assessment Commission had one goal: to act when the politicians refused to do so. The commission met in secret. Their existence was but a rumor, and the members of the commission unknown. Even the president was kept in the dark about the SRAC. Some presidential administrations welcomed the commission and its secrecy. It provided them with the real plausible deniability they craved when the shit hit the fan. The creation of the CIA's Special Operations Group brought back Black Ops in full force and gave the Commission an actual paramilitary arm it could use. With SOG now in existence, Hoban knew the Commission would proceed with Operation Puma, regardless of the official directive from the White House and Director Van Loon. Hoban tasked himself to continue trying to expose and destroy the Commission, even though he had no proof, no leverage. But he wasn't going to let it go, especially with Dick Phillips, a man he had despised for years, overseeing these types of operations. Maddox was in flight back to Venezuela, the last meeting still playing in his head. Maddox had met with Dick Phillips and Bill Anderson, the head of the SOG. Maddox didn't know who Bill Anderson was. He wasn't even sure if that was his real name. Bill Anderson was in his late 40s with a shaved head and a southern drawl, from Texas perhaps, the only hint as to his background. Maddox had been called into a meeting with Dick Phillips just hours before his flight back to Caracas. Mr. Maddox, it's a real pleasure, Bill Anderson said to Maddox as he extended his hand and offered a firm handshake. Do you go by Pete or Peter? Pete is fine, sir. And you are? Maddox replied, a bit confused. My name is Bill Anderson. Dick has told me a lot about you. Your briefs on Operation Puma are very impressive. Excellent briefs, Pete. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, Maddox said. Please, Pete, call me Bill. We're all friends here," Anderson said, gesturing towards the room. "Okay, Bill. What's going on here?" Maddox had tired of the pleasantries. "You're right, Dick. He doesn't beat around the bush," Anderson said with an even wider smile and winked to Phillips. "I have a flight to catch," Maddox responded with a tinge of annoyance. Right, Pete. Operation Puma has been greenlit by SRAC," Anderson said, referring to SRAC. "What about the chain of command?" Maddox asked. "I'm here, which means you don't have to worry about the chain of command," Anderson said with a smile now gone from his face. "Pete," Dick said calmly and coolly, "Director Van Loon is behind you, but the official line from the White House is that you're to continue your surveillance and intelligence gathering, especially on the airstrip for more concrete proof that a terrorist training camp is being built. But as to the planned coup, the official command is we're not to be involved, nor are we supposed to provide aid. Van Loon wants to ensure the president is cocooned from it. Therefore, Operation Puma will be funded by SRAC off the books," Anderson interjected. "The money from SRAC's budget and support will be coming from Bill's SOG team, not from the Western Hemisphere desk," Phillips explained further. "Do you know what that means, Pete?" Anderson asked. "Yes, that we're going ollie north on this operation," Maddox said, with a grin on his face. Maddox said that to get a rise out of Phillips and Anderson, but it also made the point that he knew exactly what he was getting into. If the shit were to hit the fan, it was Maddox who would get splattered, so the president could say that he had no knowledge of the operation. Blame it all on those damn pesky rogue CIA types. Maddox had no idea if the president actually knew about this operation or not. Perhaps Van Loon was insulating the president so he could look reporters in the eye and deny knowing about any covert operations to oust a foreign government. Or perhaps the president knew exactly what was about to happen. Oliver North had paid the price during the Iran-Contra scandal of the 1980s. So had several CIA operatives who were all labeled rogue agents by the CIA and the White House and were booted out of the agency. Bill Anderson and his team didn't officially exist. Sure, this man was standing there in Dick Phillips' office talking to Maddox, but he didn't exist on paper. Maddox had heard about Bill Anderson and his team, a small, close-knit group of Black Ops specialists. They were ghosts. As station chief, Maddox was the bagman, and if need be, he would be left holding the proverbial bag. "That's right. If the mission fails, if the operation is exposed, the agency will not have your back. Once we're done here, there is no turning back," Anderson explained. "And for every Oliver North that becomes a book-writing celebrity, there are twice as many anonymous stars on the wall, and some don't even make it on the wall." Anderson continued with his ominous warning. Maddox knew the implications of that wall. It was the CIA's memorial wall located in the north side of the lobby of its headquarters, which honors the men and women who gave their lives in the service of the agency and their country. Most entries are only marked with a single gold star. Their name, death, and mission would remain a secret to never be revealed. Maddox had grown tired of the D.C. maneuvering. He was ready to get back to Venezuela for Operation Puma, and for Sonia Collins. "I understand and am eager to kick some Libyan ass," Maddox replied with a smile. Anderson and Phillips both shook Maddox's hand and tapped his shoulder with their left hand. "Bill and his team will be in Caracas in 72 hours, Dick Phillips said as he returned to his desk. "We'll be operational in 24 hours once on the ground. Because of your thorough brief, we're already making sure to have the tools needed to aid the mission," Anderson said, taking over for Phillips. "What about Hoban?" Max asked. "He's my problem," Phillips said. "I think you got the short end of the stick," a smiling Maddox said to Phillips as he got out of his chair. "Gentlemen, I have a flight to catch. Bill, see you in Caracas." Chapter 10. La orden para la visión. Caracas, Venezuela.
Maddox named Operation Puma tongue-in-cheek for José Luis El Puma Rodriguez, one of the most popular entertainers in Venezuela. He was a well-known superstar, a singer and star actor of popular Venezuelan TV soaps. He was a heartthrob who looked very much like a Latin George Hamilton. Dick Phillips got it, but advised Maddox to leave that tidbit out of his presentation. Coup d'etats had a long and storied past in Venezuela. Chavez himself had tried to overthrow the elected president back in 1992. His own coup failed, and he spent 3 years in prison, a fate these new plotters would not repeat if Chavez got his hands on them. They would be tortured and killed by the Chavistas without a doubt. If the coup failed, Calderón would find a slow death in the concrete chair of his boss, Joan Bruhl. But this group was intent on not failing. It had formed a secret organization known as La Orden para la Liberación, the Order for Liberation. The order had been planning the coup for 5 months when Calderón approached Maddox for assistance. Maddox remembered the night well. Calderón had scheduled another meeting, not an official DISIP CIA meeting. Joan Bruhl had forbidden any DISIP cooperation with the CIA months before. Mary Dent saw Calderón's chalk mark during her daily run and hidden message check through the park. Maddox met Henry Calderón at the predetermined location. Every month the meeting locations changed. Public libraries, parks, bars, and safe houses were all used for these meetings. Arranging the meetings was getting tougher and tougher. Joan Bruhl had Chavistas on every corner. It could be your neighbor, friend, family member, or a brown-shirt thug who could rat you out to Bruhl's internal security force for a few bolivars. Calderón arrived first with a prostitute he hired as cover. As part of the course for Calderón, she was quite the looker. Even with his life and the future of Venezuela in the balance, Calderón still had time for a little sex, especially with a working girl. Wham, bam, here's 30 bolivars, thank you, madame. But first the task at hand, spy business. The prostitute was a perfect decoy. If Calderón were being followed, the DISIP counterintelligence agents would pack it in once they saw Calderón show up at the house of a friend with his new girlfriend and a bottle of wine. Calderón rang the doorbell. His friend and co-conspirator, Juan Carlos Juanca Castilla, greeted them at the door. Once inside, a dinner party was in full swing. Maddox had already been at the house for 2 hours, laying low in the maid's room, waiting for their meeting. "Pete, how are you?" When it was just Calderón and Maddox, Henry Calderón used Maddox's real name. Calderón was one of the only people in the order to know it. Everyone else continued to call him Rick Castro. "Good, Henry. One of these days we'll have to meet without all the maneuvering," Maddox said with a smile and a quick embrace. "Yes, that's what I want to talk to you about tonight. Perhaps we can expedite things so that they come sooner than later," Calderón said, the last part with a grin. Maddox returned the grin and took a look at Calderón's girl before shutting the bedroom door. "Hot date you got there," Maddox said. "She's a pro?" Calderón informed Maddox with a proud smile. "DISIP?" Maddox asked, thinking she was an intelligence agent. Calderón burst out laughing. No, my friend. Pro, as in a working girl. You know, like the movie Pretty Woman. I pay her to be my date and decoy, and after our business, we get down to the business of the oldest profession," Calderón said with a lustful giggle. "Hey, I can have one of her friends come over for you. Good-looking, just like her," Calderón offered. "Thanks, but I'm okay," Maddox said with his hands held out in surrender as he steered the conversation back to work. "So, how are you planning on expediting things?" Maddox asked Calderón. Henry Calderón filled Maddox in on the activities of the council these past few months. The coup had been planned for 6 months. The timing was now perfect. Chavez had passed a number of laws in his attempt to strengthen government control over the state oil company, PDVSA. As they suspected, this action was condemned by many organizations, and the council had the backing of the union leaders to begin a general strike to protest the strong-arm tactics. The power struggle between the Chavez government and the PDVSA was the perfect distraction. Frank Chacon and the commission were ready. Chacon had been waiting for this moment for years. He was one of the few who dared to speak out against Chavez. Chacon planned to run for president against Chavez in the next election, but the chances of a fair election were slim. As the council chairman, Chacon would be the primary leader, until Assemblyman Carlos Rafael Espinosa was installed as interim president after the overthrow of Chavez, with the elections planned within 6 months of the coup. Francisco Chacon planned to run for president then, but until that time he would be the man running the country from behind the scenes. The strikes and protests were the perfect opportunity to make that happen. As the Chavistas were out cracking skulls to break up the strike, the council's military action would begin to oust Chavez from power. The coup would also be the perfect cover for Operation Puma, which would destroy the terrorist training camp in the Amazon. Maddox thought the overthrow of Chavez would be a bonus. Maddox believed getting rid of Chavez was in the best interest of the United States, but while the days of having CIA-planned coups might be over, the backing of a U.S.-friendly coup was the next best thing. Chapter 11. Saturdays. Caracas, Venezuela. Saturday, March 30th, 2002. March in Caracas was typically one of the warmest months of the year, and as expected it was a hot and sweltering day, but it was a good day for Maddox because he was able to keep his Saturday with Sonia. Saturday was Maddox's favorite day of the week because he would usually spend it with her. They would go for a run around Parque del Este, play tennis, run errands, go to dinner, and later make love. Maddox just liked spending the day together. A few times, on a whim, Maddox would whisk her away on his Cessna airplane for a 30-minute flight to the beautiful white sandy beaches of Playa Puerto Cruz. There were also days like today, where they would just spend time with each other at her house in Prados del Este. Maddox's job prevented a normal courtship, but their relationship had flourished in the months since they had first become involved romantically in San Cristobal. Although not broadcasting their relationship, they weren't exactly hiding it either. But Maddox saw the danger of falling in love while on a foreign assignment with an asset. Her safety was constantly on his mind. It was a scenario he had avoided during his CIA career, but there was now the personal happiness he was feeling for the first time in years, even though his love for Sonia was causing him to take risks he wouldn't usually take. Although Sonia had no idea of the political instability that was brewing, Maddox knew this was the calm before the storm, so he was going to enjoy it with her. Maddox was always careful to ensure that someone like Joan Bruhl couldn't find out how important Sonia was to him. Another reason why Maddox was again trying to convince Sonia to leave Venezuela. The few fights they had in their short romance were about her leaving the country for a while. "Babe, have you given any thought to what we talked about?" Maddox asked.
"I'm not leaving or hiding, especially when you won't give me any information other than don't be here for all of April. I can't do that. I have a business to run."
That was Sonia's standard reply on the matter. "I told you, there are things about my work that I cannot share with you. You need to understand that and trust me," Maddox pleaded.
"I do trust you, but I'm not leaving."
Maddox was having a hard time convincing Sonia about the dangers she faced as an asset. Even though she was on the CIA payroll, she was not an employee, so the risk factor was higher since she didn't have diplomatic immunity. Since she refused to leave, Maddox was moving to Plan B with Sonia Collins. Operation Puma was moving forward to coincide with the Council's coup now scheduled for April 11th. In 1 month, Venezuela was going to be under fire, and he would be 300-some miles away from her. Maddox desperately wanted Sonia to leave the country and stay with her mother and sister, who had finally had enough of Chavez and moved to Key Biscayne, Florida. But Sonia was stubbornly independent, and she wasn't going to let anyone run her off. Although Maddox couldn't give her specifics, he hinted that Caracas was not going to be a safe place soon. She scoffed at his statement.
"It's safe now?
She had a point. The crime rate in Caracas was not only getting worse, it was getting more violent. Kidnappings were becoming more common, especially outside of Caracas. Like most middle to upper-class homes, her house was inside a gated compound and had shard glass and barbed wire on the top of her property wall to prevent malfeasance from jumping over the wall. When Sonia was growing up in Caracas, Prados del Este was a wide-open community. Now it was inside a gated community with Uzi-carrying guards patrolling it. Maddox knew this new attempt would also lead to Sonia refusing to budge, so he had already moved on to Plan B. Maddox called his good friend Tom Rose, the former British SAS soldier who had retired last year from MI6 and was now doing freelance work. Maddox wanted Rose to provide security for Sonia Collins. There was no need to lie to Tom Rose. Maddox came clean that this job was personal. According to the CIA, she was just a low-level asset that warranted zero protection from the CIA security detail or from the Bureau of Diplomatic Security. Rose agreed to be in Caracas in the next 48 hours from his home outside of London with the express mission to keep an eye on Sonia. Tom Rose arrived in Caracas as promised. Maddox was thrilled to see his friend again. They were driving in Maddox's bulletproof SUV from the Simon Bolivar International Airport to the U.S. Embassy. Maddox was not just glad to see his friend again. He had someone he could trust in town to watch over Sonia. Tom Rose had taken a standard 21-day CIA contract for freelancers. The contract was to provide security and logistics, but his real mission was to protect Sonia. Since she refused to leave the country, he would become her shadow for the next month. Maddox was going to be fully engaged with Operation Puma and was not going to be around to protect her. He couldn't tell her that a coup was brewing, but he wasn't going to leave her in the middle of that shitstorm alone. By bringing Tom Rose in as an official contractor for Operation Puma, he could share the entire operation details with him and run Rose's $15,000 fee through the agency. Rose refused to take Maddox's money. This was about helping a friend. But Maddox wanted to make sure Tom Rose would be paid, so he set up the official CIA contract. Maddox and Rose were sitting in the U.S. Embassy's CIA Situation Room as Maddox explained what Chavez and the Libyans had been up to. "That fucking runt," Tom Rose seethed in his Lancashire British accent. It was hard enough for Maddox to understand Tom's British accent. But when Tom became agitated, it was lucky if he could understand half of what came out of his old friend's mouth. Maddox had shown him the pictures of the Libyan terrorist training camp and the landing strip in the Amazonas state, and briefed him on the details of Operation Puma, including the upcoming coup attempt. "My high-value asset inside DISIP provided me with the coordinates of this place. Our satellites took these pictures," Maddox explained. "We have 2 operations going. My man inside DISIP brought me in on a planned coup scheduled for April 11th. Maddox continued laying down the groundwork for Tom Rose. "Bloody hell! The agency planned it?" Rose asked. "No, we don't do that anymore," Maddox said with a shit-eating grin. "But seriously, it's a local op that they've been planning for over a year. They brought us in for material support. You know the drill. Guns and money, shit like that. In exchange, not only do we get that fucking midget Chavez out of power, but they'll let us handle the Libyan camp on our terms." "Who's working with the locals?" Tom asked. "SOG is working with them on that operation," Maddox replied. "When the military operation in Caracas hits, I'll be with Delta Force in the Amazon jungle taking care of that camp and landing strip. The military action in Caracas will be our cover. There is an Army and Navy base in Puerto Ayacucho, so any action up there will be pinned as part of the coup. They'll also be scrambling with what's going on in Caracas, so the camp will be the last thing on their minds. SOG will play second fiddle in Caracas, just providing weapons and taking an observer and reporting role during the coup while we take out the camp." Maddox finished with a smile. "Brilliant, mate," Tom Rose said, impressed with Operation Puma. "The third operation is our operation, the asset. This is just between you and me, Tom," Maddox said, tapping his chest and then doing the same on Tom's broad chest.
Sonia Collins is my most valuable asset because she means a lot to me personally." Maddox put more emphasis on personally and then continued. "I don't want her solo when all hell breaks loose here, and if Hohen Bruhl finds out about her role as an asset, he'll have her arrested." Maddox paused for a few seconds, shuddering at the thought. "If he finds out she's special to me on a personal level, he'll skin her alive just for fun." Maddox's voice trembled. "You don't have to worry about your girl, mate." Then he asked, "Did you get my shopping list?" "I sure did," Maddox said, placing a large black weapons suitcase on the table before spinning it around to face Rose and opening it, showing Tom Rose the contents of his shopping list. "I got it all right here. 2 Sig Sauer P226 9mm handguns, an HK MP5 submachine gun with 50-round magazines, and topping the list of goodies was a case of flashbang stun grenades. It was enough firepower to hunker down during a military coup while protecting the asset most important to Pete Maddox." While Tom and Maddox went over how to best protect Sonia, she was having a hard time dealing with Maddox's job. Although she figured there would be danger getting involved with a CIA agent, hell, she had seen him armed and in action in San Cristobal. She didn't really have a clue what she was getting into when she fell in love with him. She just didn't understand what was going on. She refused to leave the country when Maddox begged her to. And now this? Maddox was assigning her own personal 24/7 bodyguard. The danger was starting to sink in, but it was infuriating because Maddox wouldn't tell her why this was necessary. The new couple honeymoon period was over, as expected, but usually the new couple arguments didn't involve life and death matters and whether or not she really needed to have an armed personal bodyguard. "I'm sorry, honey, but this is not negotiable," Maddox said. "You have to trust me on this. You do trust me, don't you?" Maddox tilted his head and gently took her hands into his. The guilt trip attempt backfired. Sonia became angry with Maddox pulling the trust me card, but even though she yanked her hands away, her gut told her it was time to listen to him. "Yes, of course," she finally responded in a near whisper. Backfire averted, Maddox thought, as Sonia continued, her voice coated with frustration. "It's just hard. First you want me to leave the country, now you want me to have this bodyguard on me 24/7. But you don't tell me what the hell is going on. You're scaring me, Pete." Maddox once again took her hands, interlocking his fingers with hers tenderly. "We've talked about this, honey. There are parts of my job that I can never discuss with you, ever. You need to understand that. But it's going to become even more dangerous here than usual, and I shouldn't even be telling you that," Maddox said as he looked into her watery green eyes. Maddox continued, "Tom isn't just some bodyguard. He's a friend, and I trust him with my own life, which is why I asked him to watch over you, just for a week or so." "Is he with the CIA too?" Sonia asked. "No, but he's good at what he does. He's retired from the British military and their intelligence agency MI6, and since I won't be able to be here to protect you, I'll be reassured that Tom can." "Protect me from what?" a freaked-out Sonia asked. "Sonia, you know that Venezuela is a dangerous place if you're not a Chavista, which is why your mother and sister moved to Miami after your dad died." Maddox was now caressing the tops of her hands. "Not only are you involved with me, you're an asset for the CIA. You're on our payroll, so you could be in danger. I'm going to be gone for the next couple weeks. With Tom being here with you, I'll know you'll be okay." Maddox gently brushed a fallen hair strand away from her face. "I'm probably overreacting, but I'll feel better knowing you'll be safe with Tom," Maddox said as he kissed her. Sonia blinked, allowing a tear to escape down her cheek as she looked down. She was going through so many emotions. She was worried about Maddox's safety. She was worried about her own safety. Maddox kissed her again, and then they just held each other for a while. Chapter 12. The Amazonas. Puerto Ayacucho, Venezuela, April 9, 2002.
Sonia was very much in Maddox's mind as he landed his Cessna at the one-lane Cacique Aramare Airport in Puerto Ayacucho. The small plane rocked and vibrated as it taxied down the poorly maintained asphalt lane that served as the only landing strip for the tiny airport. When Maddox stepped out of his plane, the steamy, hot weather of the Amazonas state hit him across the face like a hot barber's towel. Caracas was warm, but nothing like the stifling heat he was feeling as he glanced to the west, toward the clandestine Libyan terrorist camp hidden only 75 miles from the small airport. Operation Puma was moving into operational mode, and Maddox could feel his adrenaline surging. He was worried about Sonia, but felt at ease knowing that she was in good hands with Tom Rose. Yet Maddox was again second-guessing himself for not forcing Sonia out of the country. The alpha male inside him that had helped him track down and kill terrorists could have taken hold and ordered her out, but deep down inside that wasn't the type of man he wanted to be anymore. Sonia was an independent woman who wouldn't react well to being ordered to do anything, so he instead tried to reason with her, to no avail. She was staying in Caracas. Her strong will and independence was one of the reasons he had fallen in love with her. At least Tom Rose was with her now. Maddox's mind shifted gears when he saw the dust trail from the approaching car. Ruben Guzman, the DAS intelligence officer, was behind the wheel of the red Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Maddox liked and trusted Guzman. There was a lot of corruption in the Colombian military and police force, so it was harder for Maddox to trust anyone from their ranks, but Ruben had proven to be a good ally. Ruben was the man in charge of the raid of the ELN rebel safe house the year before, and had let Maddox interrogate one of the prisoners, leading to the discovery of the training camp. That successful raid led to a nice promotion for Ruben, who was now head of the DAS Special Operations Team. The Toyota truck came to a stop, and Guzman quickly popped out from the driver's side with a smile and a wave.
"How are you, my friend?"
Guzman said as he walked towards Maddox and extended his hand for a firm handshake, followed by a quick embrace. Guzman was critical in making it possible for Maddox and the Delta Force to launch their assault from Colombian soil, giving the operation the critical element of surprise. The thought of the Colombian drug cartels striking an alliance with Libya and Venezuela to train at the camp kept Miguel Angel Perez, the president of Colombia, awake at night. He pledged full support to allow U.S. forces to set up their command center on Colombian soil. The Delta Force Squadron was already bivouacking in the Colombian jungle, near the town of Casuarito, which was just across the Orinoco River from Puerto Ayacucho, Venezuela. Maddox had the full confidence of Delta Force B Squadron, commanded by Major David Lucas and Command Sergeant Major Mickey Welch. Maddox had worked with this squad before, and these were the same Delta Force operators who had rescued Brian Hart, the American hostage held by the ELN cell that Maddox helped capture with Guzman a few months back. The intelligence collected by Maddox led right to the ELN camp where the American was being held. 8 ELN rebels were killed, and the American hostage was rescued unharmed. A damn fine operation, Maddox thought. He held these operators in high regard indeed. Delta Force was used to mobilizing quickly, but due to the intelligence Maddox had collected, they had the luxury of prepping. They had left their headquarters in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and had spent a week in the Panamanian jungle, training before setting up their bivouac camp in the Colombian, where they could easily cross into Venezuela to conduct surveillance before the assault. They were ready and eager to strike. Guzman and Maddox took one of the frequently departing ferries from Puerto Ayacucho, Venezuela, to the small village of Casuarito, Colombia. They paid the ferry operator the equivalent of $2 for the quick trip across the Orinoco River. It was a beautiful part of the world, and Maddox enjoyed the quiet ride across the river. "How are things looking, Ruben?" Maddox finally asked after spending what felt like an hour staring at the soothing waters of the Orinoco River.
"Your boys have set up camp not far from Casuarito, about a 30-minute drive. But there's a world of difference. We're headed into the thick jungle."
Ruben warned with a friendly smile.
"I love camping.
Maddox replied with his own smile. The conversation turned serious.
"Those bastards are here in full force,"
Reuben said, describing the Libyans in the camp. "We'll get those fuckers," Maddox replied, his adrenaline surging before the peace of the river crossing calmed him down again. Chapter 13. Sonia's Bodyguard. Caracas, Venezuela. Sonia was on edge. She was worried about Maddox, but she was also starting to worry about her own safety.
"Maybe I should have left the country,"
she kept thinking. The seriousness of Maddox's plea hadn't sunk in until Tom Rose arrived to be her personal bodyguard. Sonia liked Tom, who made her laugh with that famous British wit. Tom Rose was 6 foot tall, so although he was quite a bit shorter than Maddox's 6'3" frame, he towered over Sonia Collins' 5'5" height. Tom Rose was like a character out of the Wild Geese movie, especially with the British accent, which she had a hard time understanding. Tom was funny and a bit silly, but he was very caring and professional about her security, so much so that he would get on her nerves with what she believed was his overcautious way of doing things. From errands to hanging out at home, Tom's security routine seemed a bit much. Nevertheless, she followed along since she felt safe under his care. Sonia wasn't sure what she was feeling safe from, but she knew something big was going to happen. Maddox had warned her that he would be unable to communicate with her for the next week or two. It was this type of thing that was casting serious doubt on her relationship with a man like Pete Maddox. Sonia was in love with Maddox, but it was hard carrying on with a spy. There were a lot of secrets, of course, and at first she thought that wouldn't be a problem for her, but she was finding it more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. She hated the not knowing. There was also the fact that Maddox was on year 3 of his 4-year assignment. The future seemed uncertain. Sonia had already gone through this when she had dated a young diplomat who moved away to Italy, breaking her heart. She recovered fast from that relationship since she realized she wasn't truly in love with him, but with Maddox it was different. She was 31 years old now. How much time was she going to devote to a man with so many secrets? A man who not only kept secrets and deceived as part of his job, but was also dangerous. And now it appeared to have put her in danger as well. At first, being a paid asset was exhilarating, and the money was great. She sat in her beautiful office looking around. She would still be in the old family home that had been cheaply converted to be an office if it wasn't for Maddox. Sonia couldn't be mad at Maddox for her involvement as an asset. She could have said no. It was driving her mad having no idea where he was or what he was doing, or what was going on that required a 24/7 bodyguard. And to top it off, she wouldn't hear from him for a couple weeks. No phone calls, no emails, no text messages, nada. The thought of ending the relationship would creep into her mind, but it was just that, a thought. For better or worse, she was in love with Maddox, and wasn't able or willing to just walk away from the relationship. Sonia needed to get her mind on other things, so she decided to get some work done by going to the office with her bodyguard in tow. Graciela Cole walked into the office to find Tom Rose sitting in the lobby. She lit up when he stood up to introduce himself as Sonia's new client from London. Graciela introduced herself and flirted with him for a moment before she made the beeline into Sonia's office, begging to be allowed to show him properties.
"You can keep the commission. He's just so handsome. Come on, Sonia. I'm tired of being single,"
Graciela pleaded. If Graciela only knew, Sonia thought, that this client was really an ex-Special Forces soldier and spy who was now basically a mercenary sent here to protect her from who knew what.
"Hey, Graciela, this isn't a dating service. Don't you have work to do?"
an exasperated Sonia said. Graciela gave her chewed-out puppy look. "Fine," she said as she stomped out of Sonia's office, but she regained her composure fast enough to flash another flirty smile and bat her eyes at Tom before she disappeared into her cube. Sonia had never been short with her friend before, but she had too much in her head to deal with Graciella's lack of man problems. Sonia walked out of her office.
"Mr. Rose, are you ready to look at those properties? I need to get out of here. This isn't working to clear my head," she thought.
Chapter 14. Forward Base Camp. Near Casuarito, Colombia. The Colombian military Humvee driver expertly navigated the rough road from the Casuarito village up into the jungle, but it was still a bumpy ride. Maddox was tossed around the back seat like a rag doll as the Humvee avoided huge potholes and crossed a rather deep river where the water seeped inside the vehicle. "A little deeper and we'll need a fucking boat," Maddox thought to himself as he looked out the window at the water lapping up mid-door. At the end of the long, winding, unpaved road, they arrived at their destination, the command center. It was 30 miles from the village, but it was deep in the jungle. The Colombian military had built this camp a few years before to house their troops fighting the drug cartels and the rebels in the area. It was an odd sight to see this camp in the middle of the jungle, but it was actually quite nice, with 3 stand-alone structures. One was their meeting room, then 2 barracks. They were small, low-framed buildings made completely out of wood, with rusted tin roofs and creaky slabs of wood serving as a floor, which surprised Maddox. Dirt floors were usually the norm in these types of settings. The upper half of the buildings was wide open to take advantage of Mother Nature's air conditioning, but screened in with mesh to keep out the vicious mosquitoes and other Amazon critters. "Fancy," Maddox said to Reuben Guzman as he pointed to the floor and the mesh.
"Only the best. A real Four Seasons hotel,"
he said with his arms pointing toward the open air. Guzman then extended his hands out to Maddox.
"Get those cabrones."
"We will. Thanks for everything you've done, Reuben."
"God damn! If it isn't Mad Max!"
a voice brayed from inside the other barrack. Although Maddox couldn't make out the figure behind the mesh, he recognized the booming voice of Sergeant First Class Hermes Ramos. Hermes Ramos was a gregarious loudmouth, pain-in-the-ass, and former ranger buddy from Maddox's army days. He was from Ponce, Puerto Rico. Maddox was shocked when he first ran into Hermes during an operation a few years back. He'd thought for sure Hermes would wear out his welcome with the Army, but Hermes had found his niche and became a skilled Special Forces soldier, and now he was with the best of the best, Delta Force.
"Good God, man, you don't have your 20 in yet?"
Maddox teased, as Hermes walked into the barracks where Maddox was setting up his gear. The two embraced.
"Good to see you, Mad Max,"
Hermes said, addressing him with the nickname he had hung around his neck years ago. The other members of the squad began addressing Maddox as Mad Max. There was a deep respect for secrecy within these troops. Everyone operated on a need-to-know basis, and no one needed to know their CIA contact's real name. Plus, Hermes loved to call him by the nickname he had saddled Maddox with during a past operation in Europe. Maddox had dyed his hair blonde and slicked it back. All it took was wearing some dark shades for Hermes to quip,
"God damn, it's Max Headroom,"
from the 1980s television pop icon, and the name stuck. Maddox always tried to tell a different story, that his nickname came because he reminded people of Mel Gibson's Mad Max character, but that version hadn't stuck.
"I thought Delta Force only accepted the best,"
Maddox teased as he gave Ramos a friendly shove. The relationship between the CIA and Delta Force had become strained the past few years. In the late 1980s and through the 90s, the CIA's role as a direct participant in operations had been stripped due to past scandals. The bureaucrats had successfully turned the CIA into a strictly observe and report role. But during the last few years that had changed, and President Carlson had authorized CIA Director Van Loon to create the Special Operations Group, which its detractors coined the CIA's Army. Since then, SOG had become more involved in direct paramilitary action, which stirred up a turf war between the military and the CIA. The military didn't want SOG involved in direct action. That was the role of Special Forces. They also weren't too keen that the CIA kept recruiting Delta Force troops into SOG. But Squadron B got along well with Maddox. He was at least a former Ranger, and he stayed out of their way, letting them do their job. Even before the recent formation of SOG, Maddox enjoyed a good working relationship with Delta Force. Maddox was not one to micromanage from Langley or his office in Caracas. He was out here in the field alone. He didn't bring any other CIA operatives. That was the reason why Maddox wanted Bill Anderson and his SOG troops in Caracas assisting with the coup, while he worked with Delta Force in taking out the Libyan terrorist training camp. Maddox had confidence in these Delta operators. He rather missed being in a tight unit like Delta Force. These men would probably be shocked to learn that Maddox was station chief since he preferred to be out in the field. The Delta Force came in, did their job, and got out. No politics to deal with. And in the highly structured world of the military, Delta Force was given a lot of leeway. No telltale military haircuts. Delta Force troops wore their hair in civilian styles. Many had beards and mustaches so they could blend into the real world. They mostly wore civilian clothes, and when in military operations like this one where they did wear military fatigues, they were bereft of any of the usual military uniform markings. No ranks, patches, name tags, dog tags, or anything like that. They looked like mercenaries, not regular army. Delta Force was a soldiers' unit made of sergeants. The commanders were officers, but they mostly had more of a support role to ensure the unit had everything they needed and they coordinated the missions. The officers also dealt with the bureaucratic and political headaches, so the actual unit of non-commissioned officers could just do their job. The unit commander, Major Dave Lucas, would man the command center from the jungle on the Colombian side, in direct contact with Squadron Commander Colonel Nathan Coolidge, who would be monitoring the strike team from the Pentagon. In the field and during the assault, Command Sergeant Major Mickey Welch ran the show, with his direct strike and sniper units reporting up to him. He reported to Major Lucas. Maddox entered the impromptu command center in one of the open-air buildings for CSM Welch's intel briefing. After dispensing with the greetings and taking a couple minutes to catch up, Welch was ready to start the briefing. Mickey Welch was a farm boy from Iowa, big and country strong from growing up with manual chores of farming. He was giving the daily briefing from the intelligence gathered by the sniper team, who had taken up observation posts near the training camp for the past 3 days. The Libyan and Venezuelan forces had no idea they were being watched by Delta Force snipers, who would radio back the data collected to the command center. "Gentlemen, listen up," CSM Mickey Welch boomed. "No new targets today. We have 21 targets to clear from the camp, both Libyan and Venezuelan, including the big fish, Abdullah's Latini." Welch put a jump drive into a laptop. "I've uploaded the pictures taken by the sniper team this afternoon. They match perfectly with the pictures the CIA had snapped from the sky." Welch nodded in appreciation toward Maddox. "We have 4 structures already built. A guardhouse that they're using for weapons storage, 2 barracks, all concrete floor to ceiling, and a prefab structure used for training purposes." CSM Welch swatted a fly away before continuing. "There is also a 4-lane firing range and an obstacle course with 5 obstacles. There is also what appears to be a helipad. Construction is ongoing, so the plan here is for a rather large permanent facility. We'll make sure that won't happen," he said with a smile. "The camp is located in the nearby forested mountains 26 kilometers from Puerto Ayacucho. But don't let that fool you. This is remote as shit terrain we're talking about. The landing strip is 3 kilometers from the main structures. We'll be taking that out as well." Welch paused for effect, and then continued with his briefing. "It's going to be a coordinated assault. We're going to strike once the local military action is in effect down in Caracas. Max will be giving us a briefing about that momentarily." Welch gestured toward Maddox, addressing him by Ramos' nickname. "The sniper team will take out the guard detail, and then the direct action team will storm the guardhouse under sniper cover. At this time, we'll C4 the fuck out of the 2 barracks.
The obstacle course, helipad, and landing strip. We'll hit 'em hard and fast."
"Fuck yeah!"
Hermes Ramos interrupted Welch, who simply smiled and shook his head at the outburst. Maddox then briefed the unit on the start of the coup, which had been confirmed by Henry Calderon to start on April 11th. The coup was the cornerstone to Operation Puma. The entire Venezuelan military, including the army and naval bases in Puerto Ayacucho, would have their attention on the ongoing coup, while the assault on the camp was underway. Maddox made his way through the barracks. It was quiet as the men prepared for the assault. Master Sergeant Wes Palocangus was the explosive and demolitions expert. His team was busy prepping C4 packs. These were highly explosive bombs made from materials found in any hardware store. The plan was to go low-tech, nothing too fancy. It was a simple but highly destructive bomb that could have originated from a rival terrorist group like the ELN or FARC or the drug cartels. Langley was adamant that the unit didn't leave any calling cards pointing to the United States, especially since Langley analysts gave the coup only a 30% chance of being successful, and they didn't want their illegal presence in Venezuela to be known. MSG Palacangus had created 25 homemade claymore mines, with enough firepower to level the camp and destroy the landing strip. Under sniper fire and the C4 explosions, the direct action team would assault the buildings, killing anyone left standing. It was a beautiful, quiet, and calm night in the jungle. There were so many stars in the sky. You never saw this many stars in the smog-glutted skies of Caracas. Maddox laid on his army cot thinking about the last night of calm in what would be several days at least. He also wondered how Sonia Collins was holding out. "I love the calm before the storm," Maddox thought as he drifted into sleep. Chapter 15. Lockdown. April 11th, Caracas. Tom Rose and Sonia Collins were locked down at her house in Prados del Este. Caracas was paralyzed from one of the biggest strikes the country had ever seen. The strike started to protest the Chavez hardline, but they came into fruition when Pedro Carmona, head of the unions, led a strike of his members to show their support to the other strikers. It signaled the kickoff for the coup. There were 200,000 people on strike, protesting on the streets of Caracas. A massive sea of people clogged the streets and brought the city to a standstill, with people holding signs, flags, banging on drums, blowing whistles, and chanting in unison. The Chavista thugs were unleashed onto the streets. They began beating protesters back and then started firing upon them, all displayed to a panicked nation right on national television. The assault on the strikers and the attempt to beat them into submission was the catalyst the council needed to implement its coup. At first, Sonia Collins was dismissive of the dangers. "A strike? Is this what Peter was so worried about?" she said. "These are normal in my country, Tom." Tom just smiled. He wasn't about to confirm or deny anything. "I should be out there protesting against Chavez," Sonia stated defiantly as she stared at the television. That comment prompted Tom Rose to pipe in. "Absolutely not, my dear. We just need to stay put. Please, listen to me. I gave Pete my word that I would keep you safe. Going out into that zoo is not keeping you safe." Sonia felt like she was being held hostage in her own home when Frank Chacon appeared on television, announcing to the nation that a coup was in place to oust Hugo Chavez. "Our only object is to restore true liberty to Venezuela," he said in front of a bank of microphones. Sonia took turns staring at the television and back at Tom, the seriousness of the events unfolding before her eyes right there on national television shocked her. It began to dawn on her what was happening and why Maddox didn't want her in Caracas. "Is this really happening?" A stunned Sonia asked Tom without looking at him, her eyes fixed on the television news program that was broadcasting Frank Chacon's press conference. "It appears so," Tom replied coolly. "Cut this shit, Tom. Is this what Peter is mixed up with, overthrowing Chavez?" Sonia demanded to know as she finally broke away from the television screen and turned her gaze towards Tom. "No, Believe me, Sonia, Pete has nothing to do with this coup. He's not even in Caracas at the moment, which is why I'm here. But the next few days are crucial for your country and for your safety, so you need to listen to me now, okay?"
Tom hadn't really lied. Maddox was not involved in planning the coup, and he wasn't even in Caracas providing support or advice to the coup members. That's what Bill Anderson was doing. Apart from encouraging the coup and knowing the date of it, he really wasn't involved in the action currently engulfing Caracas. Tom expected that Operation Puma would soon kick off somewhere in the jungles of Venezuela. Chapter 16. Delta Force War Room. Near Casuarito, Colombia. Maddox was with the Delta Force team in their war room, an open-air wooden frame that was used as a mess hall in the Colombian encampment. An oversized briefcase, which was actually a communication device, was propped on one of the tables from the mess hall. Troy Senite had patched a direct line with the Situation Room in the Pentagon where Dick Phillips was gathered, along with a dozen other individuals from the White House, the military, the CIA, Delta Force Commander Colonel William Chase, and other high-ranking personnel. Senite had also patched in Bill Anderson, who was giving the briefing from one of Sonia Collins' safe houses in Caracas. "Gentlemen, the military action against Chavez is now in full force," Bill Anderson said calmly. "We'll know in the next 48 hours which way it'll break." There was a few seconds of silence as the news sunk in before another voice jumped in, taking over for Bill Anderson. "We're at critical mass here, people," cautioned General Marcus Wade, the Joint Chief of Staff Commander speaking from the Pentagon. "Polar?" General Wade was addressing Maddox with his CIA handle. "Are you seeing any problems with moving forward?" Chapter 17. Operation Puma. April 11th, 2002, near the Colombia-Venezuela border. Just as Maddox expected, Caracas was in complete turmoil. Colonel Maximo Carmona, a member of the council that had met with Maddox at Francisco Chacon's house, mobilized his men toward the Miraflores presidential palace. Inside, Council Leader and Deputy Minister of Defense Julio Wilson and his small cadre of soldiers loyal to the Council ensured Colonel Carmona's men could storm into the palace unopposed in order to reach Chavez, who was holed up inside. Bill Anderson was stationed in a safe house near the Miraflores Palace. Troy Senite was there manning the communications, ensuring Anderson was in constant contact with the SOG operatives on the ground, serving as advisors to the Council's armed forces, the Pentagon, and with Forward Base Camp Puma. Anderson was also keeping Maddox in the loop with the situation in Caracas via satellite mobile phone. While the night sky of Caracas lit up from the fires of the burning cars and the gun battles between the coup troops and the government forces, 4 MH-6 helicopters had taken off from the Operation Puma base camp near Casuarito, Colombia, en route to the terrorist encampment in the Venezuelan jungle. They were using the cover of night to strike the camp across the Orinoco River. The choppers flew low to avoid radar detection, but they also counted on the fact that, with the Venezuelan Army and Navy base in Puerto Ayacucho, it was common to see helicopters in the area. They often patrolled the border, on the lookout for Colombian drug cartel incursions into Venezuelan soil. The MH-6 choppers flew so close to the ground that Maddox was sure if he let his feet hang over the side of the helicopter, they would scrape the ground below. It only took minutes for the MH-6s to cross the Orinoco River from Colombia and cross illegally into Venezuelan airspace. "Puma 1, Team A is in position," the voice of the sniper team leader, Sergeant Major Ted Blanco, cracked over Maddox's radio. The Delta Force sniper team had been in surveillance mode for several days now, and they were ready to rock and roll. "Puma 1, Team B is in position too. The packages have been delivered." Master Sergeant Wes Polikangas, the demolition man from the unit, informed them over the radio. Polikangas and his team had been dropped in the area 2 days earlier. They were clad in their ghillie suits, covered in local foliage so that even in broad daylight they would be hard to see. For 2 hours they had methodically and quietly inched their way toward the camp, undetected, and placed enough C4 explosives to turn the camp into rubble and the landing strip into a giant sinkhole. It was a painstaking and intense process that required the patience of Job and the discipline to not move an inch for hours if necessary, even pissing right where they lay. Polykangas and Ramos crawled in, littered the camp with C4, and crawled back out undetected except for being under the protective cover of their sniper team, who had their scopes trained on the guards and other troops who wandered in and out of the area. Nightfall had blanketed the entire jungle in thick darkness not experienced in urban cities. At this hour there was minimal activity, but the second sniper team had switched on their night vision and continued to provide cover to Polykangas and Ramos as they fell back to a safe distance, where they would detonate the explosives and provide additional cover for the strike team, which would be assaulting the encampment. It was 10:30 p.m., and as expected, most of the guards and terrorists in training were either in their bunks or glued to a small black and white television, watching the events unfolding in Caracas. The men were staring at the fuzzy white static image provided by the weak television signal out in the jungle. The only movement was the occasional attempt to improve the television signal by moving the rabbit ears antenna around as if to snatch the perfect signal out from space. The MH-6 helicopters were heading to the drop zone. Maddox and CSM Mickey Welch and his men exited the Little Bird, clutching their M4A1 carbine assault rifles, each fitted with an underslung M203 40mm grenade launcher, aimed with a close combat optic red dot sight. By 11:15 p.m., the assault team was ready to strike. The fourth chopper carried the Army Ranger Squad that was attached to Operation Puma. They would serve as the security detail for the choppers on the ground, and they were also on standby as backup if Delta Force requested it. A second Ranger unit patrolled the outer parameters of the camp, ensuring that any reinforcements heading towards the encampment would be neutralized. "Team A, are you in position?" Mickey Welch asked, speaking into his shoulder-clipped radio. "Roger that," replied Sergeant Major Blanco, leader of the sniper team. "Team B, are you in position?" asked Welch into his radio. "Roger that," Major Sergeant Polykangas confirmed. "Red Bear, all teams are in position," Welch radioed back to the squadron commander, Major Lucas. "Roger that. It's a go. You got your green light." Major Lucas radioed back, giving Mickey Welch the okay to strike at will. With that, Welch screamed into his radio, "Execute!" as the sniper team opened fire. SFC Peavy and Master Sergeant Singleton's rounds found their targets inside the guardhouse, with direct shots to the head. Master Sergeant Castro took out the men on the rooftop with precise headshots from his sniper rifle. Clouds of red mist exploded as the men's heads quickly jerked back and their bodies collapsed to the ground. "Execute!" Welch commanded again. Before the bodies hit the floor, Master Sergeant Polykangas began detonating the C4, while SFC Ramos began laying down cover fire. Ramos sprayed the buildings with rounds from his M4A1 and hurled 2 grenades from his grenade launcher into the building as the C4 explosions began going off one by one. "Execute! Execute! Execute!" Welch commanded the signal for Team C, the assault team, to storm the now smoldering structures. Several men exited the buildings on fire, dropping and rolling on the ground as they tried to put themselves out. CSM Welch and his men quickly put them out of their misery with a quick burst of bullets from their M4A1 assault rifles. The sniper team was still in position as planned, taking out the men who tried to reach the vehicles parked nearby. Maddox and the Delta Force strike team members entered the wooden building, blasting anyone still moving inside. Polykangas and Ramos joined them from their pre-assault positions right outside of the encampment. In teams of 2, back-to-back and hunched down low, they quickly swept through the building, clearing it of terrorists with their M4A1s. If it moved, it died. The men inside were stunned at the attack. A few of them returned fire with their Kalashnikovs and pistols, but the concussion grenades had done their job. They were dazed, ears bleeding, and wounded from the initial strike, so they were no match against the assault team that came barreling into the building with the element of surprise in their firm grasp. While Maddox and the other Delta Force operators cleared the buildings, First Sergeant Polykangas continued detonating the C4 packets planted on the helipad. leaving a 15-foot blackened and smoldering crater in its place. The orchestrated maneuver continued flawlessly as the MH-6 helicopters landed in the pickup zone with their 5-bladed rotors circling over and over, waiting to extract the unit back to the Colombian side of the jungle. "Clear! Clear!" began to ring out as the unit scoured the now destroyed training camp. Maddox, Welch, and Ramos made their way to the back of one of the barracks, which was now just rubble. Behind it was a clearing that served as a makeshift parking lot, and 6 bodies lay on the ground, gunned down by the sniper team as they attempted to enter their vehicles. Maddox was ensuring their high-value target, Abdullah Zlitini, was among the dead. The 3rd body Maddox approached was lying face down on the ground. Maddox turned the body over. It was Abdullah Zlitini, dead from a headshot. Maddox was amazed. One of the snipers had ended his reign of terror with 1 bullet to the back of the head from 300 yards away. "Damn, these guys are good," Maddox said to himself as he pulled out his digital camera from his LBE and took several pictures, including 2 close-ups of Abdullah's face for proof that the terrorist leader was indeed dead. "King Cobra, targets have been taken out. We're now clearing the camp, gathering intelligence." Maddox reported back to the command center in the Pentagon, where the Delta Force commander, Colonel Wade, was waiting for news with a dozen others, including Dick Phillips. "Roger that, Puma. You're in the clear. No bogeys in sight, but wrap it up." The strike team commander, Major Dave Lucas, instructed from the base camp across the Orinoco River. They were keeping a close watch for reinforcements from the military bases in Puerto Ayacucho, but there wasn't any activity. The action deep in the remote jungle west of Puerto Ayacucho had so far gone unnoticed, or if it was noticed, the events in Caracas prevented anyone from investigating a disturbance deep in the jungle. They'd probably chalked it up as a drug-related skirmish between cartels. Maddox had counted on this, since knowledge of this training camp had resided with just a handful of Chavez's most trusted insiders, who were now up against the wall in the Miraflores presidential palace, 500 miles away. Chapter 18. Coup. Miraflores Presidential Palace, Caracas. The battle for the Miraflores Presidential Palace hadn't been as fierce as expected. The Chavista paramilitary types exchanged gunfire with the coup troops, but Miraflores fell rather quickly. However, the roaming gun battles on the streets of Caracas caused many of the 200,000 strikers to flee. The local news media had suffered under Chavez's iron fist on their freedom of the press, so they were making sure to record every act of violence perpetrated by the still loyal Chavez military and the fanatical Chavistas who were loyal to the death. Dario Gonzalez, the chairman of the largest news and media conglomerate in Venezuela, had long been critical of Chavez. He was also a friend with Council Chairman Francisco Chacon, so he was making sure the news coverage slanted towards the coup leaders, a little propaganda to win over the populace that was loyal to Chavez. Francisco Chacon quickly put Assemblyman Carlos Rafael Espinosa, the face of the council and soon-to-be interim president, on the airwaves. Espinosa took to the national airwaves to make his case that the Chavez regime had been overthrown in a carefully planned coup that had been in planning for 10 months. While Espinosa battled in front of the cameras, Colonel Carmona and his troops seized Miraflores. Bill Anderson, the SOG commander, advised Colonel Carmona to kill Chavez, but the council refused. They felt a very public trial where they could air his abuses would win over the poor, who were Chavez's main base of support. The council didn't want Chavez to become a martyr. The coup appeared successful. Chavez was placed under arrest and paraded in front of the television cameras. Francisco Chacon immediately called a press conference from the office of the president in the Miraflores compound. He urged calm. He informed everyone that Chavez was under arrest for crimes against Venezuela. Chacon then suspended the Constitution and called for all members of the military and the police to join them in restoring peace to Venezuela. Chacon promised democratic elections in 6 months, insisting the council members were not seeking long-term power. Chacon then announced Assemblyman Carlos Rafael Espinosa was being appointed interim president of Venezuela. Within 24 hours of the initial push, Chavez had been ousted and arrested. Interim President Espinosa then introduced the council leadership to the stunned and confused nation.
"Oh, shit! Look at all those people! We can't get through!"
A scared Wagner Barbosa warned Henry Calderon. The young DISIP agent and Calderon's protege sweated profusely, even though the tinted windows of their government-issued white 1999 Toyota Land Cruiser were up and the vehicle AC was on full blast. Wagner Barbosa was 28 years old. He had joined the DISIP from the Venezuelan Army's Special Forces branch. After 2 years under the command of Joan Bruhl, Barbosa had enough. He had not signed up to watch civilians be tortured in horrific ways by Joan Bruhl. General Dos Santos, the director of DISIP, had served in the army with Chavez and now reported directly to him. Dos Santos was the muscle behind the smiling people's president. Bruhl's penchant for brutality served Dos Santos well, having Bruhl arrest the opposition on trumped-up charges for those for whom he would get mileage from a public trial. Those who needed to be taken care of discreetly simply vanished into the Helicoide building.
"Take it right here!"
Calderon ordered Barbosa, as Barbosa nervously attempted to maneuver through the chaotic streets of Caracas. Although they were in an unmarked vehicle, everyone knew the secret police rode around in white Toyota Land Cruisers with dark-tinted windows so no one could see inside. This allowed them to traverse the volatile streets with a bit more ease. The vehicle alone instilled fear into the strikers and even the Chavistas on the street. Calderon was concerned. He expected that many DISIP agents would join him once Chavez was arrested, but that didn't happen. Dos Santos was standing firm with his friend Chavez. He had headed out with several units to Miraflores to repulse the coup using their specialty, brutality. Bruhl and his men flooded the streets of Caracas. At first they were clubbing and beating the protesters, but now Bruhl had the green light to begin firing into the crowds. Colonel Carmona had control of Miraflores, so he was going to go up against Dos Santos and his troops on the steps of the presidential palace. Calderon and Barbosa needed to find and kill Bruhl to keep the momentum of the successful coup moving forward. Finally away from the throng of protesters, the white Land Cruiser pulled into the small home on the outskirts of the Prados del Este neighborhood near the U.S. Embassy. Barbosa gave the signal with the Land Cruiser headlights. 3 quick flashes, wait 10 seconds, and a second burst of 3 quick flashes. Calderon couldn't see them, but he knew 1 or 2 snipers had their sights trained on them as they exited the vehicle. Using the key he was given by Bill Anderson, he entered the safe house. Inside was the SOG Base Command Center for the operation. "Gentlemen, come in," Bill Anderson said as he waved Calderon and Barbosa over. "We've got a tail on Bruhl. He's in the Petare barrio."
"Shit,"
Calderon said as he exchanged a concerned glance with Barbosa.
"He's reaching out to the community organizers."
"Robin Romero?" Anderson asked, already knowing the answer. Robin Romero was the leader of the Chavez socialist movement in the crime-ridden and poverty-stricken barrios. He was one of the crime lords from the barrios who had been waging a gang war with one of the other barrio crime lords, along with Elvis Presley Jimenez, who remained Henry Calderon's ally. Elvis didn't kowtow to the government, and thus had lost ground and power to Robin Romero's gang, who now controlled the Petare barrio, which was the largest and most dangerous of all the barrios. Chavez had set up community centers to provide free medical care and food to the barrios from the expropriation of the oil companies and other industries. Romero controlled all the government subsidies, milk, fuel, medical care, all of it, using it to keep the barrio loyal to him and Chavez, while skimming from the top so he could stuff his pockets. He even diverted milk meant for newborn babies to his own warehouse to sell wholesale. Robin Romero was a wealthy man who remained living in the barrio he controlled. He was known as Robin Rojo for the red shirts and bandanas his gang wore to show support for the Chavez Revolution. Robin Romero's gang was simply known as the Red Shirts. This alliance was a cornerstone of Chavez's ability to remain in power with his socialist revolution. Community organizers like Robin Romero were key. They could mobilize the barrios to pour onto the street on command through fear and by paying red-shirt thugs to crack some skulls.
Yes, that's the only reason Brule would go to Petare. He needs Robin's red shirts.
Calderon rubbed the back of his neck. He could feel the grip of Brule getting stronger, even with Chavez under arrest. This was exactly what Calderon and Anderson were trying to avoid. Their objective was to put a stranglehold around Petare to keep Brule out so he couldn't unleash a coordinated attack. It now appeared that had failed.
You need to nip this in the bud, Henry,
Anderson lectured.
How many men you got?
You're looking at them, Calderon responded calmly.
Jesus Christ, Henry. You said if Miraflores fell, so would the Helicoide.
A pissed-off Anderson seethed.
I miscalculated the fear of the Dissip rank and file. They're not ready to turn on Brule and Dos Santos,
Calderon stated.
But if I can take Brule out, his men will follow me. And you two can do it? He's in a Chavez stronghold, for Christ's sake.
An incredulous Anderson bellowed. Calderon gave a pleading look to Anderson.
No fucking way, Henry,
Anderson interjected before Calderon could get a word in.
We're here to offer material support, remember? I can't send in my men to help. I want to, but I can't. No fucking way.
Anderson shook his head and waved his hands as if to say halt to Calderon's idea.
I understand,
Calderon said as he turned to Barboza.
Let's go. Are you nuts? Don't even think of going up there,
Anderson pleaded.
We have no choice. I can get close enough to Brule to put a bullet in his head. I know I can,
Calderon stated with confidence.
He doesn't know I'm part of the coup.
Anderson was still trying to talk Calderon and Barboza out of going up to the Petare barrio as the two men left the SOG safe house, jumped back into the Toyota Land Cruiser, and peeled away east toward the Petare barrio.
Team C, we have friendlies. CH-920RW heading your way. Continue surveillance.
Anderson spoke into his radio mic, giving the SOG observation team Calderon's license plate number. Calderon and Barboza pulled up to the Petare barrio. It was late, yet still a balmy 85 degrees when the two men began navigating the Land Cruiser up through the streets of the barrio, towards the Simón Bolívar Libertador Community Center, which was Robin Romero's headquarters and where they were most likely to find Brule. Calderon's original plan was out the window, but 24 hours after the coup, Francisco Chacon introduced to the nation their interim president of Venezuela, Assemblyman Carlos Rafael Espinosa, so they had to keep the momentum going.
It's now or never,
Calderon said to Barboza, as he locked and loaded his AK-103 assault rifle and racked a round into the chamber of his Glock handgun. Barboza did the same, and the men continued their suicide mission up the streets of Petare. Barboza slammed on the brakes as a large crowd of redshirts began to approach the vehicle. Most of the redshirts were armed with rebar and baseball bats, but Calderon could see some of the men carrying shotguns and handguns, including a few Tech-9s.
Shit! Shit! Shit!
Barboza said, trembling in fear.
Keep calm, Wagner. We can't fuck it up now,
Calderon said as he eyeballed the situation. Suddenly, Calderon felt a sharp pain to his ribs coming from the driver's side of the vehicle. He looked down to see Barboza's Browning high-power 9mm semi-automatic handgun pressed to his side.
What the fuck are you doing, Wagner?
A shocked Calderon asked his protege.
I'm sorry, Henry, but I'm not going to die like this, or on one of Brule's fish hooks. You said we would be victorious.
A nervous Barboza said as he shoved the barrel of his gun deeper into Calderon's side.
We are winning. Chavez is under arrest. Espinosa is now president, but we need to make sure Brule is out of the picture.
Calderon tried to plead, but it was too late. The driver's side window shattered into a million pieces from a strike of a red shirt's rebar.
Don't shoot! I'm with you! I have captured an enemy of the state!" Barboza yelled as the mob of red shirts pulled both men from the vehicle. In an instant, Calderon and Barboza were being pummeled by the mob, as Barboza continued to plead that he was one of them. "Basta!" Robin Romero commanded to the mob, which immediately obeyed, stepping back so Romero could see Calderon and Barboza on the ground, bloodied and bruised. Their AK-103s and handguns vanished into the crowd.
"Well, well, well! What do we have here?"
A giddy Brull cooed as he approached behind Romero. "Comandante," Barboza said, catching his breath and looking up from the ground. "Captain Calderon is a traitor. He's part of the coup, and I'm delivering him to you." Calderon was now sitting on the ground, knees up, spitting blood and looking annoyed. He said nothing as he studied the situation.
"And you?"
Brull asked Barboza, with his head tilted as he surveyed the two beaten-up men on the ground below him. "No, sir. I've been your double agent," Barboza pleaded. "I can tell you everything that has been going on, including where the gringos are hidden." Brull's eyes lit up like a kid hearing the ice cream truck bells ringing at the chance of catching the CIA red-handed. But before he could respond, a shot rang out, causing the crowd to scatter for cover. A bullet ripped into Barboza's forehead, splattering blood onto Henry Calderon, who had bolted up into a kneeling position, holding his P-2000 SK subcompact handgun, which he had secretly unholstered from his ankle during the melee. Barboza slumped forward, still on his knees and facing Brull. His dead body looked like he was bowing to Brull. Calderon quickly swiveled to his right to take a shot at Brull, but there was no time as the mob of red shirts pounced. He managed to fire a shot in Brull's direction, but his shooting hand was stopped by one of the red shirts, shattering his wrist and causing the shot to stray into the air. Calderon was kicked in the head and quickly unarmed. He was dazed and bleeding more profusely from the second beating. One of the red shirts held his head up by the hair so he could face Brull and Romero.
"Feisty pendejo, this one!"
Romero marveled at Calderon's bold move.
"I trained him,"
Brull said, annoyed at Barboza being killed before he could get the information he wanted, but proudly taking credit for Calderon's courage. Brull then knelt down so he could be face-to-face with his former captain.
"And you? You're not going to help me, are you?"
Brull asked Calderon with a smile. Calderon kept his answers short and to the point.
"Fuck you!" "Fine. You shut up, Barboza. But you, my friend, you will talk,"
Brull said with a sadistic grin on his face. Calderon looked up and spat a stream of spit and blood right onto Brull's face.
"Hijo de puta!"
Brull said as he shot up and began wiping the blood and spit from his face with his shirt.
"Arrest him and get him out of here before I kill the motherfucker right here!"
Brull's voice trembled in anger at being spat upon. Brull's Dissip agents made their way through the red shirts and handcuffed Calderon, then patted him to ensure he didn't have any more hidden weapons, something the red shirt amateurs had failed to consider. Then they dragged him off to a waiting paddy wagon, where they threw him in the back and locked the door. The paddy wagon drove off towards the Helicoide, where Calderon would eventually find his way to one of Brull's chambers.
"Condor, the friendlies are down. The cub is dead. The bear is in custody en route to HQ,"
the SOG Team C leader reported back to Bill Anderson over the radio.
"Fuck,"
Anderson yelled.
"I figured this was a suicide mission. I didn't think they would arrest him."
He looked down and then stared at his radio for what felt like an hour, but was just a few seconds.
"Team C, this is Condor. Do you have a shot? Over."
"Affirmative, over," the voice crackled over Anderson's radio. Anderson once again stared at the radio in his hand in silence for a few more seconds. The entire safe house had fallen silent as they waited to see what Anderson would order. He slowly brought the radio mic back to his mouth.
"Take it,"
he said sadly. Anderson had gotten to know Henry Calderon well the last few weeks, and he liked him. Calderon was a good operative,
but there was no way of knowing what he would say under the torture of a sadist like Brull. Anderson had heard the horrors going on in Brull's chambers, hidden underground in the helicoide. It would be difficult for anyone to withstand such torture. Anderson couldn't risk Calderon talking. "I'm doing him a favor," Anderson said under his breath, rationalizing his order to himself, since Calderon's slow death was certain in the hands of Joe and Brull. The Team C vehicle, a black Nissan Pathfinder SUV, sped up to about 500 feet from the paddy wagon transporting Calderon to Brull's Chamber of Horrors. From 300 feet, the SOG operator popped out of the Nissan Pathfinder's sunroof with an HK-69A1 grenade launcher and pulled the trigger, delivering a well-aimed grenade through the windshield. The vehicle lifted off the ground from the impact of the direct hit, and it careened out of control and onto its side. It slid down the freeway on its side for 50 feet until a second direct hit right through the undercarriage of the vehicle and its exposed gas tank caused a huge fireball that shot 30 feet into the air. The van was completely destroyed. It was now just a mangled heap of metal engulfed in fire. All of the occupants, including Henry Calderon, were dead as the Nissan Pathfinder sped away down the highway. The redshirts descended from the shantytown barrios perched on the hillsides of Caracas into the fracas. They swarmed the anti-Chavez protesters with an orgy of violence, beating them into submission or until they retreated. As the leader of the largest, most dangerous barrio, the Petare, Robin Romero was leading his thugs into a full-force attack, cracking skulls, crushing bones, and whipping protesters and strikers. The redshirts, armed with guns and rifles, began firing into the crowd, sending protesters into mad dashes for their lives. General Dos Santos struck at the media, who had been covering the crackdown by shutting it down and giving the redshirts the green light to take no prisoners. Following the waves of redshirts came Brull's men, dragging away protesters into already crowded paddy wagons. The Metropolitan Police tried to intervene, but they were outnumbered and targeted. The police were soon overrun, and many fled, leaving citizens to fend for themselves. Dario Gonzalez was arrested. Now, with control of the media, General Dos Santos began appearing on the newly seized national television stations, informing the country that Chavez had been illegally removed from power, denouncing the interim president, and urging the masses from the barrios to flood the streets of Caracas in a march to Miraflores in support of Chavez. The council had been in power for less than 48 hours, and they were beginning to lose control. Tom Rose and Sonia Collins watched the tug-of-war for power on the television in disbelief. Less than 24 hours before, they had popped a bottle of champagne to celebrate the arrest of Chavez and the installation of the council and interim President Espinosa to end Chavez's socialist revolution. Now the new government appeared to be falling apart right on live television. Tom Rose had been in the SAS and MI6 for 25 years, and his gut was telling him that the tables were turning against the coup planners. If this happened and Chavez regained power, the next move out of the playbook would be to round up the members of the opposition. This was exactly why Maddox wanted Rose with Sonia. Maddox's worst fears were coming to fruition. The opposition members were in mortal danger. Brull would ensure that. Even though Sonia wasn't a direct participant, she was a paid CIA asset. If Brull were to find out that she was also Maddox's lover, he would personally torture her just to get to Maddox. Chapter 19. Burn, baby, burn. Terrorist Training Camp, near Puerto Ayacucho, Venezuela. The training camp was cleared of hostiles. All 21 targets were killed, including the unit's high-value target, Abdullah Zletini. The Delta Force team took the compound with a lot of noise, firepower, and speed. The terrorists didn't know what hit them until it was too late. They didn't have time to put up much of a fight. None of the members of the Delta Force unit were injured. Now Maddox and the rest of the Delta team scoured the camp, gathering a treasure trove of intelligence. Videotapes, documents, and loose papers all were shoved into metal ammo boxes to be analyzed later when they were extracted from the kill zone. The compound was in shambles. The terrorists were killed. Valuable intelligence data was collected, and no Delta team members were injured. It was a hell of a successful raid, Maddox thought to himself as he reveled in the aftermath. While Strike Team C collected intelligence, Team A, the sniper team, continued to watch the perimeter around the now smoldering campground. Team B, Sergeants Polikangas and Ramos, began dropping C4 throughout the entire camp, as well as the landing strip. When the move-out order came through from Major Lucas, the unit members jumped into the waiting MH-6 helicopters for extraction. As the little birds hovered over the camp en route towards Rio Orinoco to cross the river back into Colombia, Sergeant Major Polikangas detonated the 24 C4 packages he and Sergeant First Class Ramos left behind to complete the annihilation of the camp.
Burn, baby, burn!
Ramos screamed as the explosions rocked the area and a fireball spit up high into the air, leaving a huge mushroom cloud as if a small nuclear explosion had just gone off. The explosions left a billowing black smoke thick as L.A. smog. The choppers hightailed it back across the river. This much firepower would surely be picked up by the Army and naval bases in nearby Puerto Ayacucho.
What do you think, Max? They're going to see that now in Ayacucho, no?
A grinning Ramos asked. As Maddox watched the smoldering fire engulfing the structures, he turned back to Ramos and replied,
Hell, I think they'll see it from Caracas.
Chapter 20. Reversal of Fortune. Caracas, Venezuela, and Langley, Virginia. Bill Anderson was on the secure line with the Situation Room in Langley. Dick Phillips, Executive Director of the CIA Max Hoban, Deputy Director Ben Roget, and Director Van Loon, along with a smattering of CIA administrative higher-ups, were on the other end.
I'm seeing a reversal of fortune here, home base,
Anderson briefed the Langley brass.
We've lost a major asset, the Bear.
The dream of seeing Henry Calderon become the new Director General of DISIP had died on the Veracruz Highway in Caracas.
Condor, how are you handicapping this thing now?
Director Van Loon asked the SOG commander.
Failure is certain, sir,
Anderson responded solemnly.
Fantastic,
Hoban blurted out sarcastically.
As I predicted, this is blowing up in our faces. We should have gone the diplomatic route, reporting this camp to the UN for sanctions instead of this thuggery,
he continued, seething.
Settle down, Max. It's done,
Director Van Loon ordered.
I would like to remind everyone that our primary mission here was Operation Puma, which has been an overwhelming success,
Dick Phillips said.
The unit has made it back to the forward base camp in Colombia. The terrorist training camp has been destroyed.
He put emphasis to the word terrorist, since Hoban insisted on just calling it a camp. After a brief pause for effect, Phillips continued.
Abdullah's litany has been terminated, along with 20 other terrorists, and we have a treasure trove of intelligence our analysts are chomping at the bit to get their hands on. Caracas was just the possible icing on the cake, but win or lose there, our main objective has been accomplished.
He looked over at Hoban with a fuck-you glance toward the last part of his remarks.
If Chavez survives this and remains in power, he's going to tie a tin can around our neck blaming us for this whole mess,
Hoban seethed.
If he survives, this was going to happen regardless of our current involvement. Even if we had stayed on the sidelines sitting on our hands, letting the UN pussyfoot around, we would have still been blamed. That was inevitable,
Dick Phillips shot back, obviously annoyed with Hoban. Before Hoban could retort, Director Van Loon put an end to the debate.
Gentlemen, it's a done deal,
he said in a firm voice while staring down his executive director.
I loathe Monday morning quarterbacking. It accomplishes nothing. So can the what-if shit.
Yes, sir, Hoban said in a mocking way. The deputy director of the CIA, retired General Ben Roget, was seething as he stared down Hoban over his disrespect toward the DI.
Condor, stand fast while we regroup. Let's touch base in 2 hours,
Roget instructed Bill Anderson as he disconnected the line.
Gentlemen, we're expected at the White House shortly, Director Van Loon warned. What's our next move?
We need to get the hell out of there, Director, Hoban insisted.
Dick?
Van Loon asked Dick Phillips, much to the chagrin of Hoban.
Well, sir, I think we have a fantastic opportunity to take out little Napoleon down there. We have Sog on the ground. Why not give them the last push? Dick asked.
Are you insane? Hoban protested. The Langley room erupted in a lively discussion. Unfortunately for Dick Phillips, it was him against everyone else. Dick Phillips knew what was coming. The operation in Caracas was being terminated. Chapter 21. Little Napoleon Lives. Delta Force Forward Base Camp, near Casuarito, Colombia. The celebration at the Operation Puma Base Camp was short-lived. Ruben Guzman turned on the television, which showed the press conference of General Dos Santos. The street protest of the pro-Chavez groups had swelled to tens of thousands of people. The opposition had been beaten, killed, and scared off into hiding. Now there was a huge crowd of protesters demanding reinstatement of Chavez as president of Venezuela. Everyone in the barracks knew what was about to happen. After 48 hours in power, the opposition was wobbling, and the Chavez forces were preparing for the knockout punch. Maddox's secured sat phone began ringing, and he bolted outside of the barracks to pick it up. "Polar," Maddox said, taking the call. "I have the Duke. Hold on," Troy Senite's voice said from the Situation Room at the U.S. Embassy in Caracas. "Go ahead, Duke."
"Polar, are you there?"
Dick Phillips asked, over 2,000 miles away in Washington, D.C.
"Yes, sir,"
Maddox responded.
"Son, you boys did a phenomenal job tonight. I thank you. Hell, I know this sounds cheesy, but our nation thanks you,"
Dick Phillips said enthusiastically. "Thank you, but it doesn't look like things are going well elsewhere," Maddox said.
"No, looks like little Napoleon will survive this,"
Dick Phillips said, referring to Hugo Chavez with the code name given to him due to the similarities to the other crazy little megalomaniac emperor.
"I'm headed to the big house. I'm certain that they're going to pull the plug. You need to square yourself away down there ASAP."
Maddox was silent for a few seconds, trying to control his anger.
"Yes, thanks for the heads up. I'll be en route,"
Maddox was able to say without getting into the politics of it. Dick Phillips felt as he did, so there was no need to preach to the choir.
"Godspeed, son,"
Dick Phillips said as he disconnected the line. Maddox looked around and then pulled a second sat phone from his LBE. It was a direct link to Tom Rose. Senite had secured and set up the phone without asking questions why Maddox wanted another sat phone for personal use only. That was why Maddox liked Senite so much.
"Hello, mate,"
Tom Rose said, answering Maddox's call. Maddox updated Rose, and they discussed the situation in Caracas. Sonia had finally managed to fall asleep, and Maddox begged Tom not to wake her by putting her on the phone.
"I'm heading back to Caracas shortly. Be ready to execute Plan B if necessary. I'll call you when I'm mid-air."
He hung up the line to conserve battery life. Maddox proceeded to remove his load-bearing equipment vest and black jungle boots, and then ditched his unmarked military fatigues. He took a shower in the makeshift stall rigged up by the Colombian Army engineers at their encampment. The shower was hooked up to a cistern built to capture and store rainwater, so the water was cold and he had to be quick to avoid wasting water. The cold shower felt fantastic as it cooled his skin and dropped his body temperature, which had been cooking in the humid Amazon jungle. Maddox's mind was now in Caracas, more specifically on Sonia. After showering, Maddox slipped on a black Under Armour t-shirt, blue jeans, and his black Patagonia River Master mesh vest, then laced up his Timberland Fusion waterproof boots. Practical gear, yet he looked like he was out hiking and fishing on the Orinoco River, not killing terrorists. He packed up his weapons in the hidden compartment of his fishing tackle box, with the exception of his Sig Sauer pistol, which he holstered into a black waistband holster clipped to his side under his vest. Before Maddox departed, Bill Anderson called him. Anderson told him that Henry Calderon was dead. The Red Shirts had squashed the anti-Chavez demonstrations, and Dos Santos had secured the airwaves, where he was spreading his pro-Chavez propaganda and enticing the poor to take to the streets to support their benefactor and president, Hugo Chavez. It had been hours since anyone had heard from Interim President Espinosa or Council Chairman Francisco Chacon. It was believed he was still in the Miraflores presidential palace, but Anderson didn't have any other contacts in communication inside Miraflores. Anderson did know that Metropolitan Police Commander Ramiro Navarro and his men tried to quell the Red Shirts, but once Navarro was killed, his police officers had scattered, surrendering the streets of Caracas to the Red Shirts, some of the cops even repledging their support to Chavez. Bill Anderson had not heard from the other council members, and under orders from D.C., he pulled his men back to the embassy. They reported that Brull had consolidated his power over the secret police, with General Dos Santos acting as the spokesperson for the Chavez government. Brull had begun rounding up suspected coup participants. Maddox said his goodbyes to the fine men of this Delta Force unit as they got ready to be choppered back to the U.S. Army base in Panama for a debriefing before heading back home to Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
"We better get a weekend pussy pass in Panama,"
Hermes Ramos demanded as he adjusted his crotch.
"Classy, Hermes,"
Maddox responded.
"What?"
Hermes replied with a smile. Maddox left the barracks and jumped onto the passenger seat of Ruben Guzman's Toyota Tundra, and they took off, heading back to the small village of Casuarito so that Maddox could take the ferry back to Puerto Ayacucho, where he would fly the Cessna airplane back to Caracas. 2 hours after the choppers had hovered over the bombed-out former Libyan terrorist training camp, Maddox was piloting solo back to Caracas. Chapter 22. Jaque Mate. April 13th, 2002. Caracas, Venezuela. As daylight broke over the Miraflores presidential palace, the hillside barrios had poured down to the front steps of the presidential palace, demanding Chavez be reinstated as president. General Dos Santos knew it was now time for Jaque Mate. Checkmate. Dos Santos called the head of the Presidential Guard, who was still loyal to Chavez but unsure if they should strike back, since the junta had Chavez under their control. Dos Santos told General Pablo Salinas to regain control of Miraflores, using the hidden underground tunnels. At noon, the Presidential Guard stormed Miraflores from inside, while Dos Santos assaulted from the outside. A brief but fierce and bloody battle broke out, as the coup troops tried to hold the line, but the attack from Dos Santos from the exterior of the presidential palace and Salinas right from the inside was too much. Francisco Chacon and his entourage quickly exited the presidential palace and onto a private jet he had waiting just in case. By the time the Dos Santos-Salinas assault was in effect, Chacon's private plane was airborne en route to his home in Switzerland. Coup leader and the lead military planner, Colonel Maximo Coronado, was killed inside the presidential palace, along with 16 of his loyal troops. The remaining troops surrendered to General Dos Santos. Inside the presidential office, soldiers of the Presidential Guard loyal to Chavez entered the office from a secret entryway of one of the many hidden tunnels. Interim President Carlos Rafael Espinosa was arrested, ending his presidency of Venezuela after just 52 hours. Moments later, a beaming General Dos Santos held a press conference from the steps of the presidential palace, declaring the coup to be over and restoring Chavez as president, as the crowd of Chavez supporters erupted into cheers. Navy Captain Juan Castillo had no choice but to surrender, and released Chavez from his jail cell in the Torimo Naval Base. 2 days after successfully overthrowing Chavez, the little Napoleon was back in power, and he was pissed. Maddox was in mid-air when his company sat phone rang. He picked up the call from Mary Dent. "It's Marathon Man," Mary Dent said, identifying herself with her code name. "What's going on?" Maddox asked, knowing it wasn't good news. "The local operation has failed. Mission terminated," Mary Dent informed Maddox in her Jack Webb just-the-facts voice. "Roger that. I'll be there in 2 hours," Maddox said, disconnecting the call. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" Maddox yelled out loud in the empty plane as he slammed the control yoke with his fists. He composed himself, picked up his private secure sat phone, and punched the key to direct dial Tom Rose. "Hello, mate," Tom Rose answered on the second ring. "Redman, is it safe?" Maddox asked. "Yes, mate, but it's not looking good over here. You're heading back?" Rose asked. "Is that Pete?" Maddox could hear Sonia Collins' worried voice in the background as she entered the kitchen and hovered over Tom, who nodded his head yes. "Thank God he's okay," Sonia said to herself as a wave of relief shot through her body. Tom passed the sat phone to Sonia. "Honey, I'm fine," Maddox said. "I'll be there soon. We can't talk on the phone, but please do as Tom says. I'll see you very soon." "Okay," was all Sonia Collins could say in her fragile state of mind at the moment. She had slept just a few hours the last 3 days, worried about Maddox, worried about her own safety, and worried about the state of affairs in Venezuela. She was too tired to argue for more information from Maddox. She was just happy to hear his voice again and to find out he was heading back to her. "I love you," Maddox said as he disconnected the line. Sonia could feel the tears welling up in her eyes as she handed the phone back to Tom Rose. She bolted to the living room. "Rotten timing for telling me he loves me for the first time," she thought angrily. But then the words sank in. "I love you." She was pretty sure Maddox did love her, but he had never said the magic words before. Neither had she. She had long ago fallen in love with Maddox, but she was old school in the sense that she would never say those words first. Plus, it tended to send men running to the hills when uttered first. She had longed to hear those 3 little words from him, though, and now he had finally said them, even though it was over a secure satellite phone connection. She didn't care. He had said them. The bad thoughts she had been entertaining about her relationship with Maddox during the chaos around her dissipated. She just had to come to terms that being in love with a CIA agent would mean having to put up with secrets and other strange situations that normal couples just didn't face. Even though Caracas was in turmoil, Maddox was able to land the small Cessna airplane without complications at 7 a.m. in the small metropolitan airport on the outskirts of Caracas. Mary Dent and Jack Duffy picked him up at the secret CIA hangar in the Caracas Metropolitano Airport, which to Maddox's surprise was actually still and quiet. Jack Duffy could sense Maddox's confusion at the relative peace and quiet at the airport. "You should see the Maiquetía," Jack Duffy said, in reference to the Simon Bolivar International Airport, Venezuela's largest airport. "It's a freaking nightmare over there. Everyone's trying to get the last plane out of this shitstorm." Jack Duffy was driving the white bulletproof GMC van. The conversation was minimal. Aside from letting them know that Operation Puma was a success, the ride from the airport to the U.S. Embassy was surprisingly quiet. There were Toyota pickup trucks packed with the rebels heading off to battle, but once they passed by, the quiet returned. "All the action is near the Miraflores and the barrios," Mary Dent explained to Maddox. A U.S. Marine embassy guard in full combat fatigues, his finger on the trigger of his M16, stopped to check as the white GMC van pulled up to the entrance, then quickly waved them in. During calmer times, the embassy guard detail performed its job in one of their blue dress uniforms, but now they were outfitted in their utility combat uniforms, ready for battle. At 7:30 a.m., the embassy was busier than usual. With the conflict outside now in its third day, there was a lot to do for the American citizens hunkered down during the crisis. Maddox, Mary Dent, and Jack Duffy took the private CIA elevator onto their floor and headed straight to their situation room. But first, Maddox had to make a stop. "I have to piss," he informed Jack and Mary as he detoured for the bathroom. "Jesus, Pete, you can tell you've been bivouacking with Special Forces," Mary Dent said, smiling. "Yeah, Pete, TMI," Jack Duffy said, laughing. Maddox had relieved a little of the tension with his bathroom announcement, though he hadn't been trying to. "I'll meet up with you guys in the sit-room," Maddox said as his left hand waved off the smart-ass comments with a smile. "I guess I still have the field personality going," Maddox thought, which is a good thing right now. Back in the sit-room, Director Van Loon, Max Hoban, and Dick Phillips had been piped in from the Langley Situation Room. The DI spoke first. "Pete, first, I want to thank you for the great job you did taking out that camp," Van Loon said. "I just got off the line with the Delta Force squad commander, who praised your professionalism and contribution." Van Loon paused to allow for a quick round of applause. "But the situation in Caracas has escalated out of control." "Sir, I think we can still help them topple this regime," Maddox said. "God damn it, Maddox! This regime is a democratically elected government. You seem to gloss that over." Hoban leaned into the microphone, causing a reverberating distortion that caused Maddox and others to cringe. "Jesus, even 2,000 miles away, this guy is a pain to my ears," Maddox thought to himself. "We're not here to debate, so both of you stand down," an irritated Van Loon instructed. "We're well past that stage. We do nothing. All operations are terminated. You're all under lockdown at the embassy for 72 hours or until this thing is over." "They're going to slaughter our assets, sir," a dejected Maddox warned. "Our main objective, the destruction of the camp, has been successful. Anything else is out of our control and no longer our business. This directive is coming right from the top, damn it. I'm sorry, Pete, but it's over. Mission terminated," Van Loon said firmly. "Our sources are clear. Interim President Espinosa is under arrest. Council President Frank Chacon has fled the country in his private jet with his family. Colonel Carmona is dead. And Deputy Defense Minister Julio Wilson is under arrest. Captain Navarro is also dead. We're done," Ben Roget advised. The coup had indeed failed. "That's it. Okay. Everyone stay safe. Hunker down until it's safe to travel," Van Loon warned, and then the line was disconnected. Maddox, Ron Bateman, and Bill Anderson went to Maddox's office after the debriefing from D.I. Van Loon. The orders were clear, but Maddox was too worried about Sonia Collins to stand down. "I have to go," Maddox said as Bill Anderson and Ron Bateman tried to convince Maddox to stay put as ordered. Maddox felt a wave of agitation wash over him. He was feeling like a caged rat that was just dumped into a bucket of water. "Pete, if you go out there, you'll be flushing your career down the toilet," Bateman warned him. "I just can't leave her out there, Ron," Maddox explained. "Who? What the hell is going on?" a confused Bill Anderson asked. "An asset," Bateman responded with disdain. "Listen to Ron, Pete. You can't go out there," Anderson pleaded. "Assets know the stakes when they sign up to play this game. We all do." Maddox knew he was right, but not with Sonia. She was just a real estate agent, and he'd now ruined her business and might even have cost her life. Plus, he loved her. All the other significant others of embassy personnel were safe in the embassy with their loved ones, but he had left her out there in the thick of things, and now that the coup had fallen apart, it would only get worse for her. Maddox was lost in thought and remained silent. "Surely you've lost assets before. It's the cost of doing business." Bill Anderson broke the silence coldly. "She's not just an asset to him. She's the asset," Bateman explained condescendingly. "Jesus Christ," Bill Anderson said, realizing the quandary Maddox was in at the moment. "This is personal?" Anderson asked, already knowing the answer. Maddox stared off towards the hallway. "My career is probably over anyway once word about the Caracas operation gets out."
I'm the one supposed to be left holding the bag, remember?" Maddox looked at Anderson. "And I'm fine with that," he continued without giving Anderson a chance to answer. "But Sonia doesn't deserve any of this shit. Not after your success in the jungle earlier today. You'll be promoted to Langley," Bateman said, with a tinge of jealousy, not knowing that being tied down to a Langley job wasn't exactly a reward for Maddox. It was a strange sight for Sonia Collins to walk into the living room and see Tom Rose sitting comfortably in her leather chair with an MP5 submachine gun across his lap. Tom had perched his laptop computer on the armrest of the chair and was looking at something online when he glanced up at Sonia. "How are you holding up, mate?" he asked her.
"I'm fine, Tom. I still don't know why you need to be my bodyguard."
"He's just being careful. There's chaos on the streets of Caracas right now. Pete can't be here with you, so that's why I'm here."
"Well, I think it's silly, but thank you, Tom. I'm going to bed."
"Have a good night, mate," Tom said.
"Are you going to stay up all night again?"
Sonia asked. During the last 2 mornings she had come down to the kitchen early to find Tom sitting there, MP5 at arm's reach, on his laptop. She had also heard him twice during the night go outside for about 20 minutes. Tom had warned Sonia that he would be checking outside her house during the night, so she shouldn't be alarmed.
"Don't worry. I just need 2 or 3 hours a night, and I'm good to go," he explained with a smile.
"This is so silly,"
Sonia said again as she headed to her bedroom.
"Good night, Tom."
Chapter 23. Brull's Chair. El Helicoide, DISIP Headquarters, Caracas. Johnny Chacon, one of the council leaders and brother of the now exiled council president, Francisco Chacon, sat on a concrete chair in complete darkness, deep underneath the Helicoide headquarters of the DISIP. A thick black hood covered his head. He had been stripped naked. Both wrists were handcuffed to metal loops attached to Joan Brull's custom-built interrogation chair. Johnny Chacon tried to calm his breathing so he could listen, but that was hard to do knowing he was in the hands of a monster. The room was quiet, so Chacon assumed nobody was there, but it was a moot point since not only was he handcuffed to the concrete chair, but his legs were chained to the concrete floor. After what felt like hours, the steel door opened. A blast of fluorescent light hit him as the black hood was yanked from his head, taking a chunk of his hair with it. The sudden burst of light forced his eyes to shut tight as they adjusted. After a few seconds, he could see 3 men in front of him. He only recognized Joan Brull, who smiled right at him. Sweat dripped from Chacon's forehead and neck, but he was also shivering in his own cold sweat. Brull lit a cigarillo, and in Spanish once again asked Chacon,
"Where is the traitor whore of the CIA, gringo?"
"I don't know, I swear,"
Chacon pleaded. Brull calmly walked behind Chacon, saying nothing. Chacon couldn't turn to see what the sadist of Caracas had in store for him, but he himself braced for more pain. Suddenly the door to the cell opened, and 2 men entered carrying a medium-sized vat used to haul industrial chemicals and other liquids. The container was covered, hiding its contents, but Chacon knew it was going to be bad.
"Here we go,"
Chacon thought as tears began to trickle down his cheeks. The 2 men put the vat right in front of Chacon and walked out of the cell, closing the door behind them. The 2 plain-clothed men remained in the room, with Brull still behind Chacon. After a few seconds, one of the men removed the lid from the vat, and a cloud of steam seeped into the air. Brull walked around to the front of the chair so he could be face to face with Chacon.
"You will talk, traitor,"
he said as he put on thick black gloves. He then dipped a bucket into the vat and mockingly reassured Chacon.
"Don't worry, it's only water."
Brull proceeded to pour the boiling hot water over Chacon's head. The screaming was instant as Chacon felt his skin peeling off his naked body as the scalding water washed down his head and down to his chest, back, thighs, and genitals. Before Chacon could even think, Brule poured a second bucket of hot water over Chacon's head. Brule then tossed the bucket, and the two men covered the vat of boiling water. They each grabbed a side of the vat and proceeded to walk out of the cell with Brule leading the way. The cell door clanked shut as Chacon passed out from the pain. Johnny Chacon didn't know how much time had passed when he regained consciousness. Someone was kicking his still shackled feet and yelling, "Despiertate, traidor!" "Wake up, traitor!" Chacon's body was now covered in seeping, oozing wounds, with strands of flesh dangling loose from his arms and chest. His face had taken the brunt of the scalding from the boiling water. Chacon was in and out of consciousness for almost 2 days. No medical treatment, no food, no water. He just sat handcuffed to the concrete chair with his badly burned body in pain. The only contact was when one of Brule's men would kick his feet with a shout of "Despiertate!" whenever he would pass out. It had been hours since the boiling water had been poured over his head, and he had had no food or sleep. Brule returned and was face to face once again with him.
"You ready to talk now and go to the hospital? Or do we need to continue with the unpleasantness?"
Brule asked with a daft smile. Chapter 24. Persona non grata. United States Embassy, Caracas, Venezuela. Ron Bateman didn't say anything as Maddox quickly left his office. Maddox was making his way through the CIA floor at the U.S. Embassy when his secure phone, which he used for CIA business, began to ring. "Yes?" Maddox answered as he walked down the office hallway.
"Senor Maddox, ¿cómo está?"
Maddox couldn't quite place the familiar voice, but by the tone he knew it wasn't a friend. "Who is this?" Maddox asked.
"You're hurting my feelings, Mr. Maddox. It's Joan Brule."
"What do you want, Joan?" a curt Maddox asked.
"I'm so sorry things haven't worked out for your little coup. We're still here, in case you haven't been outside of your precious gringo imperialist embassy walls."
Brule cackled. "Cut the shit, Brule. What do you want?" Maddox demanded.
"I want to stick you in one of my tumbas,"
Brule hissed, in reference to the secret prison for political enemies, hidden underground in the helicoide, known as the Tombs, Tumba.
"But alas, it's not meant to be,"
Brule said mockingly. "You can try it," Maddox challenged.
"I could snatch you this very second if I had the okay."
Brule yelled into the phone, angered at Maddox's challenge. Maddox enjoyed getting a rise out of Brule. It was easy to push his buttons. But Brule regained his composure and even apologized for losing his temper before continuing in a more calm voice.
"Actually, I can't, Mr. Maddox. You see, I have strict orders. I'm sure you can relate. You're going to be the face of the coup, gringo. It has been ordered. So, unfortunately, I won't get to have fun with you. But you'll soon be expelled from Venezuela. Persona non grata."
Brule hissed.
"Go ahead and check CNN in the morning for your picture. Your spy career is gone,"
Brule said with a laugh, and then he went silent. "You do whatever you have to, pendejo." Maddox finally broke the silence.
"Oh, I will. I can't touch you. But your mamacita, the traitor, Provecita, I'm going to make her squeal like the stuck-whore pig that she is,"
Brule seethed, sending chills up Maddox's spine. Maddox's mind was racing. Shit, he can't know about Sonia. Henry was killed before Brule could get his hands on him. How could he know? Brule had succeeded in rattling Maddox, but he was damn sure not going to show it. Maddox quickly responded with his "you're boring me" tone. "Brule, I have no idea what you're talking about. You do whatever you feel you need to. Now fuck off, mi querido." Maddox hung up. His body was shaking from a combination of anger and fear for Sonia. The walls of the embassy appeared to begin to close in on him, crushing him, making it difficult to breathe. There were people all around. Maddox was trying to sound relaxed and calm, like Brill's threat meant nothing to him, but inside Maddox was dying. He felt like his world was collapsing around him. His only fear, the one thing he worked so hard to conceal, was that Brill would find out about Sonia. Maddox's mind was going a mile a minute. Brill could have been bluffing to screw with his mind, but the threat was too direct. Brill must have tortured it out of someone, or perhaps Brill uncovered one of the CIA safe houses and followed the paper trail back to Bolivar Realty. But it was too soon for that. Brill must have gotten to someone in Calderon's inner circle. Maddox second-guessed hanging up on Brill. I should have fished for more information. But Maddox knew that doing that would validate that Brill was on the right track. Best just cut him off. Perhaps Brill just wanted to draw him outside of the embassy. Maddox didn't have the time to determine the validity of the threat. He had to go get her, especially now that Brill was on her scent. Maddox tucked away the official CIA sat phone and whipped out the private one, the one number only Tom Rose had. Not even Sonia had that number. "Hello, mate," Tom Rose answered on the second ring. "Redman, we have a problem. They might know about her. You need to move her. I'll meet you there," Maddox instructed. Tom could sense the worry in Maddox's voice. "Roger that," Tom Rose said as he disconnected the line. It only took Maddox a few minutes to get ready. Maddox strapped on a black flak vest over his black Under Armour dry-fit T-shirt. He racked a magazine to his SIG pistol and chambered around before shoving the gun into the leg holster strapped to his blue jeans. Maddox then went through the same routine with his Walther PPK 380 backup piece, a small pistol he would carry in his pocket. He then grabbed an HK MP5A3 submachine gun for more firepower. He slung the submachine gun tight over his chest and walked out of his office, heading toward the exit stairs.
"Pete, Jesus Christ, looks like you're going to battle,"
a concerned Mary Dent said, catching Maddox by surprise as she happened on him in the hallway. "I have to take care of something personal. Caracas is still volatile. I'm not going out there unarmed." Maddox tried to explain his appearance like it made perfect sense.
"But we're supposed to stay put, all of us,"
Mary said, putting a hard emphasis on all of us.
"And FYI, it's Harry out there, but you're going to stand out in a crowd there, Rambo."
"I know. Listen, you stay put. I have to go." Maddox went around Mary, leaving her protesting in the hallway as he walked away.
"All of us, Pete. That means you too. Where are you going, Pete? Pete?"
Maddox could hear Mary yelling as he double-timed down the hallway. Dent was left alone in the hallway as Maddox disappeared into the stairwell. Maddox began to make his way down the stairs onto the parking lot. A warm breeze greeted him as he made his way to his motorcycle. Maddox jumped on the Ducati. Caracas was still in chaos, as the government troops were still clashing while clearing the streets from the last of the coup troops. The redshirts had now turned over the fighting to the official Venezuelan military, but they were milling around the streets, shooting their guns in the air in celebration, while others took the opportunity to loot local businesses. Maddox thought that in this celebratory chaos, a person on a motorcycle with a submachine gun on a sling wouldn't attract as much attention as Mary thought, but even if he got noticed, he could travel easier and faster on his Ducati. The motorcycle headlight pierced the darkness as flying insects became attracted to the light. Maddox revved up the bike and was waved through by the Marine Guard. He turned right and peeled onto Calle F in front of the embassy, toward the Francisco Fajardo freeway. The street was quiet and empty. He quickly made it onto the freeway, where he opened up the Ducati, getting up to 85 miles per hour in mere seconds, heading towards the Jose Felix Rivas barrio, controlled by Elvis Presley Jimenez. Chapter 25. Worst Case Scenario. Prados del Este, Caracas. Sonia was sitting on her couch changing the channels on her plasma TV when Tom walked into her living room.
There's nothing about Venezuela on CNN or Fox,
Sonia said in disbelief. Sonia, we have to go right now, Tom said. Sonia turned to see him and froze. He was standing there with the basic emergency kit he had prepared for her the previous week. A backpack with clothing and enough supplies to last a few days on the run. Power bars, water, some necessities you might find in an earthquake kit. But this was a shit-is-about-to-hit-the-fan kit. But Tom wouldn't share his special name for the kit with Sonia. He wore the same black fatigues he'd been wearing before, but now he had a flak jacket on. His MP5 was slung across his back, which she was now used to seeing, but he had now put on an LBE belt harness, fully stocked with canteens, first aid kit, a couple flashbangs, and 2 pistol holsters.
"What the hell is going on, Tom?"
she asked, the fear clear as day in her voice. Sonia, there's no time to talk right now. We need to leave. Here, let me put this on you. Tom slipped a black flak jacket on her. Although Tom had explained the worst-case scenario to Sonia, including showing her the bulletproof vest she would have to wear, it felt like her heart was about to beat out of her chest when she realized the worst-case scenario was happening right now. Before she could protest or ask questions, Tom Rose was hustling her outside and into Maddox's armored Jeep Grand Cherokee. Once inside the vehicle, Tom finally spoke. "We need to move to a safe house. I don't have the details, but we need to go there right now." Tom pulled out of the garage and onto the street of her gated community. The guards recognized the Grand Cherokee, and the gate was already open by the time the Jeep approached it. Instead of the usual smile and wave to the guards, this time Sonia just looked down in fear. The neighborhood was eerily quiet. It was 8 p.m. and pitch dark. No one dared leave the relative security of their houses. They could hear the gunfire breaking out in the distance. Tom Rose drove from the nice streets and homes of Prados del Este towards the shantytown slums of Jose Felix Rivas barrio.
"Why would we go there, Tom? The barrios are dangerous on a normal day, and it's crawling with the most loyal of Chavez supporters. Are you too crazy?"
a concerned Sonia asked. "Exactly. That's the last place they'll look. We have a friend there. We'll be safe while we wait to rendezvous with Pete."
"Peter will be there?"
Sonia said, actually perking up for the first time in days. "Yes," Tom said, smiling. "You kids in love." Sonia managed to crack a smile, even though inside she was terrified about what was happening. The idea of going to the crime-infested barrios wasn't exactly soothing away her fears, but she was happy to be seeing Maddox again for the first time in 10 days. Chapter 26. Elvis's Ranch. The Barrios, Caracas, Venezuela. Maddox weaved the Ducati motorcycle in and out of traffic. Maddox had been riding motorcycles since he was a teenager. He had even broken both arms on a dirt bike as a teen. But even with both arms in a cast, he couldn't wait to get back on the bike. Those skills had come in handy when he joined the Army Ranger Motorcycle Reconnaissance Team, but even his Army Ranger-issued motorcycle couldn't come close to the precision and speed of his souped-up Ducati. The closer he got to the barrios, the worse the traffic became. An orgy of cars and people were on the streets. But Maddox was able to maneuver through the throngs of people, burning vehicles, and pickup trucks packed with celebrating red shirts, who were now getting hammered with beer and 100-proof guaro as they celebrated their victory and the reinstatement of Hugo Chavez as president. Maddox was making great time and thought he would probably get to Elvis's rancho before Tom and Sonia. A few shots rang out while making the trip, but Maddox wasn't sure if they were aiming at him. Maybe it was a firefight nearby, or just drunken red shirts popping off celebratory shots up in the air. Maddox exited the Autopista Fajardo onto Avenida Sur Altamira, almost losing control of the motorcycle in the Avenida La Castellana turnabout. The bike wobbled, but he quickly regained control as he twisted the grip throttle and the motorcycle engine revved up as he sped onto the Jose Felix Rivas Street, which was the entrance to the barrio under control of Elvis Presley Jimenez's gang. Elvis's gang had placed a barricade at the start of Jose Felix Rivas Street, but it was no match for Maddox and his Ducati. He simply twisted the grip as he approached and whizzed through a narrow opening between a car and two burning barrels at over 60 miles per hour as he sped on up the street towards the rancho. Once he breached the barricade, Maddox slowed down. He glanced back, but no one was shooting or following. Elvis must have let them know to let the crazy gringo in the fast motorcycle through. Or perhaps they were still scrambling to react at how easily Maddox got through their supposed high-security perimeter that consisted of trash barrels with their insides set ablaze. Maddox came to a stop at the bottom of the barrio steps. He revved the engine a few times and twisted the grip of the motorcycle as he rode the Ducati up the steep, uneven concrete stairs leading up to Elvis's rancho. The stairs were hard enough to tackle on foot, but Maddox was able to quickly maneuver the motorcycle up the steep steps, as his entire body was shaking as the motorcycle vibrated wildly as it made its way to the top of the stairs. The few people he encountered on the stairs dived out of the way as they heard the horn blaring and the engine revving up towards them, only to see a man on a motorcycle with a weapon slung over his chest riding up the stairs. In just a few minutes, Maddox cleared the steps and came to a sliding stop right in front of Elvis's rancho. Elvis was already waiting for him outside with a huge smile, his gold teeth flashing, as he got up from his lawn chair on his porch, cradling a shotgun. Maddox removed his helmet to see Elvis still smiling at him.
"Verga pana!"
he cooed as he checked out the Ducati.
"Now that's the way to get up those fucking stairs! Holy shit! You scared the shit out of me, gente, down there."
He held up his walkie-talkie.
"But I knew it was you. That's a cool moto pana."
Elvis was still staring at the Ducati. "Elvis, thank you for your help, brother," Maddox said, extending his hand to the barrio gangster. "Are they here?" he asked hopefully as he peeked inside the house.
"No, a car can't move fast like that beautiful moto of yours,"
Elvis said, looking back at the Ducati again. Maddox smiled as he entered Elvis's rancho. 3 young gangbangers were inside. They were young, but their faces were hardened. They wore blue bandanas representing their colors. The Venezuelan gangbangers learned how to dress, talk, and act like gangsters from watching American movies, like Colors and New Jack City, so they looked like they came straight out of Hollywood Studio Central casting, but these kids were the real deal and deadly. Maddox nodded hello to the gangbangers. They were armed with dirty-looking Tech-9s that would probably jam as soon as they were fired. It didn't appear that the concept and the importance of keeping a weapon clean had dawned on them. Elvis headed to the display of bottles of booze on the kitchen table.
"Quieres un palo?"
Elvis asked Maddox as he held up a bottle of Scotch whiskey. "No, gracias," Maddox said, waving the bottle away from a distance with his hand. Maddox thanked Elvis for his hospitality, but the last thing he needed in his body right now was alcohol, no matter how much he felt like taking a pull from the bottle of 12-year-old blended whiskey.
"No problem,"
Elvis said.
"The enemy of my enemy is my friend."
He smiled, exposing his gold teeth again. He poured a whiskey into a glass and downed it in 2 gulps. Elvis let out a quick snort, and his body shook a little as the scotch made its way down his throat and warmed up his belly.
"I really like that chamo,"
Elvis said as he poured himself another drink.
"Henry was a good dude, for a fucking cop."
Elvis smiled at Maddox as he poured himself another drink. "Yes, he was," Maddox said. He hadn't had time to think about the death of Henry Calderon until that moment. "You know what, Elvis? Fuck it. Pour me a drink, in Henry's honor," Maddox said with a smile.
"All right, Jefe, now you're talking."
Elvis smiled as he whipped out another glass and poured Maddox a drink. "To Henry," Maddox said as he lifted his glass of whiskey.
"To Henry."
Elvis did the same. The 2 men downed their drinks and clanked the empty glasses together. The stiff drink felt good to Maddox, but he did turn down Elvis on a second drink. That didn't stop Elvis from downing his 3rd glass of whiskey in about 2 minutes. Maddox smiled as he removed the sat phone from his flak jacket and punched the number to reach Tom Rose.
"Hey, mate,
I have an ETA of less than 2 minutes, Tom said right off the bat without saying hello.
Okay, I'm here. I'll be waiting for you guys,
Maddox said as he hung up the phone and put his private cell phone, the only direct link to Tom Rose, back into his flak pocket. Maddox then quickly flipped open his official company cell phone to check if he'd received any calls.
None. Perfect, Maddox thought. That's one less thing to deal with right now, he said to himself.
9 minutes later, the inside of Elvis's rancho lit up from the headlights of an approaching vehicle. Both Maddox and Elvis grabbed their weapons just in case. Maddox his HK-MP5 submachine gun, and Elvis his sawed-off shotgun. Elvis's men did the same with their Tech-9s. It more than likely was one of Elvis's men, since the barricade was still blocking access to the ranch. Elvis recognized the beat-up Toyota pickup truck and confirmed to Maddox that those were his men. In the flatbed of the pickup were 2 young gangbangers with rickety rifles. The vehicle came to a stop and the men jumped off. They grabbed a blue painting tarp and pulled it off to reveal Tom Rose and Sonia Collins.
"Muchas gracias, caballeros,"
Tom said in his heavily accented but passable Spanish. The 3 gangbangers, Tom and Sonia, entered Elvis's rancho, where Maddox was anxiously waiting to see the love of his life. As soon as the group entered the ranch, Maddox headed toward Sonia with a big smile of relief when Tom Rose cut him off.
"So nice to see you too, mate,"
he said as he embraced Maddox with a big smile.
"Get the fuck away from me,"
Maddox said with a smile and a friendly shove as he moved towards the intended recipient of his embrace, Sonia Collins. Elvis and his 5 gangbangers broke out in laughter, as did Tom Rose. Elvis's walkie-talkie crackled to life with the voice of one of his gangbangers manning the barricade down below. The message was urgent and ominous.
"They're coming!"
One of Elvis's spotters on top of the rancho's roof warned about the approaching white Chevy Suburban SUVs, 3 government-issued SUVs making their way up the Barrio Street towards them. Maddox and Rose barely had time to react as Maddox grabbed onto Sonia and all hell broke loose down below, and the barricade radio went dead.
"Shit! It's the internal police! They just opened fire at the barricade!"
The spotter yelled as he grabbed his Glock and shimmied down from the roof to the front of the ranch.
"Mierda!"
Elvis screamed as he tossed the now useless radio aside.
"It's Disip! They're coming!"
he warned as he and his men scrambled to arm themselves.
"God damn it, how did they know we would be here?"
Maddox shouted, upset that the safe house had become compromised less than 30 minutes after his arrival.
"Go! Go!"
Elvis yelled at Maddox as he pointed to the sliding door leading out to the backyard. Maddox, Tom Rose, and Sonia Collins scrambled onto the small backyard and towards the fence gate that led out to a street alley as lights from a fast-approaching SUV shone into Elvis's rancho. Maddox heard Elvis say something like,
"Eat shit, motherfuckers!"
then a burst of gunfire. Elvis dove back inside the house as bullets whizzed all around. Elvis's gangbangers began firing their Tech-9s without aim, as the well-trained Disip agents began their assault. Maddox was holding Sonia by the hand as they ran down the alley, Tom Rose covering them from behind. They could hear the gunfight raging at the front of Elvis's rancho as the 3 of them spilled out from the alley onto the street, Calle Ocho. Maddox pulled Sonia along by the hand as they struggled to run down the pockmarked road as people milled about the streets and sidewalks, celebrating the return of Hugo Chavez to power. A group of thugs noticed the 3 foreigners running down 8th Street when one yelled,
"Alto! Stop!"
But the group scattered when both Maddox and Rose pointed their MP5 submachine guns in their direction. Maddox was glad the men just ran. The last thing they needed right now was to get into a gun battle with citizens. Maddox grabbed Sonia by the hand and yelled to Tom,
"This way!"
as he bolted down the steep stairs of the barrio at such a quick pace that a few times Sonia would let out a scream as she felt ready to tumble down the crumbling asphalt stairs. They made it down the stairs in record time, onto Avenida Central, the main thoroughfare in and out of the barrio. The streets were thick with people celebrating around barrels set on fire. Maddox and Rose scanned the crowd as they tried to blend into it, but that was a tall order for 3 people dressed in black fatigues, with black flak jackets and submachine guns. Maddox and Rose flanked Sonia on each side as they scanned the crowd with their weapons, which kept the mob at bay as they stared wide-eyed at the well-armed duo. "This one," Maddox said, pointing to a 1975 Chevy Impala 4-door hardtop sedan. The old gas guzzler with its faded green paint job was perfect. It was built old school, thick heavy steel frame and a big block V8, as close to a civilian tank that they could find. Plus, old cars like the Impala were easy to hotwire. Rose smiled. "What a beaut!" he said as he whipped out his car theft kit from his LBE belt. Maddox stood guard as he had Sonia scoot down next to the passenger door behind the driver's side. Rose shattered the driver's side window with a silver window punch and unlocked the car. "Get in," Maddox told Sonia as he moved her into the passenger back seat. "Stay down, babe," Maddox said, feeling bad about shoving her into a car they were stealing. By the time Sonia and Maddox were inside, Tom had already hot-wired the old car and was beginning to pull out when they once again heard someone scream, "Alto!" Maddox looked, and it wasn't a group of young gangster wannabes from before. It was 3 Venezuelan DISA paramilitary troops running toward them. Rose hurled a flashbang grenade towards the men. The clinking sound of the metal canister hitting the concrete and rolling towards them forced them to stop dead in their tracks and scatter away as the canisters detonated. The dark of night gave way to the flash of light that emanated from the canisters, which was then followed by an ear-piercing loud blast. The men were on their knees, disoriented, blinded, and their ears ringing. The effect of the flash grenades would only be temporary, but it gave Rose, Maddox, and Sonia the head start they desperately needed. "Go! Go! Go!" Maddox shouted as Tom Rose grabbed the steering wheel and shoved the car into gear. Rose pulled out, burning rubber, and he floored the big car, causing it to fishtail, but he was able to steady it as they drove off. One of the dazed soldiers opened fire blindly, not even coming close to striking the car as it sped down the street. Tom was heading west out of the barrio as he descended the narrow streets that winded through the hillside slums of the barrio at breakneck speed, slamming the rear end of the big car against a couple walls without stopping, each collision jarring them inside the seatbeltless car. "Sorry about that. Hold on tight, lads," Rose would yell with each smash. They neared the bottom of the hillside when they saw the lights of an approaching SUV coming closer and closer. "Shit!" Maddox said. "We won't be able to outrun them in this piece of shit," Rose said. Rose slammed on the brakes, sending Sonia onto the car floor. "Fuck!" Rose yelled at the throng of people milling around the street. He had no choice but to slow down as he began maneuvering the Impala through the crowded streets of Avenida Central. There were people everywhere, celebrating, drinking, looting, partying, fighting. Finally, after steering from one side of the street to the other, Rose was able to steer clear from the people, and the road in front of them cleared. Rose floored it, pushing the Impala beyond its ability, and it began to vibrate as it sped away from the oncoming SUV. "It's just one truck," Maddox said as he stared out the back window with a bit of relief. They could take out just one truck, he thought. Maddox was looking out the back window at the approaching SUV. He turned around with his MP5 and began lowering the window down. "Stay down, Sonia," he said as he shoved her down onto the floor of the car. Before he could even fire a shot, Maddox flinched and let out a yelp at what he was seeing. Unlike Rose, who drove around the crowd of people clogging the street, the SUV with Bruhl's men plowed right through them. Maddox could see the bodies of people flying through the air and tumbling onto the streets with bone-crushing force. They skidded onto the street like rag dolls as the SUV continued to muscle its way through the crowd without concern. "Oh, Jesus!" Maddox yelled out. "What's going on?" Rose asked. "What's happening?" Sonia asked as she tried to sit up, but Maddox held her down. "Stay down, please, honey," Maddox asked, but his hand forcibly kept her down. "They just drove straight through the people. Holy shit!" Maddox said in utter disbelief.
They just plowed through everyone like they were driving through a pile of raked-up leaves." "We won't be able to outrun them, then," Rose said as he gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Stay down, honey, and don't get out of the car," Maddox instructed to Sonia, who was now crying. Maddox removed the safety from his MP5 submachine gun. "We'll have to face them, Tom," Maddox said. "Right." Tom swerved the car sideways and brought it to a sudden stop, so that the side where Sonia was facing away from the incoming SUV. Maddox and Rose jumped out of the car, aiming their weapons at the speeding SUV, when as suddenly as the SUV plowed through the last group of people, someone in the crowd threw a brick through the windshield on the driver's side, hitting the bullseye. Maddox and Rose could see the headlights shine brightly as the driver lost control of the vehicle. The SUV swerved to the right. The driver then overcorrected as he attempted to regain control of the speeding SUV. The driver was bleeding and dazed from the direct hit to the head and was unable to regain control of the vehicle. The SUV spun out of control and flipped on its side, sliding about 20 feet before coming to a stop against the sidewalk. Like David and Goliath, the lone stone brick had brought down the large vehicle and its heavily armed men to the delight of the crowd, who went wild as they cheered and mobbed the wrecked-out SUV like a crowd of L.A. Laker fans celebrating an NBA championship. Maddox and Rose watched in shock as they saw the flash of muzzle fire from inside the SUV, and then the sound of 2 or 3 shots, but the crippled SUV was no match for the angry mob, who were out for blood against the men who had just plowed through their friends and family. "Straight justice," Tom Rose said, still aiming his weapon towards the chaos. "We're so fucking lucky," Maddox said. "Let's get out of here." Sonia had been watching the events unfold from the back seat of the car. "Are those men dead?" she asked as Tom and Maddox jumped back in the car. "Appears so," Maddox answered as Rose sped away. "What about Elvis?" she asked. "I'm afraid he's dead, honey." Maddox tried to comfort her as she kept staring out the back window. "That bloke was a good man for a crook," Rose chimed in. "Elvis has left the building for good." Rose trailed off as he realized he wasn't being respectful over Elvis's dying trying to help them. Chapter 27 8675309 Somewhere in Caracas. The Prados del Este freeway was eerily calm compared to the chaos of the streets of the barrios. The stolen Impala was holding up very well. There were a couple of bullet holes, and the side paneling was beat to shit as the car bounced off the walls of the narrow streets of the slums, but they had made it out alive. Tom Rose's adrenaline was still pumping when he let out a celebratory yell. "Yeah, fuck yeah! That was a close one, mate!" He banged the steering wheel of their stolen vehicle with his fists. Maddox ignored his friend and turned to Sonia. "Are you all right?" he asked her, but was met with silence. "Sonia, are you hurt? Are you all right?" He grabbed her from the shoulders to snap her out of her trance-like state, where she had been staring out the window of the car for the last 10 minutes. "Don't touch me!" she shrieked. "You've ruined my life!" She collapsed on the back seat and burst into tears. Maddox slouched back onto the seat. It felt like he had been kicked in the chest by a mule. The way she recoiled from his touch felt more painful than anything Brule had in store for him. He couldn't think of anything to say or anything to do to comfort her. She was right. He had ruined her life. He had recruited her as an asset. He had trained her on how to find safe houses for the agency. He had taken her to dangerous locations on missions, and now they were on the run. Had the coup been successful, they would probably be back at her place making love. But it had failed. Now she was a traitor to the state and wanted by Joan Brule. She had refused to leave her beloved Venezuela, but now there was no choice. She had to leave. Maddox resolved himself that even if she would hate him and he would never see her again, he would live with that once he got her out of the country at all cost. She had no choice. Sonia had to leave her house, her real estate business, her friends, and her life as she knew it without delay.
I have ruined her life, Maddox despaired to himself. There was a part of Maddox that naively thought that Sonia wouldn't have cared about the horrible events unfolding for her since they were in love. But when that person turned into a desperado fugitive, and you've torn your whole life apart in an instant, well, love might not be enough. Especially since they were speeding down the Carretera-Petare roadway towards the Autopista-Petare highway at 3 a.m. in a stolen Chevy Impala. Tom glanced at the couple. He was going to say something to defend his friend and hopefully make Sonia feel better, but he decided to hold his tongue. He couldn't even say, "Hey, at least we're alive," since their long-term plans for staying that way were still a bit up in the air. They needed to get out of the country. Brill would not take their escape from the clutches of his men lightly. Maddox and Rose had hatched their worst-case scenario plan the day after Tom first arrived in Caracas. Professionals planned for the worst, even though both of them had been confident that it wouldn't be necessary. But confidence didn't matter much, as it became time to implement the worst-case scenario plan. They needed to get to their rendezvous destination with Reuben Guzman. Colonel Reuben Guzman was a good friend to Maddox and Rose. In appreciation for the work Maddox had done in the Amazonian jungle and in San Cristobal, he had agreed to smuggle Maddox and Sonia into Colombia if necessary. Brill had already taunted Maddox that, in a few hours, Chavez would assure the country he was still in power and put all the blame for the failed coup on the CIA, which meant Maddox would be exposed, labeled persona non grata, and immediately expelled from the country. Maddox was already disobeying a direct order from Langley to stay put at the embassy, so he was watching his CIA career being flushed down the toilet. But he didn't care about that. He had to get Sonia out of Venezuela. Even if she never wanted to see him again, he would at least be able to live with himself knowing that she was alive and safe. Maddox had sent Guzman the pre-arranged text to his cell phone, 867-5309, Jenny's number. Maddox loved that Tommy two-tone 80s classic song, and it had seemed funny at the time, since this was just a worst-case scenario plan that probably wouldn't be needed. But here he was sending the text. The Tommy two-tone inside joke didn't seem as funny then. In less than a minute, Maddox got a text back from Guzman. "I got your number." The worst-case scenario plan was now operational. Guzman was also taking a huge risk. Maddox was considered a rogue agent disobeying a direct order to stand down and hold tight at the embassy. But they wouldn't suspect Guzman would put his neck on the line like this, so the plan could work. They were to meet up with Guzman near the entrance of the small terrarium located within the huge Parque del Este, East Park, Caracas's own version of New York City's Central Park, in an hour. Maddox felt it appropriate to meet at the terrarium, which had on display dozens of snakes and other reptiles, since they were on the run from a human version of those reptiles. They would still enjoy the cover of darkness for another couple of hours. Guzman would take Maddox and Sonia to a safe house, where they would regroup and change clothes, and then Guzman would sneak them into Bogotá. Once safely out of Venezuela, Maddox and Sonia would become Guillermo and Maria Mendoza. Maddox already had the needed documents, a forged passport and cedula ID card from Costa Rica. From Bogotá, they would take a TACA commercial flight to the Juan Santa Maria International Airport in San Jose, Costa Rica. Since Maddox was now in direct violation of the CIA's orders, he was on his own, so Tom Rose had rented a safe house near the San Jose Airport in the Cariari neighborhood. By that time they would be exhausted, so after getting some sleep, Maddox would drive down to his small beach house in Junta, Costa Rica in the Guanacaste province. 10 years ago, Maddox had bought a nice piece of land within walking distance to the beach. A couple years later, he had built a small house. Nothing fancy. It was basically a little cabina where he could get away from it all. He couldn't think of a better place to go and hide for a while, but first they had to get out of Venezuela. At the meet-up location with Guzman, Maddox and Rose would part ways. The situation was too hot for him, and there was nothing he could really do for them from this point on. Tom had done a terrific job of protecting Sonia. As already planned, He would leave the rendezvous point and double-time the 3 miles from the park to the British Embassy in the La Castellana neighborhood. Once there, he could secure a flight back to the UK. Rose and Maddox decided there was safety in numbers, so instead of taking the surface streets from the barrios to the park, they drove down the more heavily traveled Carretera Petare Santa Lucia at normal speed. The car blended in well with the others, but if any of the Chavistas on the streets took a close look, they would have to shoot their way through since they were not going to stop for anyone. Luckily, it didn't come to that. The Petare road was quieter than they expected as they continued to head east, exiting on the Avenida Boyaca and onto Avenida Sucre, straight into the park. They arrived unchallenged by Brull's men, and they had avoided the many checkpoints manned by Chavista militants, so they were able to quietly slip into the park at 4:20 a.m. The park was quiet and deserted, but gunshots could be heard out in the distance. Either there were still pockets of resistance out there, or the Chavistas were still firing their weapons into the air in celebration. Tom Rose shut off the headlights as they drove their Impala into the dark where they ditched it. Even though Sonia hadn't said a word to Maddox during the drive, he needed to communicate with her as if she was just another asset. Maddox turned to her in the back seat of the car and spoke firmly. "We're ditching this car and meeting up with Guzman. It's about a 1-mile walk east of the zoo. Stay in the middle of us. Be quiet, don't say a word, and stay alert. I need to check your gear," Maddox said as he began to tug at her flak jacket. "Do you understand?" Maddox asked her dispassionately.
Yes,
Sonia said softly. It sounded as if she was beginning to come around, as if she felt guilty about how she had been treating Maddox, but Maddox knew there wasn't time to delve into that now. Maddox wasn't barking out orders to her because he was mad, but because he was trying to get her out of Venezuela alive. They were now going to be out in the open. The sitting ducks cliché with Brull taking aim perfectly described their situation. Tom and Maddox were certain they hadn't been followed. Elvis and his gangsters must have taken out the lead car up to the barrio, and they saw with their own eyes the mob exacting street justice on the occupants of the second car. They didn't know what became of the third SUV, but it wasn't in sight. Even if Brull sent reinforcements, it would be a while before they were dispatched. With the coup crackdown, Brull would have his tombs full of political prisoners to have fun with, so he would be busy, but he wouldn't pass up on the chance of seeing Maddox suffer. Maddox could imagine Brull's commander, Dos Santos, was giddy, waiting to splash Maddox's face on television. He would grant exclusive interviews with CNN to out the CIA station chief and declare to the world, "Here is the gringo behind the coup." He would never acknowledge the coup was planned locally. The coup leaders were being rounded up and killed to ensure Chavez's version of the events of the past 72 hours would stand and become part of the history they were writing. Tom Rose, Sonia Collins, and Maddox abandoned the stolen car and took off on foot through the darkened park. Electricity was touch and go throughout the city. Luckily for the trio, lights were out in the area, so the entire park was covered in a blanket of darkness. Maddox led the way. Tom Rose watched the rear, and Sonia was in the middle. They were in single file, jogging from the entrance of the East Park heading south to the terrarium. The park was dark and empty. Tom and Maddox had their MP5 SD submachine guns with their silencers attached to the barrels at chest level, scanning the park with their trigger finger resting alongside the weapon's stock. The trigger was set to 3-round burst. Even though the MP5s had silencers, it wasn't like the movies. Only around 40% of the sound was actually suppressed, so even with a silencer, a full automatic would be noisy. A 3-round burst was perfect to drop anyone that challenged them without making too much noise and without garnering the attention of others that could be nearby. They made it to the rendezvous spot at 4:47 a.m. Guzman was waiting behind some trees on the south side of the terrarium. "Goddamn, it's good to see you, Reuben," Maddox said as he embraced Guzman.
"Nice to see you too, my friend,"
said Guzman, who was in civilian clothes, a nice black long-sleeve dress shirt tucked into a pair of Banana Republic khakis.
"Tom, nice to see you too.
Guzman said as he embraced Tom Rose. Then Guzman turned to Sonia and held her hand and in Spanish said, "Don't you worry, Sonia. We're going to get you out of the country safely." He was smiling, and his voice, as always, was very calm and smooth. Guzman was never seen losing his composure or getting emotional. "Come on, we have to go. I have a car." Guzman turned toward the pathway leading to Avenida Sucre. "It's not safe here." They headed toward a parking lot for the park right on the Avenida Sucre. As the group emerged from the darkened park onto the parking lot, a black Nissan Pathfinder drove in from Calle 2 toward them. As Maddox and Rose raised their MP5s, Guzman waved them off. "It's okay. He's one of my men." The Pathfinder quickly pulled into the parking lot. "Get in. We need to go," Guzman said, still in a calm and reassuring voice, as he opened the passenger side door, revealing the empty seats. Rose got in first, and then Maddox escorted Sonia in second so she would be between the two of them. Colonel Guzman climbed into the front passenger seat. Inside was the driver, a man of about 35 years of age. He was olive-skinned with black hair and a thick black mustache. He was also wearing civilian clothes. The driver said nothing as the group piled in. He didn't even acknowledge them as he put the SUV into drive. "Vámonos," Guzman said to the driver, who promptly pulled out of the parking lot onto the Avenida Sucre. Maddox could tell he was heading onto Autopista Francisco Fajardo. "Is everything in place?" Maddox asked Guzman. "Yes, we got a room at Hotel Centro Lido. We'll be there in a few minutes," Guzman answered. The Centro Lido was a luxury hotel near the Olympic Stadium. It was located down the street from the Colombian Embassy and less than 2 miles from the British Embassy. "Well, my friend, the little Napoleon is back fully in charge, stronger than ever now," Guzman said, unable to hide his disappointment. "Where's Frank Chacon?" Maddox asked. "He's now in exile, fled to Switzerland," Guzman replied. The trip from Parque del Este to the hotel was less than 10 minutes as they exited the freeway onto the Avenida Libertador. "Liberator Avenue," Maddox said, amused at the irony. Liberator Avenue. "Appropriate, no?" Guzman asked with a smile as his driver pulled into the hotel. There was nothing more Sonia wanted right then and there but to take a long hot shower. She was pleased that the hotel had strong water pressure, as she let the warm water wash from her body the dirt, sweat, grime, and fear of the last 2 days. Tom Rose was sitting at the room's office-like desk on his laptop, planning his exit to London in a few hours. The TV was tuned to CNN as talking heads discussed the news of Hugo Chávez's victory and the role of the United States. Guzman and his driver were in the room next door providing a lookout and backup if needed. The common door joining the 2 rooms was closed. A bribe placed by Guzman to the front desk manager ensured their entry into the room from the service entrance of the hotel. The room was on the 3rd floor and next to the emergency exit, facing Avenida Tamanaco. As far as the hotel personnel were concerned, the guests were journalists, and their security detail was in Caracas to cover the coup for the BBC. It appeared that they had successfully thrown Bruhl off their tracks, but that wouldn't last. They would only spend 2 hours in the hotel before heading out. Guzman would drive Maddox and Sonia to the airport to catch the 12:05 p.m. Avianca to Bogotá, Colombia. Guzman had prepared Colombian diplomatic papers for Maddox and Sonia. They'd be just 2 more Colombian diplomats leaving Venezuela during these uncertain times. It was a beautiful cover, as long as they could avoid Bruhl's men. Their flight departed from the Simón Bolívar International Airport for the 2-hour flight to El Dorado International in Bogotá. Maddox took the downtime to head down to the lobby and check in with the embassy and with Dick Phillips. He didn't want to make the call with Sonia in the room. He had missed several of their calls during the last 24 hours. Maddox took out his secure cell phone and called Dick Phillips' direct line. The time difference between Caracas and Langley was just 30 minutes ahead, so it was 7 a.m. in Langley when Maddox began punching in the number for Dick Phillips on his phone. Phillips picked up on the 2nd ring. "Are you on a secure line?" Dick answered without saying hello. Yes, Maddox answered sheepishly, like a child knowing he was in trouble with his father.
I don't know how you fucked up this bad, Phillips said calmly, but in a stern manner.
Phillips rarely cussed, so Maddox knew Dick was angry despite the calm voice.
I couldn't leave her here, Maddox replied.
There was nothing more he could do, or even attempt to do, in order to salvage his career at that point.
The asset?
Dick asked.
Yes, sir,
Maddox confirmed.
Are you in the country?
Dick asked.
Yes, but not for long. I'll be going dark for a few weeks, Dick. Hoban has tied a tin can to your tail. This will give him more ammo to bury you. Just come in. Go to the embassy. It's over.
I can't do that. Not until I know she's safe.
I can't protect you then.
Phillips sounded more despondent than angry.
I know. Are you all right?
Maddox had been worried about throwing his longtime mentor under the bus.
You don't have to worry about me, son,
Dick answered, sounding a bit better.
Come in, Pete. Just go to the embassy. Bring the asset. It's all right. That way you'll just be expelled.
I can't protect her through the official channels, Maddox said. I'm sorry, Dick. I never meant to hurt the team, to hurt you.
You're not hurting me. Operation Puma was a stellar success. The events in Caracas are the problem, and that has nothing to do with you, so you haven't hurt me. Hoban is going to let us twist in the wind no matter what. I just don't want you there solo,
Dick explained, sounding like a worried parent. Thanks, Dick, but I can't come in yet. I'll be in touch.
Be safe. Call me in 48 hours. For me,
Dick pleaded. Maddox was silent for a few seconds, and then he spoke. Okay. Thanks, Dick. Then he hung up. Maddox knew Dick Phillips was being sincere. Max Hoban was playing a chess game from the safety of his Langley office. He was going to seize this moment to potentially terminate Maddox, but he was just a bonus. Hoban's prize target was burning Dick Phillips, and he had him squarely in his crosshairs. The little fuck must be shaking in his boots with excitement, Maddox thought. Next up was a quick call to Mary Dent. Mary would speak frankly and freely with him. If Maddox called his second-in-command, Ron Bateman, he would just get the party line. Mary picked up on the fourth ring.
Condor?
Mary asked.
69789,
Maddox replied with his secure code.
Jesus Christ, you're alive,
a relieved Mary Dent responded.
Nice to hear your voice, too,
Maddox said with a chuckle.
The shit has hit the fan here. You've been compromised by Dissip. They're officially expelling you, persona non grata, at a news conference at 3 p.m.,
a worried Mary said quickly without stopping. That was actually good news for Maddox. He would be in Bogota by that time, so they should be able to blend into the airport and board their commercial flight without having his face plastered all over the news.
So I've heard, Maddox replied. Ron's been appointed interim SC. They've got you gone rogue.
Mary filled him in on his career woes, which he already knew was circling down the toilet.
I know, I fucked up, but I can't leave her behind,
Maddox explained without regret.
Holy shit, I knew you were pussy-whipped, but not that bad,
Mary said, her Boston accent creeping in even stronger as it usually did when she was stressed out or pissed.
Sorry, Mary, I knew you had feelings for me,
Maddox teased.
Yeah, I'm wet for you,
Mary replied sarcastically.
Well, at least you jest in bad times.
She sounded relieved that Maddox was taking his employment demise so well.
Just tell the team to hang in there, and I'm fine. I can't tell you anything else, Maddox explained.
I know. That's why I haven't even bothered asking where the hell you are.
Take care of yourself, Pete.
It was an honor serving with you, Mary said.
Right back at you,
Maddox replied as he ended the call. As unpleasant as those calls were, he was more terrified about the conversations waiting for him in the hotel room upstairs. Sonia came out of the bathroom feeling revived. Tom Rose was now sitting on the edge of the bed, his MP5 submachine gun within arm's reach. He was glued to the television as they reported that Chavez was back in full control of Venezuela. The celebrity journalists on CNN were still dissecting the failed coup and America's possible role in it. They didn't have a clue or any new information, so they just kept rewording the same analysis in different ways so they could stretch it for a few hours' worth of prime time. None of the media outlets had said anything about the terrorist camp being taken out, so that was good news for Langley. "How you feeling, mate?" Tom asked Sonia. Her hair was still wet, brushed back. She wore a white robe courtesy of the hotel. Tom Rose was still in the same blue jeans and black T-shirt, but he had removed his flak jacket.
"I'm feeling better now," she replied. "Where's Peter?"
"He's making some calls. I know you're mad at our lad, but he's just trying to protect you," Tom said, no longer able to hold his tongue.
"I know, Tom. I was just scared, angry that my life as I knew it changed in the blink of an eye,"
Sonia explained with guilt in her voice. "But you still have your life. You need to listen to him. If you stay here, they will arrest you, or worse, if they discover who you are," Rose warned ominously.
His job, it's just—"
Sonia searched for the right words, but Tom didn't let her finish. "His job is finished, so you won't have to deal with it any more," Tom said.
"What do you mean?"
"Just listen to him, until you're out of the country," Tom said, not answering her question. Just then, he heard the 3 knocks on the door. Maddox was back. Tom grabbed his MP5 and looked through the peephole in the door just to double-check, and opened the door. Maddox quickly stepped in and closed the door. Chapter 28. Persona non grata. CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. Back at Langley, the CIA headquarters was abuzz in crisis control mode. While Maddox, Bill Anderson, and the others were out in the field waging their missions, the failed coup splintered the Langley camp into 2 groups. Dick Phillips, who was trying to salvage Maddox's career and ensure he didn't lose any of his people on the ground, and CIA Executive Director Max Hoban, who was seizing the failed coup as a way to wage his political war against Dick Phillips, SOG, and direct covert action by the agency. The success of Operation Puma was the only saving salvo for the team at the moment, but the failed coup would be problematic, even though the CIA's role in the actual military action was minimal. But Maddox going AWOL was giving Hoban the ammunition needed to win his battle against Dick Phillips. Ron Bateman had become acting station chief in Venezuela, and the entire CIA team was hunkered down at the embassy. Bill Anderson and his SOG team had left the country as ordered in a military transport plane. The SOG team was upset about leaving the Venezuelan coup fighters on their own, but there was nothing they could do. As soon as the coup appeared on the brink of failure, they were ordered to leave Caracas. The opposition fighters became political collateral. Ron Bateman didn't have good news for Dick Phillips, confirming that Maddox had gone off script in his effort to rescue an asset with whom he was involved romantically. Dick Phillips knew this already. Maddox had told him what he was planning. Phillips was certain that if anyone was able to pull off what Maddox was attempting, it was Pete Maddox, but it would cost him his career. Maddox had failed to report his relationship with a foreign national as required by CIA regulations. Although that alone wouldn't have cost him his career, disobeying an order to stay at the embassy and not become involved in any direct action in Caracas would end it. Dick Phillips was in his office as he recalled the conversation he had with Maddox 18 hours before. But Bateman hadn't finished delivering the bad news to Dick Phillips. In a few hours, at 11 a.m., Alberto Santana, the Minister of the Interior, would hold a press conference to announce that the CIA was behind the coup, and the mastermind, CIA Station Chief Peter Maddox, was being expelled from the country, persona non grata. Bateman's source was a newspaper journalist for Últimas Noticias, the largest national newspaper in Venezuela, which was pro-Chavez. They had Maddox's photograph, which was being published in just a few hours. Dick Phillips was unable to sit on this information any longer once Ron Bateman reported it through the official channels, cutting ties with Maddox. He would now be on the run on his own. Max Hoban and Derek Hall, the CIA liaison to Congress, summoned Dick Phillips to Director Van Loon's office for a meeting that would be attended. Dick knew the meeting wouldn't be a good one, especially after the last call in which Maddox confirmed he wouldn't return to Langley until the asset was secure outside of Venezuela. He was now officially AWOL, and Max Hoban had his scapegoat all wrapped up in a pretty bow. Director Van Loon didn't mince words.
"God damn it, Dick! What the hell is going on with your boy down there?" "He's AWOL, Director. My last communication was 48 hours ago. I ordered him to the embassy, but he's gone solo to take care of a personal matter."
"You're shitting me. A personal matter?" Van Loon seethed.
"It's a woman, an asset with whom he has a personal relationship, and he's trying to protect her from the current roundup of local coup supporters,"
Phillips explained. "This asset, is she in government?" Van Loon asked.
"No, sir, she's a civilian."
Derek Hall then spoke. "Dick, we have a serious problem here. The Venezuelans are releasing Maddox's picture in a few hours. The chairman of the House Committee on Intelligence Affairs is aware of this, and will be calling for an investigation once this is public."
"And it's not going to help if your station chief, who is about to be expelled persona non grata, isn't around to answer these questions."
Hoban seethed.
"This rogue agent of yours has put us in an even worse spot."
Hoban sat back in his chair, happy to slam Phillips back against the wall in a tightening noose around Maddox's career's neck.
"Maddox will be back, and he will take responsibility, and he will answer your questions. He'll be back,"
Dick reassured without a trace of hesitation or doubt in his voice.
"How can you be certain?"
Hall asked.
"He's one of my best men. Once he secures the asset, he will return and face the music, I guarantee it,"
Dick replied. "You really want to claim this rogue agent as one of your best men?" Hoban taunted Phillips. But before Phillips could respond, Van Loon interceded. "I won't have the boy disparaged, Max. He's done a hell of a lot for the agency, including the success of Operation Puma, which the president is extremely happy with." Hoban crossed his arms like a scolded child trying not to throw a tantrum. "But the fact is, he has put us in a world of shit," Van Loon continued, now addressing Dick Phillips.
"He'll have to fall on his sword for this, Dick."
Hoban spoke up again. This time D.I. Van Loon nodded in agreement.
"Maddox knows the rules of the game,"
Phillips said with a blank stare.
"Are you sure?"
Van Loon asked, making full eye contact with Phillips. Phillips returned the eye contact and said,
"Yes, sir."
With that, Dick Phillips was dismissed, leaving Van Loon, Hoban, and Hall to deal with damage control. Hoban was at his best, unleashing a political battle to bury his internal CIA enemies. The room was silent as Doug Van Loon, Derek Hall, and Max Hoban sat at the conference room table. Finally, Hoban spoke up.
"Maddox is finished with the agency. We could actually use him going AWOL to put the whole thing on him. Just another rogue agent acting on his own to overthrow Chavez."
"Derek, will Congress buy it?" Van Loon asked.
"Operation Puma was a huge success, so that helps. It's not a stretch to say Maddox wanted to go a little further with a complete regime change. SOG is out, and it was clean, so the only one being expelled is Maddox,"
Derek Hall said, and then went quiet, choosing his next words carefully.
"If the Venezuelans are going to pin this on Maddox, I say we play along,"
Hoban interjected, not wanting to wait for Derek Hall to speak again.
"Damn it,"
Van Loon breathed as he threw his glasses on the table. He knew that was the way to play this, but he didn't like the move. Hoban sat with his chest puffed out. He managed to not crack a smile, but he was enjoying this apparent victory. And now he was ready for the double kill.
"Dick Phillips can't survive this either,"
Hoban schemed.
"If he stays, then the press will say there is no way a rogue agent could pull this off on his own."
Hoban let his words sink in, and then continued.
"Someone at Langley has to pay the price as well."
Hoban shoved the proverbial knife deeper into Dick Phillips' back. Director Van Loon was silent as he contemplated his next chess move. Van Loon's silence was music to Hoban's ears. He was finally going to be able to force out Dick Phillips from the agency in humiliation. Chapter 29. Alberto and Maria Blanco. Hotel Centrolito, Caracas, April 15, 2002. The door joining the two rooms of Maddox and Colonel Guzman opened for a final meet-up before their escape from Venezuela. Guzman had brought food and sodas, but aside from Tom Rose, no one was really in the mood to eat.
"Come on, mate. You need to get some food in your belly,"
Tom Rose said to Sonia as he handed her a cheese and ham arepa. Sonia took it and began to pick at it.
Peter, here are your papers,
Guzman said as he handed a legal-size yellow manila envelope to Maddox. Maddox undid the red string that looped around the envelope's hook to seal it. He pulled out a pair of passports and ID cards.
"Congratulations, you're now a Colombian,"
Guzman said with a smile.
"Those are 2 Colombian passports under the name of Alberto and Maria Blanco. The ID cards are your diplomat papers. You're a Colombian diplomat who is leaving the country with your beautiful wife, Maria,"
Guzman said as he smiled at Sonia and slid the 2 passports on the table over to Maddox.
"Diplomats from all over the world have been fleeing the country, so those diplomat ID cards should get you right on that flight."
"Thank you, Reuben. You're a good friend," Maddox said as he shook his hand.
"Well, don't thank me yet. They should get you through airport security, but if you're arrested, we will have to turn our backs on you. The official press release will say you procured those documents on your own, illegally,"
Guzman warned. "Of course, without question," Maddox confirmed. Maddox couldn't help but think that in the last 72 hours, the Venezuelan government had decided to expel him from the country. Colombia would turn its back on him if caught with their fake documents, and his own government was preparing to hang him out to dry as a rogue agent. 3 countries in 3 days. That must be a record, Maddox thought. Maddox turned to Tom Rose. Rose had showered and ditched his flak jacket, dirty jeans, and T-shirt. He was now wearing a green Under Armour polo shirt with yellow stripes and a blue Under Armour logo resting on the left-hand side of the chest. The shirt was a slim fit, exposing his barrel chest, broad shoulders, and hulking biceps. Tom clipped his holstered 9mm P226 to his belt behind his back, and he slipped on his sports coat. All the other weapons were left behind with Colonel Guzman.
"You squared away, Tom?" Maddox asked. "I'm set, mate. No worries. My friend with MI6 is picking me up at 0900 a couple of clicks from here. He's made all the arrangements already. I'm getting a free ride home on a C-17 that's leaving at 1300 hours.
"We need to leave now,"
Guzman interrupted. Maddox turned to Rose and gave him a warm embrace and a firm handshake.
"Thank you for everything, Tom." "No worries, mate. Make sure you keep your head low getting out of town."
"You got it," Maddox promised. Tom then turned to Sonia and gently grabbed her by the arm in a friendly manner, as he then got right up to her ear, cheek to cheek, so only she could hear him.
"He loves you, mate. Don't forget that,"
Rose whispered into her ear.
"I know. It will be okay,"
she whispered back to him and then gave him a hug.
"You take care of our boy out there."
Rose laughed as he pointed at Maddox.
"Thank you, Tom, for taking care of me. I know I was a bitch at times,"
Sonia said before he interrupted her.
"Hey now, don't say that. You acted like a pro with all that's going on. Now take care, you hear me?"
He stared into her eyes.
"And listen to our mate until you're out of here, okay?"
"I will,"
she said, nodding in agreement.
"After that, don't listen to a damn word he has to say,"
Tom said, bursting out laughing.
"We'll get together in a few months, reminisce and share a pint."
With that, Tom Rose exited the room first, heading towards the stairs, and just like that, he was gone. Maddox was also leaving his submachine gun and more powerful firepower with the colonel. The safety blanket provided by the night shadows had long been burned off by the warm Venezuelan sun. So close to the equator it was already 80 degrees at 7 a.m. Maddox felt rejuvenated after his shower and 2 large coffees with milk. He ditched his dirty and sweaty clothing from the last 2 days and donned a white dress shirt with his Ludlow 2-button jacket and Italian wool pants ordered from the JC Crew website the previous year, semi-casual business attire that a Colombian diplomat might wear to travel. Maddox had broken down his P226 Sig Sauer by completely disassembling it so that even a gunsmith would be impressed. He then began to conceal the pieces of the broken-down weapon into his toiletry bag. But this wasn't a regular bag that would be picked up at Target. It was a specialty bag from Langley Boutique, not Target Boutique, their new line of weapon concealment bags, redesigned after the more stringent baggage checking policies of the post-9/11 travel world. With his SIG in pieces, Maddox racked the 6-round magazine and chambered an extra round into his Walther PPK pocket pistol and clipped it to his belt. He had 7 rounds ready should Bruhl's men catch up with him. Although he hated the thought of losing a good gun, he would have to ditch it somewhere near the airport. Then he would be unarmed. Maddox was trained in hand-to-hand combat, but that would be of little use with a group of heavily armed Venezuelan soldiers tracking him down. "One step at a time," Maddox said to calm himself down. Colonel Guzman's driver and bodyguard put all the weapons and gear into a large black duffel bag and carried it back into their adjoining room via the shared door. Guzman, Maddox, and Sonia said their goodbyes. "You're always welcome in Colombia, should you need to lay low," Guzman said to Sonia as he entered his room and shut and locked the door from his side. It was now Maddox and Sonia on the run, on their own. Maddox had to make things right. "Are you all right?" Maddox said to Sonia as he tried to look into her eyes. "I'm sorry I put you in this mess." Sonia finally looked up and met his eyes. Tears started to trickle down her cheeks as she just walked up to him, threw her arms around him, and buried her face into his chest. "I'm so sorry. I've been awful to you," Sonia apologized as she began to cry. "Can you ever forgive me?" "There's nothing to forgive. I just hope you can forgive me for what I've done to you," Maddox said as he held her in his arms. "I agreed to help you with the CIA. You paid me, and you warned me about getting involved with you romantically. I made the decisions on my own. I had no right to be angry with you, and now you've risked your life and ruined your career to save me. I'm so sorry," she cried. "I can't live without you, baby, so none of that matters to me anyway." They kissed and held each other in their arms for the next few minutes. There was nothing Maddox wanted to do more than get into bed with her, but that had to wait. They needed to head out to the airport if they were to escape. It took Sonia a couple minutes to redo her makeup and fix her mascara, which had become a running mess from her tears. She was dressed in stylish blue jeans and a white form-fitting long-sleeve top, with a long leopard print scarf looped around her neck twice and hanging down just above her thigh, and a large tan Prada bag at her shoulder. A turquoise sterling silver ring sat on her index finger. Medium-sized silver hoop earrings hung next to her long black hair, worn straight and loose. She was terrified about going to the Seaman Boulevard International Airport and using a fake Colombian passport to board a commercial flight, but she would at least look good doing it. Dressing comfortably and fashionably would help her sneak out of the country with fake documents. "A diplomat's wife should dress well, after all," she thought. "How do I look?" Sonia asked Maddox as they prepared to depart. "You look like a beautiful Colombian diplomat's wife," Maddox said, smiling. Sonia smiled back. "Are you ready?" he asked one more time. "Ready," she shot back and exhaled loudly, as if to expel the fear she was feeling under her breath. Maddox and Sonia took the stairs down to the covered parking lot of the Hotel Centrolido. "Stay close to me," Maddox said as they dashed through the parking lot hand in hand. Maddox's eyes scanned the entire empty parking lot. He needed a car but had to be careful. There was a year-long waiting list to buy a new car in Caracas, fueling a lucrative used car market where sometimes a used car cost more than a new car. So there was always a guard watching parked cars. The car owners usually slipped them an extra few bolivars while asking the guard, "Me lo cuida," "Watch it for me." But everyday life in Caracas still hadn't fallen back into normalcy. The lot was empty. Maddox had already surveyed the parking lot and knew where the 2 cameras were so he could easily make it through the lot and avoid them. The amateur security wouldn't be a problem for a Black Ops-trained spook. He wasn't too worried about himself. If anyone were to track him down to the Lido and think of pulling the security video, he would be long gone. Still, he didn't want to leave a clear image of Sonia. Maddox had instructed her to walk with her head down and the large Gucci sunglasses always on, Hollywood celebrity style. Maddox spotted the red Toyota 4Runner he had seen earlier in the morning when he was scoping the parking lot, and to his relief it was still there. "Follow me," Maddox said, as if Sonia had a choice, since Maddox was still holding her hand as they beelined to the Toyota 4Runner. "We're taking this car." Maddox walked to the passenger side door. He then made his way to the driver's side while scanning the entire parking lot a few more times. He took out his car kit from his suit pocket, and in just 20 seconds he was inside unlocking the passenger side door to let Sonia in. "Get in," he told Sonia, who jumped inside and closed the door.
"Holy shit! You're stealing this car?"
Sonia asked. Tom Rose had stolen the Impala the previous night as they blasted their way out of the barrio, but now seeing the man she loved pick a lock and dive underneath the steering wheel of the car was still a bit stunning. "We need wheels." "Please, honey, just give me a minute." It was Maddox's nice way of asking her to shut up as he fumbled with his car theft kit. It didn't even take him a minute to bring the engine to a roar as the radio came to life, exploding the silence inside the car with a cumbia song. The volume on the radio was turned so high it made both Maddox and Sonia jump in their seats. Maddox quickly shut it off. "Damn, guess they like to listen to the radio at full blast," he said, smiling at Sonia. He then proceeded to drive calmly out of the Hotel Centro Lido parking lot. "Let me know if you see a car or person watching or following us for the next few blocks," Maddox asked Sonia as he cleared the parking lot and headed east on Avenida Tamanaco, towards the Prados del Este highway. It was a 30-minute drive from the hotel to the Simon Bolivar International Airport. Luckily, they didn't encounter any military or police roadblocks as they made their way from downtown Caracas towards the airport. It was 8:30 a.m., but surprisingly to Maddox and Sonia, the traffic was light. Most Venezuelans were staying home until normalcy returned to post-coup Caracas. Maddox drove only a few miles over the speed limit as he merged onto Autopista Francisco Fajardo for the next 10 miles. To his relief, it was smooth sailing as they approached Regional 2 exit onto Autopista Caracas and towards the airport. It took 25 minutes to exit onto Avenida Autopuerto, and they could see the Simon Bolivar Airport a few hundred feet away. They were so close. Sonia's heart was about to beat out of her chest. Her hands were sweaty, and she felt like she was about to pee in her pants as they approached the airport. Maddox knew this would be difficult for her, so he had only allowed her to drink half a cup of coffee and 1 glass of water that morning. "Trust me, honey, you don't need caffeine freaking you out, and if you have too much liquid in you, you might not be able to control it if you get scared or nervous," he had warned her back at the hotel room. Chapter 30. Airport. Simon Bolivar International Airport, Caracas, Venezuela. The red Toyota 4Runner approached the airport. The departure and arrival lanes were jammed with cars. It appeared just as many people were leaving Caracas as were returning, now that Chavez was back in power. But the long-term parking lot for the international terminal was wide open. Maddox was able to easily drive in and pull his ticket. Hopefully the owner won't be stuck with this parking bill once they eventually find their stolen car abandoned here, Maddox thought to himself. Maddox pulled into the first available parking space. After a quick check to see how Sonia was holding up, they walked away from the car and headed towards the international terminal. At the entrance, Maddox looked around, removing his small backup pistol from his belt. He removed the firing pin and the magazine. He dumped the pistol and magazine into 2 different garbage cans and tossed the firing pin down a street drain. He would now be without a working weapon. Maddox and Sonia entered into the international terminal walking normally just like any other traveling couple. They headed through the long, sheltered walkway leading from the 3rd floor of the parking lot into the terminal. There were very few other people in the skywalk, but once they made it inside the terminal, it was mayhem, loud with the chatter, cries, and screams of people in various stages of travel. The chaos inside the airport worried Maddox. Could they have canceled all flights? Sonia was acting normal, but inside she was terrified. She felt like she was a drug smuggler.
"Pete, I have to go to the bathroom,"
Sonia pleaded. "Sure, honey. Let's walk to the flight info monitor over here. There's a bathroom right next to it." She felt like the guy in the Midnight Express. Her heart beat 1,000,000 beats per second, and even though her liquid intake was minimal as Maddox had suggested, she felt like she was going to piss in her pants. She was so nervous. Maddox had to ensure Sonia was okay. For him, this type of operation was old hat. He'd been trained to escape from a lot worse situations than this, and he'd lost count of how many fake passports, documents, and identities he'd used during his career. But for Sonia, a civilian, this was a terrifying ordeal. She wouldn't feel calm until she was on Colombian soil. Even that felt a little too close for comfort. As Sonia used the facilities and regained her composure, Maddox checked the departures. Avianca 69 flight status. Departure 12:05 p.m. Current status, on time. A wave of relief flooded Maddox that the flight wasn't canceled or delayed, but it was only 9 a.m. A lot could happen in 3 hours. Maddox looked around the crowded airport, and everything appeared fine. They were blending in like all the other harried travelers in the bustling airport. While Maddox waited for Sonia, he pulled out the only cell phone he had kept, the secure phone used to communicate with Tom Rose. He had ditched his others. They were too easy to track, so he had been without communication for almost 24 hours. No one but Tom knew this number, so he could eventually use it once out of Venezuela. Tom indicated to him he would text him with any updates, so Maddox fired up the cell phone as he looked around the terminal. Then he looked down at his Trio 180G GSM smartphone. He had 2 text messages from Tom Rose. The first message was just one word: Hereford. Maddox smiled at the text. Hereford was a quaint English town on the River Wye. The British SAS, which served as the model for Colonel Wild Bill Donovan's Delta Force, was based out of nearby Credenhill, and that was where Tom's ride was taking him. Not bad. Hereford was about 3 hours from London. The text was good news. Tom Rose had made it to the UK Embassy and was en route home. His second text was 2 words: no update. He didn't have any new developments for Maddox, but no news could be good news, so Maddox was feeling reassured that Brule had no idea where they were. Now they just needed to get on that flight to Bogota. Sonia emerged from the bathroom looking refreshed. She had touched up her makeup and brushed her hair, and she looked more put together. "Did you make it to the bathroom on time?" Maddox asked with a smile.
"Yes,"
she said with a sweet roll of her eyes and friendly hip bump. For a moment even Maddox felt at ease, forgetting that the sadist of Caracas, Joan Brule, was probably sending his minions out to the streets of Caracas looking for them. For just a moment Maddox could pretend it was over. He quickly came back to reality as he grabbed Sonia by the hand and headed to the security gate, into the passenger-only section of the terminal. He wanted to do it now that Sonia seemed a bit more relaxed. Maddox powered off the Palm Trio and put it back into his messenger bag. Queuing up in the security line began to once again unnerve Sonia. Maddox could feel himself begin to perspire. Sonia felt her heart begin to beat out of her chest again. The sharp pain to her stomach returned, and she again felt the urge to urinate.
"How could that be?" she thought. "I just peed."
It was the fear and the nerves wreaking havoc on her insides. She kept a strong face, with a smile plastered in place. She could feel her hands becoming more and more sweaty, something that in her regular life would have mortified her in embarrassment, as she was holding hands with her boyfriend. But this wasn't her regular life, and her boyfriend was a CIA agent whom she had seen shooting his way out of that barrio, stealing cars, and who knows what else. Perhaps even planning the failed coup. But she didn't care. She wasn't letting go of his hand, no matter how sweaty her hand became. With her loose hand she began fidgeting with her face and hair, touching her nose, her ear, rubbing her brow, and continuously tucking her hair behind her ears. If she became too fidgety, Maddox would gently squeeze her hand and smile at her, which would calm her down for a few minutes until she began to fidget again. It took an hour to snake through the long security line until they finally reached the customs official, who was checking for passports and boarding tickets. The terrorist attacks of 9/11 were just 7 months removed, so airport tension was still palpable, and security was heightened, even in Venezuela. Throw in the coup attempt, and security was on high alert. How ironic, Maddox thought. I just took out a Libyan terrorist camp right on this soil just a few days ago, and now they're checking my papers. Maddox and Sonia were no doubt wanted, but he doubted that Bruhl and his secret police would send out a traditional APB. In between hand squeezes to calm Sonia, he watched the line and the customs officer. He was a young man of about 25. Perfect. This officer couldn't have much experience. Maddox was holding a business-class ticket, but didn't want to go through the shorter line. This allowed him to scope the area better, and he liked the security in numbers. When it was finally their turn, he was relieved to see Sonia turn on the charm. Sonia greeted the customs officer warmly with a big smile, and, in Spanish, expressed how bad she felt about the poor hard-working guard having to deal with so many travelers today. The guard sheepishly smiled back as he handed back her Colombian passport. Maddox greeted the young customs officer in perfect Spanish, down to the Colombian accent nuances, which differentiated it from the more harsh-sounding Venezuelan accent. He handed over his Colombian passport, diplomat ID, and boarding pass from Avianca Flight 69. The officer glanced at the passport, shot a quick look at Maddox, then turned back to Sonia with a shy grin and waved them through. They had cleared airport security. Maddox and Sonia walked into the passenger-only section of the airport and headed into the Avianca VIP lounge they had access to due to their business-class tickets. Once inside, they quietly hugged. The escape still wasn't complete, so it wasn't a celebration, but relief about making through Stage 1. In the VIP lounge, they were able to relax just a little bit. They each had some orange juice, a bagel with cream cheese, and coffee. "A pavillon criollo sure sounds good right now," Maddox said as he smiled at Sonia. It was the national dish of Venezuela. Just about every country in Latin America had their version of this traditional dish, consisting of some kind of meat, shredded beef in Venezuela, rice and beans, and fired plantain slices, topped with a fried egg. Maddox thought about that meal as he ate his stale bagel. After a 30-minute wait in the VIP lounge, it was time to actually board the airplane. En route to their gate, Maddox made a stop at the La Casa de las Arepas and purchased ham and cheese arepas for the flight. Although Sonia's stomach was still in knots, she felt better seeing Maddox relieved enough to buy arepas to eat during their escape. That has to be a good sign, she thought. The boarding went without a hitch, but Maddox had dragged out plenty of targets right off airplanes, so he knew they wouldn't be in the clear until they landed in Bogota. Avianca's business-class section on the Airbus A330 was quite nice. Cloth blue seats with a nice ample headrest that acted like a pillow. It was 2 seats per row, which guaranteed Maddox and Sonia would be alone without having to deal with any potential snoopy passengers. There was a lot of legroom, plus 2 large monitors built into the back of the seats in front of them, with plenty of in-flight entertainment. Water bottles and headsets were waiting for them as they sat down. The flight attendant asked if she could get them anything. They both ordered a Diet Coke as they settled in. Sonia was seated on the window side, Maddox on the aisle seat, eyeing every passenger that entered the cabin. After a 30-minute boarding process, the captain's microphone came to life as his voice cracked through the overhead speakers, greeting and welcoming the passengers and encouraging them to relax and enjoy the 1-hour 50-minute flight from Caracas to Bogota. Within a few minutes of the captain signing off, the plane began taxiing down the runway. The Simon Bolivar International Airport was in the city of Maiquetía, seaside to the Caribbean, with the mountain range of the El Avila National Park in the background. The airplane taxied down the runway and took flight, briefly flying over the Caribbean Sea before making a sharp turn over the mountains surrounding Caracas and heading south toward Bogota. Sonia felt a huge weight lift from her shoulders as the airplane went airborne, settling into its cruising altitude. Sonia looked over at Maddox. She grabbed his hand and kissed it. Then she just smiled as she turned to look out the window to see Venezuela down below. It was a bittersweet moment for her. Chapter 31. Press Conference. United States Embassy, Caracas. Back at the U.S. Embassy, Troy Senite had patched a live feed from the Caracas television station Venezuelan, which began reporting Chavez's ranting and rambling press conference in which he accused the United States of planning and carrying out the coup against him. The television flickered the image of reporter Sylvia Cabrera as she informed viewers of the government's accusations against the United States government and the CIA. Dick Phillips was fluent in Spanish and intently watched the television carrying the local Caracas news when suddenly Pete Maddox's picture flashed on the screen as Sylvia Cabrera continued her report. DICIP General Director Antonio dos Santos has confirmed the expulsion of the CIA chief in Venezuela, Peter Maddox, known as Rick Castro. We reached the American embassy, but they had no comment. The CIA wouldn't confirm or deny that Peter Maddox is an employee of the CIA. General dos Santos has indicated that the CIA has acted on the expulsion demand, and the DICIP no longer believes Mr. Maddox is in Venezuela. The news report then moved on to other developments since Chavez regained power. Dick Phillips sank into his seat. "Sir, that's the report making the rounds here," said Ron Bateman, his voice coming through the speakerphone. "His picture is also splashed in this morning's newspapers." Phillips remained silent for a few moments. "Thank you for the update, Ron. Keep me posted of any developments if you locate Pete." He could hear Bateman confirming the order when he disconnected the call. Dick walked over to his office couch and he sat, figuring out his next move. Chapter 32. Avianca. In flight. Caracas to Bogota. Avianca Flight 69. The exhaustion of the last few days quickly overtook Maddox and Sonia. Soon after hitting cruising altitude, they both fell asleep. Maddox slept for almost an hour when he awoke to find they had missed the flight breakfast. Luckily, he had the ham and cheese arepas that he had purchased in the airport terminal. It was now time to get ready for the next phase. He opened up his messenger bag and pulled out his laptop, a Troy Senite custom job that was untraceable. Whenever it was fired up, Senite ensured the computer went through so many proxy servers and IP addresses that it would be impossible to trace if used in 30-minute increments. It was wired with a highly secure Bluetooth device. Troy Senite had been working with Bluetooth technology since Ericsson first released it as a wireless alternative to RS-232 standard modem connections. Wireless provided a blanket of security and anonymity that Senite embraced and perfected. The connection was so secure that the cockpit had no idea the laptop was piggybacking on their system. The monitor was also coated with a military-grade anti-glare screen, so you had to be sitting right in front of the monitor to even see the screen. Maddox fired up the laptop and began to check if Bruhl had indeed exposed him. It was a strange feeling for a CIA clandestine officer to see his face on the news, his real name, his alias, Rick Castro, and his picture, all out for public consumption. He had always been so careful about being photographed, but not careful enough. The fact they had a photograph of him to print hurt his pride more than anything in the accompanying article. The fact he was being blamed for the failed coup was irrelevant. The CIA didn't confirm or deny shit anyway, but it was a career-ending move to have your cover blown. Soon his whole life story would be played out on the news. Maddox shuddered at the thought of journalists swarming through his life, digging through his collegiate and military records, looking for dirt, latching on like a leech to his service as an Army interrogator and his time with the 75th Ranger Battalion. The Ranger angle gave Bruhl more fodder for painting him as some sort of Special Forces mastermind of the failed coup. In the movies, CIA agents had no past. But in real life they had records. It was called a record for a reason. It was a piece of evidence about the past that had been recorded to withstand the passing of time. The agency wouldn't confirm or deny his existence, but the attention guaranteed his CIA career was over, even if he had obeyed orders and left Sonia in Bruhl's sadistic hands while he sat safe at the U.S. Embassy. Not that he doubted his choice. A part of him was sad for letting down Dick Phillips and throwing his career away, but as he saw his picture staring back at him on the laptop monitor, it was a moot point. At the 28-minute mark, Maddox powered off his laptop. He then tapped the Control plus LMK keys on the keyboard, which wiped the laptop's hard drive clear. Pressing the ZN-MQ keys and then the spacebar detached the laptop keyboard to reveal a hidden compartment, which withstood the airport screening machines. Inside the compartment were several passports, driver's licenses, and other fake documents. He checked on the next passports he would need once in Colombia. He glanced at the 2 dark blue Costa Rican passports. Maddox had secured his fake Costa Rican passport 2 years ago, so he went back to his contact at the Costa Rican embassy in Caracas 3 months before to get one for Sonia, just in case. Maddox wired $2,000 to his contact's bank account and provided him with 2 passport pictures of Sonia. 4 days later, he received a Costa Rican passport and a Credula national ID card, with Sonia's picture under the name of Yolanda Ramirez Quesada. Maddox put the documents back in the hidden compartment of his laptop, pressed the spacebar twice, and typed in Q and the number 4. The compartment locked back into place, completely hidden underneath the laptop keys. They would be landing in Bogota in 40 minutes, so Maddox closed his eyes for a quick nap. Chapter 33. El Dorado. Sheraton Hotel, Bogota, Colombia. Maddox and Sonia spent the night at the Sheraton Bogota, which was just a few miles from the El Dorado International Airport. They showered and had dinner, and she learned that they had airline tickets from Lasca, the Costa Rican-based airline, for the next morning. Maddox handed her a new Costa Rican passport and credula. It appeared that changing papers and identities was as normal as changing socks for Maddox. She just stared at her new identity. She was now Yolanda Ramirez Quesada, and she had the papers to prove it. Sonia was beginning to find the adventure thrilling. Unlike Caracas, no one was shooting at them here, so it was becoming like a fun game for her, even though her nerves were still shot about having to travel again with a fake passport. That evening they ate at a quaint restaurant on Calle 82 in Bogota. It was actually a romantic dinner, and it took her mind off the reality of this trip. However, reality interrupted her fantasy of just being on vacation with her boyfriend on several occasions. Like the stop at the Salitre Plaza Mall on Avenida El Dorado, where Maddox purchased what he called disposable cell phones. These were cheap prepaid cell phones. 2 phones, Nokia 1616s, a blue one for him, a red for her. These were bare-bone, ugly cell phones, which as a Caracas hip material girl she would never be seen using in public. But all that mattered here was that they were prepaid with 500 minutes of talk time each, and they couldn't be tracked. Maddox then asked Sonia to wait as he went to another mobile phone kiosk inside the Salitre Plaza Mall, where he purchased a 3rd prepaid phone. "Okay, honey, let's go to dinner," a smiling Maddox said, like it was normal to buy 3 cell phones and travel with fake passports. Chapter 34. Sanctuary. Near Playa Samara, Nicoya Peninsula, Guanacaste, Costa Rica. April 19th, 2002. Maddox was sitting on the beach in Playa Barahona, Costa Rica, which is a small, somewhat isolated beach about a mile from his get-away-from-it-all beach house. He had purchased the land several years ago when the son of a local farmer split up the land of his recently deceased father and put them up for sale. Maddox bought 3 lots to keep down the possibility of neighbors. The land sat back about a half a mile from the main road and about 30 feet from a small but beautiful beach that was usually frequented by locals. The closest big beach towns were Playa Nosara, about 15 miles west, and Playa Samara, about 3 miles to the east. Although Samara and Nosara were popular with tourists, the other small beaches in between the two towns were not. They were small beaches with hard-to-access roads, keeping them a bit isolated and quiet, just as Maddox liked it. The last few days had been a great time to rekindle their romance. Sonia knew they were hiding out, keeping a low profile, but the escape had been a success, and now they were just enjoying being together, without fearing that Bruhl was around the corner. The news of the coup faded rather quickly from the news. The war in Afghanistan was entering its 6th month, and there were rumors that the U.S. might invade Iraq. A little failed 48-hour coup in Venezuela wasn't big enough news to hold the attention of the major news networks. Maddox's expulsion from Venezuela breathed a few more days' life into the story, but since the CIA wouldn't even confirm or deny he worked for them, and Chavez was sounding even crazier and more paranoid than before, the national U.S. news outlets also lost interest on that angle. This was all good news for Maddox, but he was still in a world of shit with the CIA, the White House, and Congress. But that was internal and not making the news. Neither was Operation Puma. The White House had that trump card in its pocket. The complete destruction of the Libyan terrorist camps on Venezuelan soil was something Chavez didn't want out. So he backed off on specifics and didn't make any demands on the UN or OAS to investigate his accusations against the CIA getting up to shenanigans near Puerto Ayacucho. News of the camp would be bad news for the Chavez government. Public knowledge of the U.S. attack on Venezuelan sovereign soil, coordinated to coincide with the coup in Caracas, would also be bad news, since it would basically prove the U.S. government knew about the coup, which might lead to more inquiries. It was best for both sides to keep that nugget of information from coming out to the public, so a small Cold War between the United States and Venezuela broke out. Chavez kept his battle verbal and light, more showmanship than anything else. The only public casualty from the United States was Peter Maddox. Maddox had dropped off Sonia in the town of Samara, and then drove his red Jeep into the desolate Playa Berrijona. He sat on the beach and pulled out his secured and clean satellite phone and called Dick Phillips' direct line.
"How are you, Pete?"
Dick Phillips asked.
"I'm doing well, sir,"
Maddox replied.
"You need to come in, son."
Phillips sounded dejected. "I know. I'll be there in a few days, I promise," Maddox answered.
"The political heat has died down, but Hoban wants our heads,"
Dick explained. "I'm not worried about Hoban," Max responded with annoyance in his tone. "My days with the company ended with my picture on CNN." Phillips didn't say anything for a few seconds.
"You have to come in, Pete,"
he simply repeated. "I will see you in a few days, Dick," Maddox said as he killed the connection. Chapter 35. Out of the Shadows. Washington, D.C., June 3rd, 2002. Maddox froze like a deer in headlights at the throng of reporters camped out in front of the Capitol building. He was finding it difficult and annoying to be out of the shadows and surrounded not by the enemy, but by the press corps. A handful of national television news reporters and their cameramen waited for Maddox as he approached the steps of the Capitol building. Maddox was taken aback as he tried to make his way through the crowd as cameras and microphones were shoved into his face, and the reporters all asked the same questions at the same time. "Mr. Maddox, did you plan the Venezuelan coup against Hugo Chavez? Mr. Maddox, were you the CIA station chief in Venezuela? Mr. Maddox, did you try to kill Hugo Chavez? Mr. Maddox, will you take the Fifth?" Maddox said nothing. The press had now surrounded him and kept peppering him with the same questions. Maddox responded to them all the same way, with silence and a stoic look, as he walked at a normal pace up to the Capitol in his Calvin Klein navy striped suit. "What a shitty way to ruin a beautiful D.C. summer day," Maddox thought to himself. Privately, Maddox's thoughts were racing. That fucking Hoban, he must have tipped off the press about my arrival to testify in front of Congress. His pride was taking a hit at the thought of how much Joanne Brule would enjoy watching this on CNN. Sonia was glued to the television back in Maddox's condo in Arlington, Virginia, to see if Maddox was mentioned on the news, when suddenly the CNN anchor interrupted the current segment to go live to their D.C. affiliate, who was reporting on the scene. Peter Maddox, the reputed CIA station chief in Venezuela, who was expelled from that country for life, has just arrived to testify in front of Congress about his and the CIA's role in the April coup attempt against Chavez. For a moment she was actually excited to see her boyfriend on TV, and he looked so handsome in that suit she had picked out for him at Macy's. Her excitement quickly turned to anger as the swarm of media surrounded Maddox, asking him stupid questions they knew he couldn't and wouldn't answer. It was like they just wanted to humiliate him. As Maddox steadily ascended the Capitol steps and disappeared inside, the cameras turned onto the reporters, who basically reported that nothing had happened and there was no news.
"Fucking idiots!"
Sonia screamed at the TV. Maddox was going in front of the U.S. House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, a committee in the U.S. House of Representatives in charge of oversight of the intelligence community in the United States, including the CIA. The committee chairman was Dan King, a 7-term Republican congressman from Texas. The ranking member of the Democratic minority was Nancy Adler, a 6-term congresswoman from California. Max Hoban had pushed Congresswoman Adler to make the hearing public, but sanity had prevailed and, due to the classified information that would be discussed, Chairman King instructed the hearing would be closed to the public and to the press. The hearings would last for over a month. All the CIA operatives in Venezuela were ordered to testify. Ron Bateman, Mary Dent, Troy Senite, and Jack Duffy were there. But the congressional representatives really wanted to hear from Peter Maddox and Dick Phillips. Max Hoban and CIA Director Doug Van Loon were also called to testify. The name of Bill Anderson, the SOG commander, never even came up. Maddox doubted the committee even knew of his existence. Maddox felt a bit of jealousy at Anderson's ability to remain a ghost. The last thing Maddox heard about Bill Anderson was that he was quite busy in Afghanistan and Iraq. The buzz inside was palpable, as Maddox was one of the first CIA station chiefs to be publicly exposed and kicked out of the country where they were working in an official capacity. Seemed like everyone wanted to see what the disgraced spy had to say. His lawyer, Ted Trumbo, flanked him. Maddox's hearing was contentious and short. U.S. Representative King, the chairman of the committee, said, "Mr. Maddox, I want to remind you that you are under oath." He paused for effect. "Did you plan the Venezuelan coup?" "No, sir," Maddox answered. And that was the end of Maddox's answering questions. The next question from Chairman King set the tone for the rest of Maddox's appearance before the committee. "Were you aware that a coup was being planned?" Chairman King asked. "On counsel's advice, I invoked my right under the Fifth Amendment not to answer, on the grounds I may incriminate myself." Maddox stared back at the committee members. "Did you ever meet with any of the coup leaders?" Democratic Representative Andrew Burns from Oregon asked. Maddox once again leaned towards the microphone in front of him. "On counsel's advice, I invoked my right under the Fifth Amendment not to answer, on the grounds I may incriminate myself." The questions kept coming. "Did you or anyone in the CIA provide any type of support to coup leaders?" Democratic Representative Diana Adamczak from Illinois asked. The answer from Maddox was the same. The dance continued for over an hour, the members of the committee peppering Maddox with questions and Maddox pleading the fifth over and over again. It was not in Maddox's nature to cower from tough questions, and not to be a straight shooter and speak his mind, but he decided to take his attorney's advice and take the fifth, thus infuriating the congressmen on the committee. Maddox did enjoy pissing off the politicians who tried to Monday quarterback the operation. His CIA career was over. If he wouldn't be fired, he would be dumped at an analyst desk somewhere in Langley. If Hoban didn't get his way and get Maddox fired, he would make it so he would just resign from the agency, so he didn't feel there were any points to score by talking to the committee. The committee would need to find its own rope to hang Maddox. He sure as hell wasn't going to help. "Mr. Maddox, why are you hiding behind the Fifth?" the exasperated Republican Ted Ames from Nebraska asked. But by taking the Fifth, he would not just obfuscate what he perceived to be a Max Hoban-led witch hunt. He would also protect Dick Phillips and his mentor's 32-year CIA career. Chapter 36. McAllen, Neat. 1 month later, McLean, Virginia. Maddox arrived at Dick Phillips' home at 7 p.m. sharp. Dick Phillips was a stickler for being on time. Phillips' house was at the end of a sleepy cul-de-sac on Spring Hill Road in McLean, Virginia, a short 4 miles from CIA headquarters. The home had all the appeal of an English countryside cottage. Dick's wife, Mary Ann, had recently renovated the 4-bedroom, 4-bath home. It was a beautiful home of hardwood floors, wood columns, granite countertops, and new stainless steel kitchen appliances. Maddox hadn't seen the house since Mary Ann had completed the renovation of the house they had bought in 1979. After a nice dinner, Maddox and Dick retired to his study to enjoy a fine single malt scotch from Dick Phillips' impressive collection of scotches. Maddox figured Dick wanted to talk about something big when he broke out one of his finest bottles, 25-year-old Macallan single malt. Elvis would have liked this scotch. Maddox remembered the drink he shared in honor of Henry Calderon. Dick drank his scotch neat. He was old school, even in the way he drank his scotch. Maddox took his on the rocks, but with just a couple of ice cubes. The two men settled with glasses into plush leather chairs next to the fireplace. It was a hot summer day, so the fireplace was dormant. The entire ambiance felt right out of town and country, which was exactly the way Dick Phillips liked to relax. All that was missing was a pipe or cigar, but neither of them smoked.
"Pete, I wanted to make sure you heard this from me directly before Monday morning,"
Dick began as he glanced down at his glass of scotch.
"I've agreed to retire effective immediately."
"Those bastards," Maddox seethed.
"In exchange, they'll stop the witch hunt inside my team, and even more importantly, SOG."
Before Maddox could protest, Phillips continued.
"I'm not being all gracious here, son. In exchange for my immediate retirement, they'll allow me to do it honorably and with my pension intact. Had I fought them and lost, I would lose my pension, and my 32 years of service would have been for naught, and Hoban would have gone after the entire Venezuelan station, and possibly even SOG.
Your honor would have been intact regardless of what that asshole Hoban did," Maddox said.
"Thanks, son. I appreciate that. And on principle, you're right. I've never done anything to dishonor the agency or our country. But on paper, had I been fired or been indicted by Congress, my 32 years would have vanished, as would my pension."
Phillips took a drink of his scotch.
"I'm 60 years old, too late to start over from scratch, especially with Sandy, a sophomore at Georgetown, and—"
Phillips took a sip from his scotch.
"I guess I'm just too tired to even try to fight them. So I took the easy way out."
Phillips looked down in shame, but to Maddox he had nothing to be ashamed of. Phillips took another sip and continued.
"I tried to protect you, son, but Hoban wants to spill the blood of one of us on the Congressional Committee's altar."
Phillips was unable to look at Maddox again. "It's okay, Dick. You warned me about this possible outcome, and I signed up for it. And I left you with little recourse when I disobeyed orders to rescue Sonia." Maddox leaned forward on his leather chair and tapped Dick Phillips' knee to let him know he didn't blame him and held no grudges. Dick Phillips was moved, but it still didn't make the situation tolerable for him. Maddox was his best agent. He was one of the few remaining CIA operatives that could straddle the fence between the black ops and the regular agency worlds, and he felt a pit in his stomach about letting Maddox twist in the congressional wind.
"I wish I could tell you what's going to happen to you, but obviously they're keeping me in the dark,"
Dick shared before continuing.
I asked that they keep you, that a reprimand would be enough, Phillips explained.
Thanks, Dick. But Hoban would probably ensure that I'm tied to an analyst desk monitoring election results in Nicaragua. I couldn't handle that, Maddox said with a smile as he took a sip from his drink.
I figured as much, but I wanted to let you know I at least wanted to give you that choice. But with them forcing me out, Hoban won't rest until you're out of the agency for good, and I'm afraid he's going to blacklist you as an independent contractor as well, Phillips warned Maddox.
Well, I don't know what's next for me, but working for one of the asshole cowboy freelance agencies out there wasn't too high on my list anyway, Maddox said, stirring his glass so that the ice cubes rattled around, cooling down the scotch. But I still have some loose ends I need to take care of, so I can use the time on the bench for that. Maddox smiled. Dick and Maddox enjoyed their scotch and each other's company. Two soon-to-be former CIA spies. Chapter 37. Loose Ends. Cayo Santa Maria, Cuba. October 17th, 2002. For Joan Bruhl, Executive Director of the Internal Secret Police for DISIP, it had been a fantastic 6 months since the coup against Chavez was squashed. The coup had failed. Chavez was back in power, having only been ousted for 48 hours, and Bruhl had emerged as one of the big heroes of the battle against the coup. He stood loyal to Chavez and led his men against the rebels. Although a few of the coup leaders were able to flee into exile, Bruhl didn't worry. He had open cases on each one of them. It might take months or even years, but his assassins would get them eventually. Bruhl had rounded up most of the coup participants. From the leaders, the military planners, to the actual fighters, Bruhl went on a brutal campaign to arrest them all. All were beaten, some tortured, the bulk of them killed, their bodies forever disappearing into the 3 large kilns deep inside El Helicoide. The constant smoke billowing from the Helicoide after the coup was the only hint of the nefarious deeds going on inside. For show, some of the well-known names were tried and found guilty of treason. They were sentenced to between 9 and 30 years, depending on their connections, and shoved into one of Venezuela's notoriously violent prisons, where Bruhl could easily kill them whenever he pleased. Bruhl's crowning glory, which got him accolades from higher up the chain of command, was embarrassing the CIA. He exposed their CIA station chief publicly and had him expelled as persona non grata, with a lifetime ban from ever returning to Venezuela. It took several days, but Johnny Chacon eventually told everything he knew about Henry Calderon, the consul, and the gringo Rick Castro, whom he assumed was CIA, and the real estate broker who had helped secure safe houses. Confirmation that Rick Castro was Peter Maddox came from Johnny Chacon identifying him via a photograph. Although Bruhl wanted Maddox in his interrogation chair just for fun, and then to shove him into one of the burning kilns, DISIP Director Dos Santos showed him that they could get more mileage by exposing the gringo's spy and humiliating the CIA. Chavez got a lifetime of fodder against the CIA, hanging the entire coup around Maddox's neck, and thanks to Bruhl, he had a face to go along with it. It was beautiful, Bruhl thought. He was amazed at how politically astute Dos Santos was and how much he had to learn from his mentor. Bruhl would be able to learn even more from his mentor, as he had recently been appointed Deputy Director of DISIP. He was now number 2 at the intelligence agency, and heir apparent to General Antonio Dos Santos. Life for Bruhl was good. He just smiled as he lay on one of the plush lawn chairs around the beautiful pool of the Barceló Beach and Colonial Resort in Cayo Santa Maria, Cuba. For all his hard work, he was awarded a fat promotion and an all-expenses-paid trip to one of the most luxurious resorts in the Caribbean. Communist Cuba knew how to run luxury resorts. Cayo Santa Maria was an island located north of Cuba in the Jardines del Rey archipelago, and although life on the main island for the average Cuban was rough, in the luxury beach resorts dotting the island, Europeans, Canadians, and Latin Americans enjoyed the pampered life.
There was no larger contrast than the streets of Havana and the beaches of the Santa Maria. The same communist nation, but two completely different worlds. For Joan Bruhl, who grew up dirt poor in the Venezuelan countryside, life just couldn't get much better than this. Vacationing at one of the best resorts in the Caribbean, all expenses paid, with a beautiful young Venezuelan model as his companion. A posh resort like this was too incredible to bring his wife to. Bringing the 6 children wasn't even a thought. So Bruhl told his wife that this was an official government business trip. And he wasn't entirely lying. Bruhl did stop in Havana on his way to Cayo Santa Maria for a 15-minute photo op with Fidel Castro, one of his heroes. Castro was delighted that Bruhl had been able to embarrass the CIA and expose one of its top agents in public, so he was eager to meet Bruhl and ensure he received the VIP treatment at the resort. It only took a glance at the odd couple frolicking poolside to figure out why a beautiful woman in a skimpy bikini would be doting on this short, fat man with his acne-scarred face, bushy black mustache, and hard-not-to-stare-at unibrow. Bruhl was 5'6", and that was with man heels. He had all his shoes and boots custom-made to make him look taller. He was wearing a Panama Jack hat, a white Guayabera shirt, and a blue Speedo bathing suit, which revealed much more than anyone wanted to see. Bruhl's mistress was a 5'10" blonde beauty from Maracaibo, Venezuela. She was wearing a Rio-type thong bikini that made the men stare and the wives glare. Her large breasts were a gift from Bruhl, who had sent her to a top plastic surgeon in Caracas. Joan Bruhl beamed as he sipped on banana daiquiris with the beautiful girlfriend in tow. In the evening, Bruhl and his mistress hit one of 2 24-hour bars for crystal champagne, margaritas, rum shots, and dancing. That evening, Bruhl was showing his class by wearing his favorite clubbing shirt. It was bright blue and had a huge print on the back and front that would make Ed Hardy blush. A huge rooster on the front, the face of a beautiful woman in the foreground, with dollar bills floating around the rooster and the woman. On the right-hand side of the image in huge white letters were the words, "Los gallos me dan dinero. Las mujeres me lo quitan." The roosters give me money. The women take it away. It was Bruhl's ode to his favorite pastimes. Cockfighting and beautiful women. Gold diggers. Bruhl didn't care as long as they would give him what he wanted at night. Bruhl had started trying out dogfighting recently, but to him it didn't hold a candle to the excitement of a cockfight. 2 beautiful, large, majestic birds with razor blades taped to their claws tossed into a ring to shred each other to pieces. Betting bolivars, or for the very exclusive cockfights, dollars, only added to the excitement as the surviving rooster would produce a windfall of cash that Bruhl would then spend on his mistresses. Not that Bruhl needed the money from cockfights to fuel his mistresses or his party life, for he had his hands in the pockets of the major drug lords and the barrio kingpins. He also got a taste of every bribe collected by his secret police force. Everyone kicked up to Bruhl to avoid disappearing into one of his kilns. Bruhl also had a deal with his brother-in-law, Tomas Matos, who was a prominent Caracas businessman who always won the bids for construction work, even if his wasn't the lowest bid. No one wanted Bruhl to open a file on them, a powerful business incentive which Matos was happy to have, and even more than happy to give his brother-in-law a nice kickback for. The money Bruhl made from cockfighting was just for fun. That evening, Bruhl hit the nightclub with his obnoxious loud shirt, white pants, and matching white shoes, his black hair slicked back and held in place with globs of Vitalis hair tonic. The hair tonic not only gave it a high-sheen look, the high alcohol content gave Bruhl's hair an antiseptic smell, like he had just bathed in a tub of rubbing alcohol. Dousing himself in cologne didn't help, as people around him recoiled from the smell. His mistress, Vicky Nunez, must have become immune to the stench, or the allure of power and money allowed her to stick her tongue in his mouth while rubbing up against him, despite the smell of cologne and hair tonic. She wore a super short miniskirt and low-cut shirt so everyone could see the plunging cleavage of her fake breasts. She wore huge loop earrings, gold and silver bracelets, and a gold anklet, letting everyone see the spoils of a kept woman. At around 1:30 a.m., Brule was too drunk to go on. A coked-up Vicky wanted to keep partying. She put her tongue in his ear and begged him to let her stay while she partied with her new friends, a young couple from Peru. It was the drawback of having a 24-year-old girlfriend who loved to party, Brule thought. He was too drunk to fuck anyway, so he left the bar and headed up to his VIP suite, leaving his girl to party on through the night. In the VIP suite across the hall from Brule's, Maddox saw his chance. He had arrived at the resort 3 days before Brule and began setting up surveillance, bugging the popular restaurants, clubs, the base of the umbrella stands in Brule's exclusive poolside cabana, and Brule's own suite. The deputy director of DISIP and head of the secret police had no clue he was being watched. The work Brule had put in to get this all-expenses-paid VIP treatment came with a price. Former council chairman Frank Chacon, the billionaire oil man from Caracas who had fled to Switzerland, was bankrolling his freelance operation. His brother, Johnny Chacon, had been tortured to death with scalding hot water by Brule. Frank Chacon wanted vengeance. Maddox was more practical about these types of things, but he saw Brule as a continued threat to Sonia. Working for the first time as a freelancer, Maddox was amazed how much easier it was to run an operation when he could tap into the vast resources he needed, when money, budgets, and politics were no longer an issue. Chacon offered Maddox $50,000 plus all expenses to take out Brule. And although in exile, Chacon had a lot of friends in Venezuela, and even those who weren't friends were happy to sell him information about Brule. When the details of Brule's sun-soaked vacation to Cuba came to Maddox, he knew this was his chance. He scrapped the more risky plan of sneaking into Caracas to get to Brule. Getting in and out of Caracas wouldn't be a problem for Maddox, but getting close to Brule would be a tough nut to crack, so this trip was a gift that had landed in Maddox's lap. Maddox was looking at the 3 windows he had opened on his MacBook Pro laptop, so he could watch Brule poolside, in his favorite club, and in his room. Watching the beautiful Vicky Nunez put in an Oscar-worthy performance as she climbed on top of that fat pig and moaned and groaned was something he could live without seeing, but he recorded it anyway. It didn't help that Brule liked to pop the blue pill, so poor Vicky had to work hard to live the lifestyle of mistress to one of the most powerful men in Venezuela. That type of video could come in handy, but he wasn't in Cayo Santa Maria to blackmail Brule. As soon as the drunken Brule stumbled out of the club alone, Maddox sprang into action. He could have taken out Brule on his first night, but not without also taking out young Miss Vicky. Frank Chacon didn't care about collateral damage, but Maddox did. Vicky was a bimbo, but she didn't deserve to die for being Brule's bimbo. Maddox was starting to believe he would have no choice since Brule demanded his trophy girl hang around him all the time. But now she stayed at the bar to drink, flirt, dance, and do more coke with her new friends that were of the same age. Maddox grabbed the box of fishing line he had brought along. No one questioned a man who brought fishing line on his beach vacation. He quickly exited his room and used the key card to Brule's room door he had copied on the first day of their arrival. Once inside Brule's darkened room, Maddox took out the fishing line. He removed his thick black leather gloves and tore off enough of the line to get the job done. He tied a knot at the center of the fishing line. He put his gloves back on and wrapped the fishing line around his hands several times. He then leaned on the wall opposite to the room door and waited. It took the plastered Brule 10 minutes to make it to his room door, and another minute to finally get the door open. The entire time Maddox's back was to the wall by the door. He didn't move an inch. The door to the room finally flung open, briefly concealing Maddox behind it as Brule stumbled inside. He hit the light switch next to the door, illuminating the darkened room as he staggered forward, letting the door close behind him. As the door clicked shut, Brule continued towards the bathroom, oblivious to the now fully exposed Maddox, who lunged at him from behind, wrapping the fishing line tightly around Brule's neck, with a knot perfectly centered right over his larynx. A startled Brule popped his head up, and in the mirror in front of him he could see Maddox behind him, but it was too late. Brule could feel the fishing line garrote tighten around his throat. All he could muster was a barely audible "No!" as Maddox shoved him to the ground face first, while the garrote put unbearable pressure on Brule's windpipe. The fishing line was cutting into Brule's neck, which was beginning to seep blood. Maddox was on Brule's back, firmly in control. Maddox shoved his right foot into Brule's back and used it to add more pressure to Brule's windpipe. The handmade garrote pulled Brule's head back towards Maddox. Aside from a few feeble attempts to kick himself out of the predicament he was in, there was nothing Brule could do as he struggled for air. His limbs began to turn blue as the knot on the fishing line crushed Brule's larynx and strangled the life out of the sadist of El Ilicoide. The job done, Maddox stopped applying pressure and jumped off Brule's back as he shoved the fishing line in his pocket. He double-checked to ensure Brule was dead. He was. Maddox then slowly opened the door and stuck his head out. The corridor was silent and empty. The other guests continued to sleep, undisturbed and unaware of the silent assassination that had just occurred. Maddox pocketed his surveillance cameras, took off his gloves. Then he exited Brule's room and quickly entered his own across the hall. Maddox broke down his equipment and belongings. He took off his clothes and put them, the bloody fishing line, and gloves into a white cloth laundry bag. He put on a new T-shirt and khaki cargo shorts and left his room, heading to the beach fire pits where the bonfires usually went on until dawn. There were several people hanging around, but the crowd had thinned a bit by 2 a.m., with just a few lovers and groups of friends enjoying the bonfires. They were all too drunk to notice as Maddox walked up to one of the raging bonfires and tossed the laundry bag into it. By the time a drunk and coked-out Vicky began screaming at finding her dead sugar daddy on the floor, Maddox was gone. He had packed up his gear into a large scuba bag and loaded his Canadian-registered sailboat, and he quickly slipped out of the Cayo Santa Maria Marina for the 30-hour trip to Matthewtown, Bahamas, where his caravan Cessna awaited for the flight back to the United States. Alone with his thoughts on the 30-hour sailboat trip, Maddox felt conflicted. He could justify the hit. Sure, revenge was nice. Brule had killed several of his Venezuelan friends and ruined his CIA career by outing him in public as a spy. But what sealed Brule's fate was that he had tried to kill Sonia. As long as Brule was alive, Sonia would be in danger. The reality was that a low-level asset like Sonia wouldn't have popped up on anyone's radar, but this had changed once Brule tortured the truth out of Johnny Chacon, that she was also Maddox's girlfriend, turning her into the asset Brule most wanted in custody. It had been confirmed that she wasn't an official target of Dissip, but more of a pet project for Brule. That alone was enough to justify the hit in Maddox's mind. But when Frank Chacon came calling and he took money for the hit, he had crossed the line, and he was now a hired assassin, regardless of his justifications. Sure, Maddox had taken out targets before, but it was always on Uncle Sam's behalf and on the government payroll. But he couldn't sugarcoat what he had now become. The CIA had fired him, and this was what he did best. So what? Taking out a piece of garbage like Juan Brule for almost as much as he made in an entire year was just gravy. Chapter 38. Indicted. Arlington, Virginia, November 25, 2002. Maddox was still in bed in his condo when he heard Sonia in the kitchen cursing. "Babe?" A barely awake Maddox called out towards the kitchen. Sonia entered their bedroom just as she had left the kitchen, going on about
Those assholes!
As she held the just-delivered morning edition of the Washington Post. The sight of her wearing nothing but his Minnesota Twins t-shirt woke him up more than her cursing. She jumped on the bed next to Maddox, who was now sitting up as she laid out the newspaper on the bed in front of him. Former CIA station chief in Venezuela indicted on 4 counts. Underneath the headline was Maddox's picture, taken by an Associated Press photographer as he entered the Capitol building to appear in front of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The article was short, too short to really be an article. It was just an announcement. Colin Ung, Washington Post, November 25, 2002. Washington, D.C. Peter Maddox, the Central Intelligence Agency station chief in Venezuela, who operated under the pseudonym Rick Castro, was indicted on 4 counts of obstruction and lying to Congress. Mr. Maddox appeared before the U.S. House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, chaired by Texas Republican Dan King. Due to the highly classified nature of the inquiry, the committee hearing was closed to the public. The committee has been looking into any role the United States, and particularly the CIA, had in the failed coup d'etat against Hugo Chavez in Venezuela this past April. Sources, speaking on the condition of anonymity due to the classified nature of the hearing, indicated that Mr. Maddox refused to answer questions and continuously invoked his right to take the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. The indictment marks the first time that a CIA station chief has been charged with crimes allegedly carried out during his duties as a CIA operative. Mr. Maddox was expelled from Venezuela in late April by the Chavez administration and has been given a lifetime ban from returning to Venezuela. We were unable to locate Mr. Maddox for comment. His attorney, Ted Trumbo, refused to comment aside from saying his client is a real American hero. Maddox chuckled at the truth behind the article. "Anonymous sources, my ass," Maddox laughed, knowing that it was Max Hoban, or more likely his top aide, since he would be too chicken shit to be the actual source of an agency leak. Unable to locate meant they hadn't even tried to contact him directly. They just went to his attorney, but it made the journalist look better, like he was really covering all the bases.
"I can't believe they're doing this to you,"
Sonia said, her anger fading to sadness. "Honey, we've talked about this. Ted warned that this was a possibility. They want a scapegoat, and it's me." Maddox put his arms around her. Ted Trumbo had already informed him that an indictment was certain, that he was already working on his defense and not to worry. But until it was official, Maddox didn't see the need to tell Sonia, just in case the indictment fell through. The newspaper confirmed it had not fallen through, and Sonia began to cry.
"It's my fault. I ruined your career, and now you might go to jail,"
a teary-eyed Sonia said. "Hey, babe, we've covered this too. You are zero to blame for anything that has happened. Zero."
"I don't know what I'll do if you go to jail,"
she said. "I'm not going to jail, so don't you worry about that," Maddox said, laughing.
"I still feel bad,"
Sonia said. A smiling Maddox said, "If it makes you feel better, since I've ruined your life in Venezuela, let's call it even."
"You're such an ass,"
Sonia said as she elbowed Maddox in jest. "Hey now, that's assault," he said as his hands wandered up inside her t-shirt.
"You're so bad. You just read that you're being indicted, and you want to have sex?"
"Come on, baby, I might go to jail," Maddox said, laughing.
"You're such an asshole,"
she said. As they lay down together, the phone began ringing. "Don't answer that," he said as they continued kissing in bed. Chapter 39. Inspector General. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Maddox had been on suspension since he resurfaced from Costa Rica. He had been in limbo while the congressional hearings amped up. Now that he was under indictment, he was summoned to a meeting with Max Hoban at CIA headquarters in Langley. The meeting was on a different floor from the Western Hemisphere desk, which was a good thing. He was too embarrassed from all the recent events to want to see any of his co-workers. Maddox entered the conference room for the meeting. It was a room he'd never been inside in his years with the agency, but it looked just like any one of the other conference rooms littered throughout the building, bland and awash in the phosphorescent glow of the overhead lights, which buzzed and rattled eerily. As soon as he entered the room and looked around, he realized the lights were like a bug zapper, and he was the bug. The room was large, with a table that could easily sit 10 to 15 people, but there were only 5 people in the room. On one side of the table sat Max Hoban, front and center. His deputy, Phil Hughes, flanked him. Maddox didn't know Hughes well enough to determine if he was an asshole like his boss. Sometimes people couldn't choose their bosses. Phil Hughes was in his mid-40s, fit, with dirty blonde hair and a mustache to match his hair color. Maddox didn't recognize the man flanking Hoban's left. He was rather tall and gangly-looking, with black hair, black eyes, and pale skin, indicating he didn't get out much. Maddox put his age at around 50. There was one more chair in the entire room. It was directly across the table, facing Hoban, Hughes, and the mystery man. It was empty, waiting for Maddox. The other 2 men in the room stood by the door. Maddox didn't recognize them either, but they were young with muscular physiques and military high and tight haircuts. Enforcers, probably recently recruited to the CIA security forces from the Army or the Marines. The reason for the meeting was clear to Maddox. The CIA was cutting him loose. The 2 goons were there in case he flipped out. You just never knew how someone who had been fired would react, and that was at a normal corporate-type job. Maddox was a former ranger trained in black ops, and Hoban knew Maddox hated him as much as he hated Maddox. "Everyone's so serious," Maddox said as he stood behind the empty chair and took a look around the room. "Please take a seat, Mr. Maddox," Phil Hughes said as he waved at the empty chair. Maddox pulled the chair out and sat. He took a quick glance at the 2 goons behind him. They had just moved from standing by the door to hovering right behind him. "Let me guess. I'm fired," Maddox said. Hoban had a black file on the table in front of him. "Mr. Maddox, I believe you know my deputy, Phil Hughes," Hoban said, pointing to him. "I do," Maddox replied. "This is Matthias Kill. He's the special assistant to the Inspector General," Hoban said as he now pointed to the mystery man. Maddox recognized the name immediately. With a last name like Kill, and working in the Inspector General's office, which was the CIA's equivalent to an internal affairs department that conducted investigations within the CIA, that name spread like wildfire. Matthias Kill had been with the Philadelphia PD for 25 years, including the last 10 years as detective in internal affairs. He joined the CIA directly into the Inspector General's office, and had been there the last 5 years, going after the CIA's own men and women. The Office of the Inspector General, known as OIG, was an independent arm within the CIA and set up to function as a watchdog. The OIG's Kill being present at the meeting meant just one thing for Maddox. He was being booted out. Inspector Kill didn't say a word after being introduced, just gave Maddox a quick glance of acknowledgement. "Who are the 2 goons behind me?" Maddox asked, pointing at the guards. "Jesus Christ, Maddox, don't start with your shit!" Hoban barked, before Inspector Kill gently tapped Hoban's arm with his hand to tell him to shut up. "They're OIG special agents, Mr. Maddox," a calm and steely Inspector Kill answered. "So I'm being fired?" Maddox asked as he sat back in his chair, getting comfortable. He wasn't giving Hoban the pleasure of getting riled up. Hoban opened up the black file in front of him. "You're finished, Maddox," Hoban said as he pulled out a single piece of paper and shoved it over to Maddox. "This is your dismissal letter. You're being terminated from the agency for disobeying orders while in the field, going AWOL for 6 days, and for conduct unbecoming a CIA officer." Maddox looked down at the letter with the official seal of the Office of the Inspector General. It was signed by the IG and Executive Director Max Hoban. A third signature was blank, and underneath the line the name Peter Maddox. "I'm not signing shit without my lawyer," Maddox said as he shoved the paper back across the table to Hoban. "Cut the shit, Maddox. You're done," Hoban said.
This just confirms that you're in receipt of this letter and that you've been notified of your termination effective immediately. You'll get 30 days severance pay."
"That's generous," Maddox said sarcastically. Hoban's face turned red as he threw the letter back to Maddox like it was red-hot to his touch.
"You fucking ingrate! It was my recommendation you not get shit, but D.I. Van Loon insisted you get 30 days severance for the supposedly good work you've done as a cowboy for the agency."
Hoban's face was bright red as he seethed. Maddox smiled coyly. He had gotten under Hoban's skin again. It was petty, but he enjoyed making Hoban fume. "Don't expect a thank you card, asshole," Maddox said, looking right into Hoban's pale blue eyes. "And I'm not signing shit without my lawyer." Maddox shoved the letter back to Hoban. "Gentlemen," Inspector Kill interrupted. "That's enough." He grabbed the letter and the black file in front of Hoban and slid it over in front of him. He put the letter back into the folder. "That's fine, Mr. Maddox. I'll get this to your lawyer. Ted Trumbo, correct?" "That's right," Maddox answered. "Are we done here?" Maddox glanced over at Hoban and gave him another amused smile. "Mr. Maddox, the OIG is working closely with the DA who has indicted you," Kill said. "We're investigating, and if you cooperate, we can make sure you don't do any time. We might even get them to drop the charges. We know Mr. Richard Phillips and elements of SOG were active during or aware of the coup. If you're willing to cooperate, we can make these charges go away." Kill smiled. "Not interested in OIG deals, but that piece of shit knew," Maddox said, pointing to Hoban.
"Bullshit!"
Hoban screamed. "Mr. Hoban, please," Kill said, and then continued addressing Maddox. "We know you weren't a rogue agent acting alone. We know your superiors knew, and that's who we want. You were just following orders, right? I'm not saying shit, and I'm not interested in any deal. You can all go fuck yourselves." Maddox glanced over at the two guards behind him. "That goes for you two goons as well." Maddox was again grinning as he glanced at the two men. "So be it," Inspector Kill said as he quickly picked up the folder, tapped it once against the table, and put it back down, indicating the meeting was over. "If you want to go to prison, so be it." Then he addressed the two men standing behind Maddox. "Special Agent Brown, Special Agent White, please escort Mr. Maddox to his car." He waved his hands at them dismissively as he turned his attention back towards Maddox. "We will get to the bottom of any malfeasance within the CIA. The days of overthrowing foreign governments are long over, Mr. Maddox." Hoban leered at him from across the conference table. "We're rooting you all out, Maddox." Hoban continued as he sat back in his chair. "People like you and Dick Phillips, cowboys." Bitterness dripped from his words. "I'm sure Al-Qaeda will be cheering you on," Maddox said as he got up from his chair. He motioned towards his two guards with his head. "Let's go, boys. Walk me out." And he headed out the door with the two agents in tow. Epilogue. Open House. Arlington, Virginia, April 18, 2003. The smell of chocolate chip cookies permeated the air of Maddox's condo. "Are those for me?" Maddox asked with a smile, knowing the answer.
No, they're for the open house,"
Sonia replied, furrowing her brow.
"But if you leave in the next 10 minutes, you can have one for the road."
She smiled as she held out a hot cookie, out of Maddox's reach. "Deal," Maddox smiled back. It was a cheesy proverb that went something like, "Hope sprang eternal." But Maddox couldn't help think just that. The cold winter of Northern Virginia was fading into memory, as another beautiful spring day was melting snow and warming weary cold winter bones. Sonia Collins, former Venezuelan real estate broker and owner of Bolivar Realty, had been licensed as a realtor by the Commonwealth of Virginia and joined the Kenwood Hayes Realty Group as a real estate agent, covering the most populous region of Northern Virginia and the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. Luckily, Maddox had wired her money out of Venezuela right before the coup last year. After months of limbo and living off their savings in Maddox's Arlington condo, the stress of the past year had worn them down. Being hunted down by the head of the Venezuelan secret police, Joan Bruhl, and escaping Caracas with fake passports, hiding out in Costa Rica, then watching the man she loved go on trial for obstruction and lying to Congress, then getting fired by the CIA. It was a miracle that their relationship had survived at all, but it had. Sonia was beginning to feel excited about being able to get back to work, and real estate beckoned. She had missed working in the real estate business. Around the end of October or early November, Sonia didn't recall the exact date, Maddox gave her the all-clear to contact her friends in Caracas. Her first call was to Graciela Cole, her friend and former real estate agent. Graciela began to cry upon hearing Sonia's voice on the other end of the phone. They thought she had been killed during the coup or during the dark days afterward when many went missing. Graciela had seen Maddox on the news, so she knew he was in the CIA and that he had been arrested. She feared the worst had happened to Sonia since her boyfriend was a spy who was accused of masterminding the coup. Graciela had tried to continue running Bolivar Realty along with the other agents, Jerry Lowe and Eddie Rocamora. Unable to afford the expensive lease, they moved to a much smaller, less posh office space. Jerry Lowe decided to take control of Bolivar Realty, forcing Graciela Cole and Eddie Rocamora out. Jerry Lowe continued to run Bolivar Realty, but without the lucrative embassy business and the CIA bankroll, and without Sonia Collins' flair for the realty business, the company was just a shell of its former glory days. Jerry Lowe couldn't even afford the cheaper office space, so he shut it down and moved to Thailand, where the cost of living was cheaper and it was safer and more welcoming towards American expats. Graciela and Eddie Rocamora joined Century 21's Caracas office, but it wasn't the same for Graciela without her friend. A few months later she quit and began to work for a public relations agency in Caracas. Eddie Rocamora continued on with Century 21 and was doing quite well. Even though Sonia was happy to be moving on with her professional life, her personal had been in tatters while the indictments were hanging over Maddox. The two of them had begun to talk about long-term plans, including marriage, but it was tough with Maddox's legal problems to think in the long term. The Special Assistant Inspector General of the CIA, Matthias Kill, and the Executive Director of the CIA, Max Hoban, teamed up with the Assistant District Attorney, Roy Carr, to make an example of the disgraced former CIA Station Chief of Venezuela. Maddox's attorney, Ted Trumbo, proved to be not just an excellent attorney, but a true friend who mounted a vigorous defense for his client, who had pleaded not guilty on all 4 charges against him. Dick Phillips had warned Maddox that the politicians wanted blood, and that was exactly how it played out, as for months the legal maneuvering made its way through the court system, which was as slow as a DMV line. Maddox didn't see his mentor, Dick Phillips, after the evening of drinking very expensive scotch in Dick's den. It was best that they didn't communicate while Maddox was under indictment, but at least, with Dick's forced retirement, he was left alone and he received his full pension. Trumbo had put forward a motion to declassify CIA data as he mounted his defense for Maddox, something that the CIA would not do, so Trumbo sued to get access to CIA data. While the lawsuit dragged on, Maddox and Sonia's lives continued to be in limbo. Finally, after months of legal back and forth, the United States Attorney General, Brenda Witt, refused to declassify the information the defense sought. Therefore, Judge John Root dismissed all charges against Peter Maddox. Just like that, the legal battle was over. Ted Trumbo and his wife Ellie took Sonia and Pete out for a celebratory dinner and night on the town. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted from their shoulders as they enjoyed the night out, worry-free for the first time in a long time. Maddox just wished he could have seen Max Hoban and Inspector Kill's faces at the news that they couldn't touch him in a court of law. It wasn't total vindication for Maddox, though. The court didn't say he was innocent, just that they couldn't proceed due to the defense not having access to classified materials. The CIA firing stood, and Maddox had no desire to fight that. He wanted to move forward, so for now he was unemployed. It was heart-wrenching for Sonia to see Maddox be ousted publicly in disgrace. The economic impact was very costly. Maddox's pension was gone, as was his main source of income, along with his health care benefits. He had legal fees to deal with, and the 30 days severance pay he had received was long gone. Just like in Venezuela, he was persona non grata within the CIA. The White House washed its hands of him and continued to paint him as a rogue agent acting alone in Venezuela to overthrow Chavez. Word of the Libyan terrorist training camp on Venezuelan soil never became public, and that was fine with Maddox. Freed from the legal yoke around his neck, Sonia and Maddox grew tired of life in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. He loved the view of the D.C. skyline from his 9th-floor living room balcony, but soon it just reminded him of the political bullshit going on down there. Sonia, who was accustomed to living a lot closer to the equator, was happy to have survived a Northern Virginia winter, but wasn't keen to go through a second one. With Maddox's legal troubles over, they decided to move to Florida so Sonia could be closer to her mom and sister. But before they could move, Sonia had to sell Maddox's condo. It was realtor Sonia Collins' 4th active listing. The condo was in a trendy condominium location, in the popular courthouse neighborhood in the heart of the Roslyn-Ballston corridor of Arlington. The courthouse metro rail station was just 2 blocks away, and coffee shops, shopping, and restaurants were all nearby. The condo listing description boasted about the premium finishes and appliances and the breathtaking views of the river and the capital city. The real estate market was red-hot in 2003, so they would have no problem selling it. Maddox would just sit back and let Sonia do her magic as they planned their move to Miami. Maddox explored his employment options. Former employees of the CIA usually ended up making a lot more money as independent contractors for the CIA. But Max Hoban ensured Maddox would never work as a contractor for the agency. Tom Rose said he could keep him busy as a contractor with the British security firm Rose had worked for since retiring. It was steady work babysitting journalists and corporate types traveling to hotspots abroad. Colonel Ruben Guzman also had freelance work for Maddox in Colombia. Then there were the even higher-paying gigs from the very rich men like Frank Chacon, who wanted enemies like Joan Brule killed. Taking out Brule was one thing, but taking on contract killing solely for the money was another. Maddox wasn't sure that was something he could do again, even though Chacon had more scores to settle. It was definitely something he could not discuss with Sonia, but no matter what lay ahead, at least they were together. Sonia smiled and gave him a hot chocolate chip cookie. She got up on her toes and kissed him gently on the lips before kicking him out of the condo for the upcoming open house. This has been The Asset, written by Alan Petersen, narrated by Stephen Cooper. Copyright 2013 by Alan Petersen. Production copyright 2013 by Alan Petersen.